Cat Segs! Guys, I love Cipher so much. Holy shit. Last stream we just barely got to touch onto Cipher's part of the 3.2 story and then the sun was up and was screaming at me to go to bed because I have a healthy person's sleep schedule. But now we actually get to do the rest, and I'm so excited. And I was actually planning on doing this stream quite a bit earlier today, and I was even going to work a bit on the bottom left part of the thumbnail for this stream. That's like a little bit of like digital painting practice I was doing with Cipher. Then I ended up on Twitter and wrote like 3 separate fucking essays about like comparing Genshin and the Wuwa combat, because I wrote a different essay about that yesterday, and some people like responded some people responded nicely, of course, like it wasn't any stupid drama bullshit, it was people like, you know, bringing up interesting points. So I wrote a second essay based off of that. And then I wrote another essay based off of someone asking me about how PGR skill ceiling compares to ZZZ and Wuwa, because I do mention ZZZ in there, because I still will die on the hill that it is a slightly higher skill ceiling than Wuwa. But anyway, so yeah, that's why we're here now, and why the stream is starting at 7 o'clock when I was really wanting to do it a bit earlier. But it's fine. It's fine. I have an interview tomorrow, but it's at like 3 p.m., so don't have to go to bed too early. I do have another one at 10 a.m. though coming up, so I'm gonna have to like somehow figure that out. We'll be fine. Also, sorry it took a second to get the stream started, because I was mixing a drink since it's a story stream, so I figure I don't have to do any like molding or anything. Might as well just like drink and yap. Especially because my friend Migi, who you can see over at twitch.tv/Migi_VT, she was doing her first ever collab. She just started VTubing like a month or 2 ago, and she was doing a collab with a bunch of peeps playing Repo, and then a sudden like surprise drinking stream. And she apparently didn't. She only ate 2 sweet potatoes that day, and she's also generally kind of a lightweight, so she got pretty happy pretty quickly, let's say. But it made me also want to drink. But I was doing stuff yesterday and didn't want to drink, so now I'm drinking, and we're gonna just yell about like El Gato Sexo the entire time. But yeah, I didn't get to finish shaking it because I realized that I had to get all of the Twitter posts and like fucking stream announcement thing or whatever in Mathalos and stuff ready. I was like, oh shit, I need to do these things, because that's like part of the professional streamer thing, as I am a very definitely professional streamer person who is not a trash panda flailing wildly with all the scuff in the world while streaming. Smile. Also, hi Acrafius, Pico. I promise that we'll have emotes and channel memberships one day, guys, and I'll make Acrafius a specific peak emote. I promise, it'll happen one day, smile. That's tasty, but I think the honey threw the balance off. Is my mic picking up that? Oh, it kind of does, huh? Okay. Cool. We have alcohol. I have water. I have Arizona ice cream tea. I have a fresh new look because I went to my stylist today and got my hair did, since interviews coming up. I normally just do it myself mostly, because I was married to a hairstylist for 5 years and we were together for about 8. And I don't know, I just know I have like a I have the exact same haircut my VTuber does. Like literally the exact same haircut as my Chuba, because I decided I didn't really want a kayfabe, so my VTuber is literally just me, but with slightly fancier accessories. And a trash panda. I am a trash panda at heart, I just don't have actual ears. Or a tail. But, yeah, I have the exact same haircut. It's very long on the right-hand side hair, with a side shave on the left side, except for my actual hair goes down to, like, the bottom of my back, almost to my tailbone. We did cut off like an inch or 2 today to get rid of the split ends. But she did such a great job, and I forgot to take a picture of it before leaving the salon, so I'll take a picture of it tomorrow and be like, yo, look at how nice my hair looks now, because it feels so soft, and it has nice layers in it now, and it's all nicely trimmed, and my side shave is very, very clean, and the back's actually cleaned up for once. Yay. Okay, anyway. I feel like that's enough for the starting yap, so like, yeah. Cipher story, Star Rail, wow. Look at that, we kept the initial yap under 10 minutes for once. Fucking crazy. Alright, El Gatos Exo. It is time. Is my game loud enough? Oh yeah, seems like it's loud enough. Okay, cool. I ended up having to adjust a few things last night when I was doing other stuff, so just wanted to make sure I'm missing a lovely trash can here, really? So just wanted to make sure. Burp.
This haven of memories. Every touch.
Actually, real quick, how much longer do we even have? 6 hours, that's right. It's at resets. Which means we're actually gonna probably end up having to cut the stream earlier, or like at least cut the Star Rail earlier than we normally would, because there's gonna be maintenance. And Star Rail maintenance takes quite a while to happen. Okay. Need the credits. We're still so poor, chat. Do not have enough credits for when Cipher comes around. I mean, we have Hyacinth in the meantime, but still. On top of that, I'm going to at least make an attempt for Thurta's Light Cone, because when she was on banner, I did not realize how much I would love her. And regulars in chat know this, but I only pull like signature weapons on Light Cones for characters I simp for. Like it has nothing to do with power level. It's always if I simp for them, I'm going to pull that Light Cone. And Thurta is solid second favorite in the game for me, behind Yayi, my little Acheron over here. Well, I guess and Stel, like solid third. Second, but Yayi and Stel are tied for first place. Citizens, we have seen it too. It was this outsider that my beloved boss man would exhibit such major mood swings, refusing to receive guests for days on end. It is the trickery of this outlander. Slander! I only petted it lightly. Who knew your bromas would be so timid? Oh wait, this guy's name is the Wealthy. We're gonna make him sound like a rich dick. Herda is peak. I agree. Yes, Nashi, you have good taste. But about the Gundala, all taste is good taste. It might be wrong taste sometimes, but all taste is good taste.
Lightly? My dromuses are sacred beasts, blessed by Georios. They're nigh priceless. Like Bossman here, it loses its appetite when it's frightened. Without food, it won't have the strength to carry people, and if it doesn't work, I'll lose that much more money in a day. And look at these beautiful scales. They are a little shabby, but... Huh? When did the scratch appear? You must have done this with your grubby little fingers, you fucking commoner.
That was already there to begin with.
Stop making excuses, peasants. No one else touched it besides you that day. You will pay for my losses.
Outlander?
That's right, for these scoundrels from outside the holy city who covet our wealth. Their punishment must be swift and just. In recent times, Bossman has been unusually lazy. I noticed something was amiss and personally stood guard by its cage. Guess who I caught red-handed? This outlander peasant. He would come here on time every day, get close to Bossman and pinch it violently. My heart bleeds for its abuse.
I was massaging it. I noticed something off with its behavior, surmising that it was overworked and wanted to ease its pain. An owner like you, working a beast of burden to the bone without a day off, even mountain dwellers would be hard pressed to keep up.
How we rear our livestock in Orkama will not be dictated by an ignorant outlander peasants such as you. Are you disrespecting our customs?
That's right. I don't know much about Dromuses, but this outlander is overstepping his boundaries. Yeah, that one might even be another remnant of Zagreus' worshippers. Look at them sneaking about.
Hear that? According to our laws, you now have two choices. Resolve this with compensation, or I'll see you in civilian courts. And I know you can't afford a lawyer.
But I have no money.
Don't blame me, then. Where are the guards? It's time to earn your keep.
Fight!
That won't be necessary. I'm only interested in money. It's not up to me to personally mete out punishment on outlanders.
Lord Liluder, what this last means is that your overbearing antics have escalated this conflict to the brink of physical violence. As the conflict gradually reaches breaking point, the geese throw him out. Yo, let's go, old man! Almost naked old man, live your best life. Just an ordinary geriatric. Lord Liluder, I reckon you must have knowledge of the matter from your confident poise. I have a few questions regarding these pack beasts. Not only the dromuses, I also know my merchandise like the back of my hand. Ask away. Soctires, as the guardian of these dromuses, what is the most commonly known characteristic of Georios? Need you even ask? It's earnest hardship, tenacity, and a thick hide. Then, how should dromuses blessed by Georios be manifested? In the same way, obviously. On this note, everyone may be asking a question. If this dromus here was blessed by a titan, how could such a tough creature have a scratch on its scales? I shall hazard a guess at this. When the city was attacked, the Mad King's kin wrought a destruction along the streets, causing damage to many dromuses. The scars on its scale are a testament to its glory, but as a servant of the earth, mud covers its scar, preventing anyone from noticing. Till that gentleman gave it a massage, causing the mud on its scales to be kneaded off, and thus was the scar revealed. Ha! How ludicrous! You think your outrageous rhetoric will acquit him of having to compensate me? If you didn't like that, there are other theories as well. That this dromus wasn't blessed at all and is just unusually frail, or the scar wasn't even made by that gentleman to begin with. I believe Lord Liluder is most aware of the truth. You are free to choose your explanation, no matter which one it may be. Fine, I'm not pursuing this matter today. Just don't let me catch that outlander doing anything funny. This conflict was resolved way too quickly. The crowd is engrossed in gossipy discourse, some lauding the geezer's glibness, others sorry that the drama ended so soon. Let's go. Ah, mister, thank you so much. Alright, you run along quickly. Don't give anyone else a reason to speak ill of you, even if you did nothing wrong. The flustered outlander expresses profuse appreciation in the space in the crowd. Jesus Christ, that black text goes by fast. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, young friend. I still have something to say. So, who are you exactly? My name is Soctires, the most witless geezer in Okema, and a most devoted seeker of knowledge. Let's go. I have heard of you, warrior from the Outlands. You also appear to be involved in the problems plaguing the Holy City. What does that have to do with me? Because you are respected, therefore undisturbed by the woes of the common folk, but Okema is not as welcoming of Outlanders as it appears. When this problem truly explodes, public opinion is bound to surge forth like a deluge. A person's status has never saved them from drowning. This former Eternal City has always been generous in opening its doors to outsiders, but as the black tide approaches, the goodwill in people's hearts may slowly give way to misgivings. Is this actually part of the main story, or did I trigger a completely different side quest? Because it's not voiced right now. It is a long story. We should look for a place to speak about this more comfortably. How about Memorial Palace's baths? I am a privileged patron there. That's why my geriatric skin is so silky smooth and touchable. If you don't mind, I'll go run a bath first. You can take a look around. Citizens are still mulling over what just happened. You might hear something of interest. Yeah, this is not the quest. I just ran into it completely fucking randomly on my way to Cipher. Hey girl, how you doing? Looking fine as always.
And sunny. Just the weather for farewells.
It's the other quest, yup. Yeah, top the volume a little bit. God damn, those painted shorts. I don't know what you mean. There's like a little bit. There's like a... See, you can actually see that there's some actual like volume to them. Like it goes slightly off the thigh here. It's not fully painted. Can't really say the same about like her top, but you know.
You're here. No need, I already told her. She's fine with it. You sure know how to put me in a spot, Casterus. I need to travel with you, but I can't touch you. What a bother.
Oh my god, I love her so much.
Sorry.
Her voice and pattern of speech is incredible.
Oh, I was just teasing. Don't take it to heart.
Ugh. Especially when she hits those, like, lower butchier tones. So much about her is doing it for me. I cannot. Like, I actually just fucking cannot. She's probably taking third place as third favorite.
Did you know that the legends say you have to put an obol into the mouth of the dead or over their eyes if you want them to successfully cross the River of Souls and enter the Netherrealm? That's the fairy fare for entering the Netherrealm. However, I honestly won't ask you to pay this time. I'll pay. And then we'll just have to go through the motions.
You sure are helpful when it doesn't cost anything. We already paid you so much! Just how much have you swindled Cocktairs for? True, Cocktairs is very, very bad with money and negotiations.
Don't worry. It's not a lot.
Are you sure, girl? Is it not a lot, like, in absolute values, or is it not a lot in context to your life because you're hundreds of years old?
Alright, pass me the coin. It's time to get the gods' powers going. A fleet-footed trip to the Netherrealm. Here we come.
Oh god, I love her. Come.
Oh, one last thing before we go. I gotta give you this piece of advice. Especially to you, Princess Homebody. You can't catch the wind by waiting. You only live once. So make the most of every moment you have. Get ready.
Oh god.
Be steady. Hi, your turn.
And we get just like a little touch of like that kind of Spanish pick style guitar too.
Don't be nervous. After all, it'll be gone in the blink of an eye.
Let's go! She's so fast!
All done.
Sexiest waltz of Stell's life, right there.
Are you feeling alright?
I swear she was speeding.
She's the demigod of trickery. When she flips the coin of whimsy into the air, she gains incredible speed that lets her travel anywhere in an instant.
That's a fucking great power.
Just like how she clearly had no intention of lingering here for even a second longer. We can only depend on ourselves for the rest of the way.
Hey, it was still a good ride.
Don't worry, Mem's here to help.
Hi, ma'am. Did you pay your fare?
I don't think I even meet the height requirement for the ticket, so I won't need one, right?
Okay, well now that Cipher's not in the story currently. Saving that. Let's see though, that means that we are doing the thing. We're doing the thing where we're changing to Chinese now. Because I love hearing Alicia's voice in Mem, who is now able to talk. But if we see Cipher again, we're switching back to English. As much as I'm like memeing on the whole like gooning for fucking Cipher thing, I do actually adore her voice and pattern of speech. And I'm probably gonna save some recordings to use for voice control practice, because I really definitely would like to learn how to impersonate her properly. Fuck! No! I didn't change the language! Go back! Go back! Oh wait, no, you can still do it from here. Cool, cool, cool. Alright. It's time to hear to Chinese Alicia. Ugh, my polls are gonna be hurting so much. I want to get third of Litecoin if I can, but if I lose 75-25, I'll just save it for Cipher.
还好吧。他是诡计的半神，就像现在，他似乎没有多待一秒的打算，还可以靠人家哦。
And then I want Cipher and Cipher's Litecoin, and then I'm getting Fine on. Probably not as Litecoin, because I don't care about Kevin that much. But I have promised that I am going to pull every single, like, Honkai Impact 3rd XP. And Kevin is, like, the most egregiously obvious one. Cipher's a close second. But, like, Fionon is literally just young Kevin. before everything went to shit and he fell into a millennia-long depression and developed an incredibly bad Jesus complex.
这个人家小小一只，身高不够，可以免票吧？
Cute. It's so nice to hear Ellie's
这里就
voice,
是斯提克西亚，
even if it's kind of like the pitch of Elf Ellie.
依照老师的猜想，不知去向的塞纳托斯，就以这就是他的诞生之地，或长眠之地。
Yo, YouTube Studio says we're at 69 views now. Let's go!
老师曾用炼金秘法，成功将自己的灵魂与色系
She refers to Anaxe as Lauscher here, professor.
塞纳托斯招引，窥见了流淌的冥河。
Which is definitely a very intentional choice, and one that gets lost in localization. I've talked about in previous streams about how like Honkai games especially have had so they've had like a pretty good time with general localization in terms of like there being like, you know, like silly grammatical errors and stuff like that. They're pretty good about it, especially after they got the Genshin money. But they do have a big issue with more of the nuance and like specificity of language getting lost. It's a very big issue in Honkai Star Rail and also in Impact that in terms of a lot of like the specific terminology related to like the cosmology of the Honkai verse, as well as like a whole variety of different like overarching theorems and things like that you don't really get to see much of in Star Rail outside of like simulated universe and like text log stuff, but is like pretty prevalent in a lot of the story of Honkai Impact 3rd and Gun Girl Z. They will have like very specific terms that can both translate to a similar thing, and in the English localization they will be basically using the same term and replacing them back and forth. The most egregious example of this that makes it really hard for someone who isn't familiar with, or at least has like learned it from someone who is familiar with the Chinese text and like dialogue and writing in Honkai Impact 3rd and Star Rail, is that the English localization constantly conflates the term world and universe, and will kind of use them interchangeably, and in some cases make them very confusing, because I forget what the two terms are. Huozi, is it? I think it's Huozi and something else. I'm gonna have to look them up again. My Mandarin is really shit, by the way. I am not in anywhere close to fluent, but I am Chinese, but I'm very bad at speaking my hereditary language. But anyway, so like in Honkai Impacts and in Honkai Star Rail and Gun Girl Z, just the general Honkai verse, right? There are two words that get translated into like generally universe, but also sometimes world, sometimes galaxy, and things like that in the English localization. But they're two very distinct words. One, I believe it's Huozi, but I might be misremembering. It only sounds half right to me. Which basically means like world, or like not really timeline, but like singular version of like a timeline. It's a little weird because there's this whole imaginary tree theory that is prevalent throughout the Honkai verse, and they in fact Himiko talks about it at one point if you decide to read some of her extra like flavor dialogue. And I think Walt does as well. But it's kind of the it's literally like the traditional many worlds theorem, that at basically each moment in time the branches can branch off based on what happens in that moment of time and create new leaves, as they like to call them. So different worlds that are branching off, and it's kind of like a multi-timeline thing, but it isn't exclusively multi-timeline. It can also be like different worlds that still exist within the same like totality of universe and whatnot. But that is a very separate word from the term for universe/galaxy, which is like the entirety of everything, right? It's like the Milky Way in our context, right? So like that's why like one of the cases where the specificity is there and like very apt is with like the simulated universe. simulated universe is the entire universe. They're not just simulating like a single planet or a single quote-unquote timeline or whatever, right? The reason why it's such a massive project is because it's simulating an entire universe and then checking out the different quote-unquote leaves on the imaginary tree based on what happens in the universe and what they simulate. But like there's also another case which is very frequent in Honkai Impact where they refer to bubble worlds as bubble universes, and that's the term that most English speakers are used to using for a bubble world, which is basically like a world. It's like a kind of fake world that's going to like dissolve and go back into the general data of the universe in the sea of quanta. It's hard to explain without me spending 20 minutes explaining the concept. But point is, there's a very frequently used thing that comes up very frequently in Honkai Impact 3rd and GGZ, which is a bubble world. But in English, everyone knows it as a bubble universe because that's what they say it is. But it's not actually an entire universe. It's simply a single world, a single version of what could be happening in one localized area. Similarly, like, that's part of what makes Star Rail interesting, because Star Rail is a game where we aren't traveling between different universes, we're traveling between different worlds. And part of why the whole like Akavili thing is and the Trailblazer is so important is that it gives much more ready and free access to travel between worlds, because while you can do that to some extent physically and geographically with just like regular space travel, there are, for whatever reason, somewhat unexplained forces in the universe that make it very hard to penetrate the barriers between particular worlds. And that's something that like the Aeon of Trailblazing Akavili and just the path of Trailblazing is like uniquely good at doing, is breaking through those things. Which is part of what makes this whole setting interesting. It's also like, you know, apt to say that like this world, this like series of worlds that we have in Star Rail is a different series of worlds from where Welt originally came from in Honkai Impact 3rd, because Welt is a character from Honkai Impact 3rd, but not an XP like how Acheron is like a version of Mei or Yayi in CN, and how Cipher is a version of like Pardofelis and everything like that. He is like canonically the exact same Welt. He left Honkai Impact 3rd worlds and came over here somehow, and we don't know why yet, because they have released manga about like the first half of like covering that time gap, but we don't know the full story because they haven't released another manga yet that explains the actual time gap between him leaving the last manga for Welt, like for that Welt story where he was leaving Honkai Impact 3rd to him being in Star Rail now. And we don't know exactly what's going on with that, and it's also unfortunate because the motherfucker has a kid that he probably hasn't seen in years at this point. He literally went to go get milk and got lost in a completely different chunk of the universe. Which is entertaining. But yeah, so like that's, I guess, just random ass fucking yap about the specificity of language that came up completely random tangent from this current conversation, which has nothing to do with worlds and universes, but it is interesting because the English translation, I'm noticing, loses an aspect of nuance and context because of the choice to use Anaxa instead of Professor. Because if we listen to the actual dialogue just now,
老师曾用炼金秘法
Lauscher, so the first word she says is Lauscher.
老师曾用炼金秘
Lauscher, it translates roughly to like teacher, mentor, or professor. They're not covering it in Honkai Impact 3rd either. He's still there. So, the thing about Honkai Impact 3rd is that there's a lot of... So, like, part 1 ends, right? And then part 2 continues on from it, but doesn't involve a lot of the same characters. And then various event things are arguably canonical. It really depends. A lot of them happen in the quote-unquote Idolverse, which is just, like, characters doing funny things, but it's not really the same. It's not really, like, actually the same universe that is the actual Honkai-verse where all the, like, the main story stuff happens. And, like, he's in a post-Honkai Odyssey 2, but there is a time gap between the end of that and also, like, we haven't even played, like, they haven't made a post-Honkai Odyssey 3 yet, which will likely explain a lot of the time gap. But we haven't seen anything from basically then until he's in Star Rail. There's that big time gap, with the exception of they did put out one manga. I still haven't read it. I've just heard and talked with like multiple people who have. When I fell into this fucking Honkai verse rabbit hole, I learned about it. Basically, is the point. That covers like that basically starts off like the initial chunk of him like traveling to this different set of worlds, right? But we don't know what happens in that time period right now. You're correct, they're not covering it in the game. The weird thing about Honkai Impact 3rd is that, like, over half of the story is in accompanying media. It's in the manga they release. It's in the PVs and music videos they release. Like, they have made so many fucking different manga for Honkai Impact 3rd for, like, half of the fucking chapters for whatever reason that is completely separate from the game. If you play just the game story, you do not get any of this context. Like, you have to actually go read the manga, or, you know, do what I did, which is go watch a bunch of YouTube videos about it and read a bunch of stuff about it on, like, Reddit and shit. But yeah, like, they literally don't cover it in the game. The game gives you less than 50% of the actual story in Honkai Impact 3rd. The rest of it is in the accompanying media. They have multiple visual novels, like, full visual novel games about like contextual story, or like story context, and like specific like side characters interactions and stuff for Honkai Impact 3rd that aren't anywhere in the actual gacha game. Like, they have multiple visual novels that cover this. They have visual novels covering exactly why we have Einstein and why we have Tesla, and we have like these, you know, the Fate style like real world scientists coming back as like cute anime waifus. Like, there's a reason for that, and it's all in a fucking visual novel that's completely separate from Impact. So basically not selling me to Honkai Impact 3rd, that's such a horrible game experience. Oh no, so here's the thing I need you to understand, Acid, is that, like, it's not that, like, it's still, Honkai Impact 3rd is such a good game experience itself. And it gives you all of the really important, it gives you all the important story that is important to the actual story in the game. Because, I guess the way to put it is that Honkai Impact 3rd covers the main story of, specifically covering, like, the story, at least through part 1, the story of, like, Kiana, Mei, and Bronya, and all of the big important things that happen. All the side accompanying media is, like, branching off side stories. It's like, sometimes more context, or, like, more interactions in the same story points, and, like, if you simply play the Honkai Impact 3rd story, part 1, from chapter 1 all the way to the end, you get a complete experience. It is a complete experience with a complete story. However, you don't get to see a lot of the other little bits of context and things, right? Like, you don't get to see, like, we see and find out that Bronya and Sela have, like, such a close bonds, and are because they grew up in the same orphanage and were very important to each other's lives early on. But they don't show that in the game. We just know that because it's been brought up and shown in how they interact in the game. The actual backstory of that is a separate manga. It's like a completely separate manga. And same thing with, like, the Einstein and Tesla thing. They still are important in the story. They are there when they need to be. They are still aspects of the story. But their backstory on them and their creation and everything is a separate visual novel. And a lot of stuff like that, right? Like, the only truly canonical, like, inarguably canonical, I would argue there's others that are also, like, very arguably canonical, but the only time they've had, like, women kissing, I guess is my point. The only time that Mihoyo has had women kissing, which is, like, you know, the, like, inarguable, like, oh yeah, no, like, this is, they're a couple thing, right? Because, like, I would still 100% argue that Astra and Evelyn are definitely a couple. And that Kiana and Mei are definitely a couple, and definitely have that kind of level of romantic love for each other. They just don't explicitly show it, because they did that once with Bronya and Sela. In an accompanying manga, Bronya and Sela kiss. And they got in so much fucking trouble because of it. Because the CCP in China, the government in China, has a very negative stance on homosexuality, let's say. So, like, all of the implied stuff, and all the cute girls being cute girls stuff, and everything that you see, like, Mihoyo's always been a very gay company. Like, Genshin may not seem that way, and it may seem that, like, some ships and stuff are, like, very, like, big fan things, and, like, people being like, oh, you're shipping, like, X and X together, that's so cringe, because it's, like, kind of like a typical anime fandom thing, though. But in the context of MiHoYo, it's very clear that they are storytelling and showing that Astra and Evelyn are a couple, that Kiana and May have like deep romantic love for each other, that they like a lot of these like actual pairings in game like are very much coded that way, but the problem is they have to be coded that way because the one time they did make it actually canonical, they got in a shitload of trouble. And it was it got a lot of backlash. It was a big problem, and yeah, they can probably be a bit braver with it now, which is why, like, I would say Astra and Evelyn are a lot more. I guess they still don't like, you know, canonically kiss or anything like that, but they are very, very forward with what their feelings are to each other and how much they care about each other and how important they are to each other, and basically show. They literally just show an emotional romance between the two of them. It's just it's never like quote-unquote capped off or confirmed with like a kiss or some shit like that, right? Don't mind heavily implied. Yeah, and things like there's a difference between like heavily implied and like the Astra Lin storyline, which is like this isn't even heavily implied. This is like shoving this in my face. This is literally a Yuri plotline without them kissing. Like, this is literally the plotline of a Yuri manga or anime without them ever kissing at the end. But MiHoYo's always been that way. Their games prior to Genshin Impact were exclusively female characters, and they always wrote stories of, like, emotional love and growing and maturing with each other, and, like, discovering and exploring each other, and the ups and downs of these. I mean, it's, like, it's a massive meme in the Honkai Impact 3rd community that, like, Kiana and May are, like, your, like, typical toxic lesbians, because they break up, like, 5 times in the fucking story. Essentially, for like various plot reasons. It's always because like they want to save each other or have to make a hard choice sort of thing, but like it happened. But like it's, yeah, that stuff happens, right? And yeah, so like it's they definitely can be more brave now because they've been successful, and that the CCP like has outright stated that they support their future endeavors. It still would probably be a problem if they had like 2 females kissing like they did in the manga, but you know, they can be a lot more brave and forward with the storylines and what they show off now, especially in like ZZZ, because that's definitely where they're being the most like, I don't know, in my opinion, like passionate, artistic, and like doing what they want to do with the story and with the game and everything, right? One sec, water. Astra Lin is literally, we can't be public because the people at the top. Yeah, exactly. And it's hilarious because that mimics the in-game, like, that mimics, like, the in-game reality, too. Astra Lin is too popular of a pop star to, like, probably officially be in a relationship, unless it's, like, another celebrity or something, right? Especially with idol culture. Like, especially with, like, how she is, you know, heavily coded for idol culture, not just, like, Western pop stuff. Like, idols literally cannot let their audience know they're dating someone because it fucking like completely crushes their viewership in like and their fans in the culture of how like it is. Like that's just not a thing that can really be done, at least in like the Japanese idol culture, and also pretty heavily in a lot of like Chinese similar industries. So it's just interesting because of Astra's position, and arguably because of responses at tops and things like that in ZZZ, right? Like, they literally can't be out in the open. Like, that's not a thing they would be allowed to do realistically because of Astra's career. So I just think that's a funny little, meta story concept, or meta, like, storyline in there. It's pretty cute. Yeah, they kind of have to self-censor because CCP crackdown is not easy to dodge. Exactly. Like I said, it wasn't even in the game. It was a completely different side manga that definitely the majority of the Honkai Impact players never read. But Bronya and Sela kiss, and that alone got them in so much shit. Yeah. But like MiHoYo's always been really gay. Like, they're like Honkai Impact 3rd, very gay. Like, it's like all female characters. In fact, there's been incidents, including attempted stabbings of the CEO Yayi, over like male characters being playable in Honkai Impact 3rd. That's a whole different fucking drama rant. It's fucking wild. The stuff that like the Chinese Honkai Impact 3rd community has done. But you think like global Genshin dramas are bad, go look up some shit about, like, the old school, like, Honkai Impact 3rd Chinese community shit. Cause holy fuck, they have literally tried to stab Da Wei multiple times, the CEO of MiHoYo. But yeah, but what I was basically saying is that, like, MiHoYo's always been very gay. Their games are very, very gay, and I specifically mean like Sesbi Lex kind of gay, right? But still, it's still gay, right? And it's interesting to see, especially with like Honkai Star Rail and also ZZZ, how they're kind of moving a bit towards also like actual like yaoi yaoi, not what am I fucking saying, not heterosexual, yaoi and like male homosexual lines, like storylines, influences, and characters and whatnot. Like, I mean, there are definitely some that's kind of like a bit of a stretch, but I haven't played the most recent ZZ story, so I can't really say how much like the Lycaon and Vlad Hugo thing is. But like they definitely have like a lot of backstory with each other, right? But there's a lot of that kind of stuff that's like has a much more heavily implied nature to it. There's a lot more subtle than like say Astralin or Kia Mei, or I would argue also like Herta and Rame. But there's stuff like a big one to me is the Venturine and Doctor ratio. Big one to me is like Doctrine. Yeah, they both definitely allude to a lot of their shared history in the past with each other, and like there are definitely moments of like back and forth flirting that happen between the two in the main Penacony storyline. Like there are undoubtable moments like these motherfuckers are flirting right now, and it's adorable, and I love it. Yeah, so like it's interesting to see that they're kind of exploring a bit more of that now, and I kind of hope they do more with that, because I don't know, that would be fun. And like I said, they get to be bolder than they did before because the CCP actually like has strong backing and support for them now. Why the fuck did we start talking about Yuri and Yaoi? Oh right, fucking localization issues. Well, there's our like obligated 20-minute rant in the first hour of the stream. Complete fucking yap non sequitur tangent. But yeah, the reason why all of this was talked about is because Anaxa, or Anaxa, or is it Anaxa? Anaxa in Chinese, I think is how it's pronounced. I have to hear it again. But here in the English localization, they say Anaxa. And in the, but in Chinese, they say Laoshi. And Laoshi translates roughly to like teacher, mentor, professor. In Anaxa's case, it would be professor. And that loses some of the context, because Casters isn't referring to him by his like first name, and she's also not referring to him by his preferred pronunciation of his first name, which is his full name. Because like Anaxa is like he doesn't like being called Anaxa because his full name is Anaxa Gurasa in Chinese. But she refers to him instead as Laoshi, which means that in this particular moment, she is showing him respect. Like, she is specifically showing him, like, respects and honoring, like, his position and role despite everything else that happened, right? And, like, that's pretty important context for, like, conveying the context and subtleties of, like, what this statement is right now. But that doesn't exist in the English localization, as we see. Like, they don't say professor, which, you know, does show that, like, respect she's giving towards him. She just says Anaxa. They feel like just brother thing with the Hugo Lycaon. Feels like a lot of sibling banter than yaoi things, but that's my interpretation. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like what I kind of got from it too, but again, I haven't played the story, so I haven't seen a lot of the depth and nuance to it, right? But very much that seems like the storyline that like they've been going with what I've seen otherwise in the story, and like just like what I fucking like see on like shitpost memes and stuff like that. It definitely seems like it's kind of like much more of like the like close but bitter rivals sort of thing, which historically in anime has like always been like a massive yaoi ship sort of thing, right? Like the whole like L and the Raito or Lights from Death Note, the Naruto Sasuke thing back in the day. Like it's a very classic trope for like fan communities to ship together two male rival characters together, right? So that's kind of what it seemed like to me. But again, I haven't played the story, so maybe there's more context in there that actually, like, does show that. Maybe there's, like, actual moments of, like, flirting. Maybe there's actual moments of, like, moments that suggest, like a context of longing for each other or something like that, right? I can't say because I haven't played the story yet. But when I get around to it, like, that'll be something I'm interested in looking at. But yeah, anyway, Castor says Lauscher, and that's important, but not conveyed in the localization. Which is part of why I'm actually really enjoying playing in Chinese, because I play most of my gacha games in Chinese, outside of the ones with like truly incredible English dubs. I still play like Wua in Chinese if I'm not doing like 2.x content, because I've been going back and like doing companion quests and stuff like that I didn't do. And like, I don't know, it's like, I don't speak a lot of Chinese. My Mandarin is awful, and I don't know that many terms, but there are certain ones and honorifics and things like that that I catch that do show a lot more of like the like emotional context or like various things they're trying to convey, because Chinese, along with the other Asiatic languages like Japanese and all like the Southeast Asian ones and Korean and all that, they are much higher context language than English is, where the word choice or how things are said heavily implies a lot of the thought behind it, right? Like I just pointed out with Anaxa, calling him Lauscher instead. You could just say Professor or Anaxa, but specifically in this context, it shows like a good deal of respect. She's trying to communicate that she respects him, that she respects like his position, profession, his like work and everything, and on top of that isn't referring to him as Anaxa, which is like the way to refer to him he doesn't like. He wants to be called his full name, and is like showing a good amount of respect, arguably even reverence to him right now.
被称作独神之举的炼成。
Jesus Christ, how long was that fucking yap?
与泰坦相互吸引。尽管塞纳托斯在过去的千年几乎杳无音讯，也从未被信徒寻获，但那引力或许能将他召唤至此。
哦，所以我们要用那块贤者之石，在这里把泰坦给变出来。
Oh wait, I thought I clicked.
想必是这样的，只不过眼下的线索仅有这座城邦的名字，还有巨龙童话。
塞纳托斯，真是比人家还神秘呢。
是啊，老师的智慧也只能照亮我们脚下这方寸土地。只要踏出第一步，前路就是未知的浓雾。我相信，比起犹豫，还是启程更好。也许就在今天，命运会恻隐一时，抛下些许仁慈。
Fun! Let's go into the city. And I get to hear May's voice too! My beloved Yayi! I get to hear her voice while running around in CN, because it's the same voice actress. Oh, ferryman of the River of Souls, where are you? Insects devour my fingers, wild grass creeps up my back, yet the bell's chimes cannot summon you, as they have long since fallen silent in my decaying ears. Yikes. Should get that checked out, bruh.
回头吧，回头吧。
I reckon.
前方是那死者的疆域呢。
Oh, that's like the fucking. That's like the fucking like Casterus. That's the voice of like the Casterus twin thing from the backstory thing in the last chunk of the story. Okay, okay. I was like, I recognize that voice really distinctly, but yeah, that should be. I'm pretty sure that's her voice. According to the myths of Inforus, a certain hero of Castrum Kremnos was dipped upside down into the River of Souls at birth by his mother, believing its waters would grant him invulnerability. It fucking worked. However, because the mother held him by his ankle, that spot remained untouched by the river, leaving a single weak spot. Is this river truly as miraculous as the legends say? There's only one way to find out. Experimentation! Let's fucking go, Stell. Do it for science. After all, truth is tested through practice, and here, no miracle of Oronix will protect you. You decide to... Wait a second. Who says the experiment has to be on yourself? True. Scoop up a whole bucket and bring it back to the baths for everyone to try. Damn. See how I shove black-tide creatures into it? Those monsters are seriously unlucky, scaring themselves all day long only to end up scared by you instead. Plop. Tell me, did you drop this golden monster or this silver one? I didn't see anything. You're just making this up, aren't you? Wow, way to kill emotion. Anyways, the river source doesn't really do much to those monsters. Let's be real, this water runs deep. Might as well poke it with the bat and see what happens. Congratulations, you obtained the Undying Bat. Its weak point is wherever you're holding it. Or I could try it myself. For the sake of keeping most of your body intact and avoiding a whoops full submersion situation, you decide to start with just your feet. People always said I had no knees and can't jump. Now, worst case, I can't jump, goddammit. Now, worst case, I have no ankles. Physically speaking, of course. Shove your limb in! No hesitation! If there were fish in this river, this might actually count as fishing. Someone or something must be looking out for you. You emerge completely unharmed. Maybe, just maybe, you now have an invincible ankle. The legendary Jinx over Nason's heel. Next time you're in battle, make sure to tell your enemies to aim for the ankles. This is definitely not the place to linger. Look around, there aren't even any holy city gods nearby. If you fall in, who's pulling you out? In fucking incredible. Achilles tendon, let's go.
好漂亮的蝴蝶，是在和我们说话吗？这是王与蝶，死难者众多的地方，总有他们翩飞的身影。在埃迪里亚，有些人认为他们是塞纳托斯的仁慈，他将死者的最后一道执念化作这些生灵。 就像是为生命制作了标本。也有另一些人认为，他们本就是塞纳托斯的信使，引渡亡魂去往冥界。感觉后一种说法更可信呢，毕竟他的发言还是有点太，直抒胸臆。或许吧。 但能听见他们窃窃私语，至少说明我们确实在向死者的世界抱歉。
なるほど。Oh, I see.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
了解吧。You know, all butterflies are my brothers. I've known them for a long time, and they're incredibly strong. Eep. I've decided to bring my talents to the butterfly clan. Eep. He will be their savior. Bop. Reminds me, we always stay buffed. Oh wait, listen to any of these other guys, or just the kids? Okay, just the kids.
妈妈说让我们先走，可她一直没有过来。1、2、3，已经数不过来天数了。也许数完10根手指，妈妈就回来了。1、2、3，早就超过10根手指的天数了。奇怪，要说是冥河的倒影，似乎又太
True.
灵动。
Actually, I'm a little curious how the kids sound in English now. Because the CN delivery just did a really good job selling that they were like actually kids in terms of like the pattern of speech.
Mommy told us to go ahead first, but she's still not here yet. 1, 2, 3. I don't even know how many days have passed since then. Perhaps Mommy will be back once you finish counting the days on all left, Mommy.
Yeah, pretty good.
For reflections in the River of Souls, they seem oddly animated.
Yeah, pretty good. Oh shit, I forgot. Because this is a drinking stream. Because oh no, go back. Okay. Ah! That's too big. Okay, yeah. Just do that. We tilted a little bit? Oh, wait, rotating in Streamlabs is a pain in the ass. I don't want to do that right now. Okay, cool. Now everyone knows that we're drinking. Yay!
But, Master, did that lady really lie to us? The Centurion personally instructed us to inlay the inscription into his shield. But now she's taken it away.
My child, that shield can never be cast.
It's an interesting voice performance choice.
Need for it anymore. Come, child. What is the name of that Centurion again? Actually, never mind. Forget I said that.
It's an interesting performance choice for a character who's like looks very young.
With you for her to come back. When that happens, you'll be able to keep making shields.
Don't be afraid, pal. Let's open our eyes wide.
Pal!
Together.
Alright. You know what's about to happen. Time for Chinese. Oh! Okay, that's interesting. He refers to him as Shifu, which is a different term from Laoshi, and does like more so mean master. So that's actually a very accurate choice there. Because like your mentor or teacher or professor are different from like someone who you consider like your master you are an apprentice to. I was a bit curious about what they were gonna use for that word. Yeah, I feel like this performance choice matches a little better. Sounds older, but not like they're like, I don't know. The English performance kind of sounds like they're like decrepit and dying, almost, you know? But this one just sounds like they're definitely like older and more wizened and gruff, which, you know, as a blacksmith, I'm sure you inhale enough fumes that your voice drops a few octaves.
伙伴，你害怕？和我一起睁大眼睛。
Bob.
过往的刀光。
Excuse me. Oh, there we go. Has anyone ever looked up upon the intertwining moon phases, trying to glimpse the future foretold by Onyx? The twin moons are broken mirrors of the sun. Within them, we see only reflections of ourselves. Perhaps the killer has already seen through the absurdity of it all. I love fish.
他能看见我们？
That
是活着的人，活着的人不卖。
too shameless.
你们太无耻了，买了鱼却不付账。等我再见到他，我非得。
难道说，你们是未能安息的灵魂？
冥界子虚乌有，泰坦拒绝你。
Oh dear.
所以要买鱼。
I mean, yeah, I'll buy some, but you said you didn't want me to buy any.
可是附近也没有鱼呀。
鱼不见了，
Damn, this fucking guy.
也不见了。 买鱼，你要买鱼吗？
对不起，我的积蓄所剩无多，但或许有别
I don't have much in the way of savings because Cipher fucking milked me.
请放松，愿你在温柔的花香中。
这是……
果然，这些人不是幻影，而是死难者的魂灵。
Yeah, I thought we established that already.
他们本该顺着冥河，去往西风的尽头才对，如今却搁浅在了弥留的浅滩上。还是塞纳托斯拒绝了他。
I don't mind milking Castris. Suske, Suske. I mean, if you don't want to have hands anymore, go for it. Perhaps all of us can still use some CPR.
你怎么现在就以死者自居了？别放弃呀！
Because, man, we've established multiple times that Stella's dead. Also, because Stella's dead, that means Castris can touch her. And I'm just saying, again, for the 5th time, that Castris should definitely make use of her new ability to touch Stell, and Stell specifically. And she should definitely take the opportunity to experience touch that she hasn't before. Because Stell can touch her, and she can touch Stell. I love gay women. Alright, continuing.
知道这情景闻所未闻。等等，他刚才是不是说了活着的人？他见过的生者不仅仅只有我们。莫非亡魂滞留于此，是受到了某个人的诓骗？若是出于好心，还算得上骗吗？好心，这无论怎么看都……等等，塞菲尔阁下。
Yo. Actually, now we can just find out what Cipher sounds like in Chinese.
没错，就是我。
I recognize that voice too. Who the fuck is? I don't. Is she? I think she probably is part of Phyllis. Actually, now that I think about it.
算是还和你阴阳两隔着呢。亡魂们之前遇见的生者，莫非就是……啊，实在看不过眼。
Yeah, no, that's 100% part of Phyllis's voice actress, which makes sense because XP and they've done that consistently. But
多添一点盼头。
okay, that being said, we need to swap back to English again because I absolutely adore her English voice and want to hear every line of dialogue she can possibly have in English. Okay.
没错，就是我。
Fuck, I forgot to change it. I fucking muscle memory through it. Lol at you recognizing them. Meanwhile, me being the typical Asian racism thinks they all sound the same to me. Is it okay for you to have the typical racist thing if you're Filipino though? Let's go with sure, why the fuck not? You are Filipino, right, Acid, if I remember correctly? I do have a horrible memory though, so I might I know you're from C. Well, I'm racist to Filipinos, they're the worst of the bunch, not gonna lie. Yeah, you are. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. I'm not gonna say we love Uncle Tom's in the chat, but it is funny. Also, I'm pulling this up right now because, yeah, since we're mentioning the Padofellas thing, might as well. Whoop. Oh, cool, I got the bonus today. Alright. Elysian Realm. Let's see, expand, collection. Padofelis. Padofelis, I think that's how it's pronounced.
Hi, Yayi 姐，有什么想买的东西吗？
Yeah, that's very clearly the same voice actress.
我还以为你的商店只开在乐土里。
嘿嘿嘿，商人当然要抓住一切赚钱的机会嘛。
Like a slightly more rapid,
既然如此，
like, pace of speech, but it's definitely the same voice actress.
我是说，为什么一直没在商店见
And
到
like
你？
a tiny bit higher in pitch.
哦，这个呀，
Lighter voice weight
去
too.
阳光好的地方偷懒了嘛。
你不是说，商人要抓住一切赚钱的机会吗？
话是这么说，但试炼者一共才多少人呀？又有钱又大方的，就更没几个了。我收集的商品堆积如山，卖都卖不完，还不如找个阳光好的地方睡觉呢。
Burp. Okay. Back to the actual game we're supposed to be playing. Hey, I think we're making pretty good time. It's been an hour and 11 minutes into the stream so far, and we've cleared like at least 15 minutes of story. That's a pretty good pace for my streams.
Do you want to buy any fish?
Huh?
Wait. More living people.
Eh.
That's me.
Ah! It's her.
I still belong to the land of the living as of now. Thank you very much.
Could it be
Thank you very
that
much.
You are the living being that those souls met?
I couldn't take their behavior anymore. So I stole some things here and made up some lies there.
God damn it, I love her.
Just trying to give them something to look forward to, you know?
It's because of vile living creatures like you that we're being misunderstood by all of them.
Damn, vile. I mean, yes, but
That's what I'm
also
supposed to
damn.
do. You can see the mess this place is in. These poor souls are denied by the nether realm. So now they're stuck in a few brief moments of their life. Unable to move forward or back.
Oh my god, her voice. I love butchy voices so much.
Did you see those two blacksmiths on the way? They've been here for as long as the sun's been around. Wailing over and over about casting
Wailing
sheep.
over and over.
Stixia is so freaky.
Stixia is so freaky. God damn it, I love her. It's funny with Asian cultures, casual racism is so normalized and funny, yet kinda extreme racism exists but is frowned upon. Asia's a weird place. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's definitely been my experience with it, and my Asian friends, and Chinese communities, and all of that. Like, very casual racism is just kind of shrug, whatever, haha, funny, but it's also fairly rare for them to be more extreme cases, and the extreme cases are definitely very heavily frowned upon. Although, I guess it's also largely with, like, more current generations. Older generations definitely have a lot more... I don't know, in my experience, it's less so that, like, the older generations of, like, Chinese, at least, are racist, and more than just xenophobic, and because that includes, like, other Asians as well. Because they're not Chinese, they are therefore more to be racisted on, I guess. Oh, this is Korea and Japan. Yeah, I was about to say, Korea and Japan, like, are very, very... there are very good reasons why Korea does not forgive Japan. There's also very good reasons why China doesn't forgive Japan. At least in the older generation and everything. There's just some deep hate there that I don't want to touch, but shows in Japanese anime adaptations of Korean manhwa. Yeah, it does. And yeah, not to get into the weeds or details about it, for a variety of reasons, but it is definitely a thing, and I don't want to say I can agree with it, but there are legitimate reasons that kind of hate exists. Anyway, sexy Cipher voice.
Then why have you come back, Lady Cipher?
Hey, I'm not here to aid your adventure. I hate water more than anything else in this world. Especially that stinky river of souls.
Oh, hey, Magpie, good to see you. Hell yeah. It's been a second. Yeah, it is good to be back. I am enjoying just, like, doing streaming as, like, a hobby. It's a lot more fun than what I used to do for me. A lot more enjoyable, and it's given me kind of the opportunity to, like, actually explore the kind of content I really like making, and I'm passionate about and enjoy making, because I've talked about this basically every fucking stream at this point. And I don't want to get into another 25-minute tangent when we have sexy Cipher voice to listen to, but because I literally lucked into a YouTube career, my first video ever went viral because I was one of, like, maybe 20 people on the fucking planet who actually knew how Call of Tarot's, like, deep mechanics work, because the only people who did were speedrunners, and I was part of a speedrunning group. Who was competing with multiple other speedrunning groups for world records. Because I went viral, and then I did a good job writing that momentum into a full-time career, I never got to have that experience as a content creator, like, experimenting with your content, figuring out what it is you enjoy making and you're passionate about and, like, sustains you, that you're happy to make not because it makes money, but because you enjoy making it, right? And don't get me wrong, I like doing, like, gaming math and everything. I like optimizing, I like spreadsheets, I like stuff like that. But the actual content itself, in terms of, like, how I presented myself, in terms of, like, what was going on, in terms of, like, my ability to kind of do the content I want to do and feel inspired to do, and not just, you know, the thing that I am known for and that sells, because the reality was that the popularity of and, like, what people wanted out of the channel was the stuff I would cover and talk about, not me. Because of that, like, all of those, like, different things, I never got that chance to, like, do that most content creators get to do, because they have to, like, experiment and try things, and, like, do it for, like, the love and enjoyment, and then, you know, they find what sticks and go with it. But for me, I never had that opportunity, so, like, coming back and streaming, like, as a hobby has been really nice, because it's given me that chance to kind of do that. To kind of enjoy just, like, doing what I feel inspired or passionate about, and kind of much more so being me. Like, on stream, it's been really nice to be, like, my unfiltered, unadulterated self, because, like, how I am in stream with the yapping and the love of Yuri and the love of gay in general and the random fucking tangents that last, like, 20, 40 goddamn minutes about random bullshit. Like, that's me. That's, like, me for real. And I was always so sanitized back in the full-time YouTube days for both Monster Hunter and Genshin. Because that was kind of what was expected. That's kind of what would sell best and make the most money, and I had to worry about that because it was my full-time career, and I was also supporting a fiance at the time who was back in school, as well as splitting the money. So it meant that finances were really tight, especially because I didn't do sponsorships. Like, if in the future like I do this like more seriously, like, I'm 100% doing sponsorships, because it was very dumb to not do them back then. But, like, the money was already tight, so I had to treat it like a business, and not like treat it as a business and not a business that was based around my passions, I guess, you know? Last time you made content with Genshin, you were burnt out, lol, bit worried for it. Oh yeah, no, I appreciate the concern, and it was very genuine, because yeah, I was very burnt out. I was not enjoying it. And it's been nice because, like, Genshin, again, was a thing I kind of fell into, right? I had never played a gacha game before, but a good chunk of my close friends are, like, veteran gacha game players. They let me know about it. I was like, oh, this looks cool. Played it. Got lucky that a lot of the viewership and community from the Monster Hunter days crossed over into Genshin. And also got very lucky that there were no really solid EN theory crafters in Genshin at the time, so I had the opportunity to be one of, if not arguably the first, at least as a content creator, right, or big content creator, like, getting good amount of views and traction, because I literally made a video on it, like, second or third day, and I had a big advantage because now there's a lot more standardization, there's a lot more, like, work to look back upon, and, like, a lot more tools that exist for like theory crafting and like Star Rail and Modern Genshin and ZZZ and WoWa and stuff like that, right? But there wasn't any of that. The first year of Genshin was fucking Wild West for theory crafting, and that was really fun for me, especially because it was that. But because I already had figured out ways to calculate damage of rotations, caring about motion value per second, caring about, like, figuring out how to do these damage simulations and whatnot through Monster Hunter, and already had spreadsheets I could adapt to it, I was able to be very quick and, like, very, like, agile about getting out solid theory crafting numbers and contents right away in early Genshin. Because, like, there's always been, like, a very strong, like, CN, China theory crafting scene, in gacha games and even in MiHoYo games. There was a lot more, like, transfer of, like, Honkai Impact 3rd and Gungor Z theory crafters into Genshin early on. But, like, in EN, there wasn't much of that. So, again, I got very lucky, and I lost my love for Genshin, because I'm gonna be real, Genshin is not my kind of game. It doesn't fit me well. And now I've since then gone really into gacha games. I've gone really into the gachas that I really enjoy and I'm very selective about the ones I spend my time on because I play too fucking many of them. And Star Rail is one of them, ZZZ is one of them, Honkai Impact 3rd is one of them, Path to Nowhere is one of them, Arknights is one of them. Like, I really enjoy these games. PGR, Kuro's other game, and WoWa are like those as well. I really enjoy these games, and I really enjoy yapping about or making content on these games and playing these games on stream. But that wasn't the case with Genshin. Genshin, again, was just something I kind of lucked into that was able to, like, further my career at the time. And now, I'm just making content about the games I enjoy, and, you know, eventually that might build traction. If it doesn't, then it's still just a hobby at the end of the day. This isn't, like, how I pay my bills. You should have just leaned into the whole Xingqiu merchant thing, but I don't know if you actually believe that shit. I mean, apparently he's still fucking broken. He was still fucking broken. Although, to be fair, I was also, like, the OG Bennett salesman before Zajeff became, like, the true one and only Bennett salesman of the world. But before Zajeff, I was the OG Bennett salesman. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I probably could have, and, like, I did enjoy, like, some of my most fun times in Genshin, other than, like, the early theory crafting Wild West, where we were just kind of figuring out how to do everything. Was doing, like, the 4-4-4 challenge I did, where I used 4 styles of 4-star weapons only to, like, clear Abyss. And by 4, I mean 2 on each side. And, like, Jingqiu and Bennett were one of them, and, like, I wrote several fucking essays on Twitter recently about just random shit that I would spend, like, you know, 40 minutes yapping about on stream and have yapped on stream about before. But someone, it was about, like, WoWa and how, like, WoWa and Genshin's combat, like, WoWa does have a higher skill ceiling, it has more complex and deep mechanics, but it is by design, and anyone reasonable wouldn't really argue otherwise, because it's factual reality that it simply has significantly more interacting systems, and therefore has a higher permutations of factors and variables, right? Like, that is just factually true for WoWa to Genshin. But someone did show me some of the modern teams, like, they did reply and show some of the modern, like, some modern teams on Genshin that do have a high level of mechanical complexity, right? And I did mention in my original, like, tweet essay that there's definitely exceptions to this, right? But generally speaking, the level is lower. And so, like, teams he was showing me that need very specific rotations and things like that require you to actively, like, time and slow down attacks to make sure elemental reactions are happening the way you need them to and everything, right? Those do exist, and those are arguably around the same level of, like, mechanical rotational complexity as the, like, main top, the main, the main, like, hyper carry, like, generally, like, lower quick swap, lower complexity, like, hyper carry playstyles, right? Like your classic Gion team with, like, Farina does her thing, Morphe does her thing, Gion does his thing, repeat and rinse. But I also do make an argument I think is a very strong argument that WoW is still more complex, because even though the rotations are the same, in Genshin you get more opportunity to just do your rotation because the bosses are less interactive. In WoW, endgame bosses attack every 1 to 3 goddamn seconds, and you have to be constantly making micro adjustments and micro decisions to optimize your play based on those contexts. Even with your Gion team, right? Like, you have to, like, with Gion's like the example where he cares the least about it, because he can literally dodge during his ult and just pick up his DPS as normal as ever. He's, like, very unique in that as a, like, hyper carry, but even then, like, the dodge counters change various factors. Verena being able to do like a quick rotation or having to slow things down changes factors. Mortefi especially changes his personal rotation a lot depending on if you can fit in dodge counters or not. But that change also can mess with timings and you have to adjust for that. So like all of the combat is more dynamic because the bosses are very interactive and require you to be. In a lot of Genshin teams, you could just straight fucking face tank basically everything with a few exceptions. And in Wuwa, you literally can't do that in endgame. Like, even with, like, Brants and, like, Shorekeeper, the best healer in the game, you could only face tank for, like, maybe 20 seconds before you'll just die with fully built endgame characters. Like, that's just the reality of it, is that they have so much attack pressure, and they have so much damage and kill power, that it forces you to have to constantly adapt to it if you want to, like, cleanly min-max and optimize your play. And, like, just those small micro decisions, even if your mechanics remain exactly the same, have caused me on stream to go from runs of anywhere from 1 minute 20 to, like, sub 50 seconds. Like, that there's that much of a variance based on those micro decisions and adapting to situations. And like, yeah, it's just an interesting thing. Just an interesting thing. I don't even know why we fucking talked about that. Oh, right, because, yeah, Bennett. Oh, good to hear you enjoy streaming. I appreciate that, Magpie. It is nice enjoying streaming. It's nice doing, for the first time in my life, getting to do the content that I, like, want to do. Because I came back to this just because I wanted to experiment with it and see if I enjoy it. Because, I don't know, I was told by various people in my life, and also just, like, personally myself, therefore convinced that I was not a good streamer, which, to be fair, when I did rarely stream, during Monster Hunter especially, I went from, you know, 0 streaming experience at all to literal hundreds of viewers constantly asking me questions, and it's kind of hard to quickly adapt to that and adapt to things like answering and being aware of chat and things like that, right? Like, that's a pretty hard transition. Now I've gotten at least a bit better about it, and it's been kind of nice having smaller streams because it gives me more opportunity to, like, actually, you know, engage with chat and kind of practice being aware of that and, like, the scrolling chat and everything. But, yeah, like, I was very convinced I wasn't a good streamer, and then I got really into, like, watching VTubers past, like, year-ish or so, and realized that that's the thing I would really enjoy doing, especially because, like, Yap is a big part of, like, the VTubing culture, because, like, the personality and the individual is the primary reason why people watch VTubers, right? And, like, I don't know, it just seemed like something I would enjoy doing, and, like, I fucking love just yapping about bullshit, or doing what I'm doing right now, which is, like, a 50-minute tangent off of a single, like, chat thing, or a single, like, thing in the game I'm playing. We just spent like 25 minutes going on a tangent about English localization in Honkai-verse games, and how that is, important, and then branching off into how it relates to, like, Yayi and Yuri in the context of Hoyo games, and all of this shit. Literally just because we listened to Castris say a single word in the story in Chinese, where in the game it translates that to Anaxa. It says Anaxa, but she says Laoshi, which is more roughly translates to, like, professor or teacher or mentor. And the fact that she says Laoshi instead of Anaxa, which is his pronunciation in Chinese, or Anaxa Gurase, Gurase, that one's so fucking weird for my ear, but the fact that she chooses to say Laoshi or professor instead shows that she is giving him a good deal of respect, because she is choosing to use his respectful, honorific, and title, and especially is not using his, like, the name he does not like being called with, which is just Anaxa. Like, he has been very explicit that he wants to be called his full name, not the shortened version. He finds it disrespectful. So the fact that she chooses that adds a lot of context to the situation, adds a lot of what you can see Castra's thoughts be and what her opinion of Anaxu is, right? So like that's like there's like and like localization nuances like that are a big difficulty with Chinese to English especially, and also as I understand Japanese to English, because Asiatic languages are such high context languages. The word choice is very important in Asiatic languages because of the fact that like depth and complexity and nuance and context around those words are very important. It's why if you aren't like a true native speaker of Japanese or Chinese who has like grown up with or spent a significant portion of life in those countries, you will never have the degree of fluency someone who was born and raised will, because you don't have the same level of cultural and historical context around what certain words mean and imply. And that's just the reality of it. Like, you can learn that the term Laoshi means like professor or teacher, right? In fact, back in the day when I was a classically trained human figure artist, my teacher, Wan, is a Hogan, was his last name? I forget, but I called him Wan Laoshi because he was my art teacher, right? But like, you know, calling him Wan Laoshi was a big thing of like respect, of respecting him. Like, you know, you might say in English like Miss something, right? But like saying like Miss or Mr. like whatever name, but saying that versus like saying like Professor X or whatever, like professor name or whatever, right, is a different level of nuance, but it goes much deeper in Asiatic languages with that. 1 second, water. I'm yapping so goddamn much. But it's a lot more, it matters a lot more, the context matters. Like, the degree of difference between saying Laoshi versus Anaxu and Anaxu Gurasu is like very big. It means a lot. It shows very heavily what her level of respect and opinion of Anaxu is by using that specific word choice. Also, earlier on, we heard someone say Shifu instead. Shifu, God, I'm so bad at pronunciation. Instead, which means master. It's a big step above Laoshi. And they do translate that accurately to master in there because he's the apprentice of like the blacksmith. But that is like, you know, a very important distinction. There is a lot of cultural context that goes into what these word choices mean, and that's not something that exists as heavily in English and most Western languages. They are low context languages by design. Like, it's to the point where like there's literally Chinese poetry that is 2 to 3 characters long. And the 2 to 3 characters can speak so much just from the context of them being used together. They can speak so much to what is being conveyed because of how high context the language is. While, you know, the equivalent we have in English is like the world's shortest poem, which is called Fleas, Adam Had 'em. Like, that's the closest you can get in English. Like, I'm not saying there isn't context and nuance in English. There very much is. And I try to be generally very specific about my language for that reason. But it's just never the same degree that you have in Asiatic languages. As far as I know, it's Yuri Pool and Jing stream now, so it's all good. Yeah, we love the Yuri Pool. We love Yuri here on the Gundala on the River of Styx to Gotcha Hell. I need to get better at saying the whole thing. Stretch. Well, to be fair, 5 years later, even when I dip into it, I still never C6 my Bennett. So I actually C6 my Bennett for that challenge specifically, and it's kind of funny. Yeah, Bennett's still being used in Genshin. Yeah, the reason why I brought up that, like, tweet from earlier, too, is that one of the teams they showed me was literally just, you know, old school national trio. Jiangling, Jingqiu, and Xingqiu. I think that's how it's pronounced. The accent on the U is weird. And Bennett, like, old school national trio, still clearing Abyss. Still clearing Abyss end time with max stars. It feels like if you can't face tank, in Genshin, if you can't face tank, you can't clear end games. Lamau. I mean, I couldn't say. I don't know what modern Genshin is like anymore, other than what I hear from like friends and things like that. I mean, you're engaging with chat in Monster Hunter. That's not a good game. I mean, ish. I don't know. I mean, yes, but there will also be a lot of cases where, like, you know, I wouldn't look at chat for like 15-20 minutes while doing streaming back in like the Monster Hunter World days, where it became a joke with my mods that no, Jinx does not read streams. Like, does not read chats. Like, we can answer your questions, or if you really want your questions said, like, you can super chat or something, because he does not read fucking chats. And, like, I would read chat, but, like, I was very bad about, like, not reading chat for, like, 15 to 30 minutes at a time doing something, and, like, you know, during that entire period, it's very clear I'm not interacting with chat, right? But I've learned since then, and I've kind of also learned. I've also, like, gotten a lot more familiar with, like, good quality streaming because I've been watching VTubers. I never watched streams before when I was doing full-time YouTube. Never cared to either. I didn't have the time to really enjoy them much either. When actually doing, you know, 70 fucking hour weeks. Water is good. There. And 5 minutes before that tangent, another 25-minute tangent about Welt's child and somehow more Yuri baits. So yes, we in it for the yap. I mean, I certainly hope so. Like, I definitely have noticed, because while I'm staring at chat right next to it, because I'm on YouTube Studio, right, is also concurrent viewers and things like that. And there will definitely be times where I start yapping about something for like 5 minutes, and like we see like 5 people drop out. I'm like, well, they aren't gonna enjoy my streams anyway, because if you can't deal with me randomly tangenting for anywhere from 5 to 50 minutes on some random yap sesh, you're not gonna enjoy my streams or my content. I was answering questions in the stream too. That's right. I appreciate it, Acid. Same deal in Korean, though professor sounds more like student and teacher relationship. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with Korean. I'm guessing from you stating that, and also from your name, Magpie, that you probably are Korean. But yeah, it's all the Asiatic languages. Asiatic languages are just higher context by design, versus the English, French, Spanish, various other Western languages that just have less context. You planning to buy a VTuber model? No, I am going to be making my own Live 2D VTuber model. The PNG tuber you're seeing right now, I also put together in like 2 days or something. Because I could just buy a VTuber model. I could just pay an artist. I know plenty of them, and could definitely get you know, ahead of like the waitlist and stuff like that. But like, I don't want to do that because I am personally also looking at the learning digital illustration. I've been doing it quite a bit. A lot of my thumbnails have silly little like digital painting practices or fucking random memes that I like put together I made for the thumbnails and stuff like that. And a lot of them are gonna end up being emotes when I actually get around to like doing channel memberships here. But like, I do want to learn how to make my own Live 2D model, and I want to learn how to rig it. And one of the regular mods here, and close friend Wilt, does have a master's in animation and special effects, so he's gonna be helping teach me how to do rigging and everything like that. So I want to do it myself, I guess. Like, I want it to be mine and made by me, but I also want to learn and develop the skills, and having that as a goal definitely helps me motivate myself towards that. In the meantime, PNG Tuber's fine, whatever. But right now I'm focusing on getting my illustration skills to the level that I am satisfied with, and then I will be like full focusing on making my Live 2D model. I heard Surfer High Flight. Come to think of it, you're right, Asiatic languages have a lot more context. Doesn't matter if it's VN, Korean, JP, Chinese, or hell, even like Philo Tagalog. Yeah, there's so much more context than flat English. Yeah, it's just a very noticeable linguistic difference. It's something that I was like vaguely aware of, but then when I was managing the craft cocktail bar I was last managing in Atlanta before I moved to Phoenix, I had a regular there who was a linguist. He was like one of like the old drunk uncles, or like drinking uncles, like in like that particular like neighborhood in Decatur, downtown Decatur. But he was a linguist. He's a trained linguist, and that's what he did before he retired. So, oh, excuse me, sorry. So It's also why I say Asiatic languages, because I don't know when the context for Asiatic language is, like, Asiatic versus Asian is accurate, but he said Asiatic languages, and he's a trained and practiced linguist, so I just trust that that's the correct term to use when referring to the languages in a linguistics context. But yeah, no, I mean, it was very interesting because, like, he especially had, like, a big passion for, like, Asiatic languages, like, largely, like, Japanese and Korean, and less so Chinese, but also some degree of Chinese. And it was just really interesting, like, yapping with him, because he was, like, one of my big regulars, too, so, like, he'd be one of the peeps that I'd be totally cool with, like, hanging out at the bar while I was closing things down after we closed and everything. We just, chat and, share a few drinks and things like that, right? Which, you can feed a few pours to your favorite regulars when you're the manager. It's fine. I handle the books anyway. I know how much it's actually costing, which is not a lot. But yeah, I don't know. It was very interesting learning a lot more deeply about, like, language context in Asiatic languages from him. By the way, etymology-wise, Professor... Oh, same origin? Gotcha. Maybe you can do some small upgrades to the PNG too, like a more animated mouth and details to imply speech and other actions in that PNG to web out. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was thinking, because like I said, I threw this together in like 2 days just so I would have, like, because I started like streaming with the old model and I just didn't like it. It didn't really represent me very well. It felt a little too, like, edgy and hardcore, and, like, I'm a cozy, comfy goth. Like, that's me. I'm a cozy, comfy goth. I'm not, like, a particularly, like, edgy or, like, punk individual or anything. I do love metal, but I'm definitely... And I do love, like, a really good mosh pit and shit like that. But, like, I'm not, like, an aggressive or edgy person for the most part, right? I'm just a depressed, cozy goth. So, this is a much better feel for me. Plus, it's also more representative of me because it's literally just based off of how I actually look and how I actually dress. The accessories are just fancier than the ones I normally wear. But I made this one fairly quickly in like 2 or 3 days. And I definitely would like to, at some point, work on, like, touching up, like, the rendering style, because it kind of turned out more color pencil than painting coded, and that's kind of what I want more so, is to be leaning into, like, a more oil painting style. Like, very detailed, still looks very realistic, but definitely has, like, noticeable oil painting brushstrokes, things like that, right? Because that's what I enjoy doing the most digital art-wise. I loved painting when I was younger, but I didn't do a lot of it because it's such a pain in the ass in traditional medium, especially with oils. Oils take like a week to fucking dry. And so like the difficulty with like taking back like strokes and like having to like deal with trying to consistently accurately have like proper mixing of colors and stuff like that. Like digital erases all of that, so I really enjoy painting in digitally. I mean, if people watch all Jinx streams, this is just a PNG of Jinx, except the PNG is suspiciously thinner than Jinx, so stare, smile. Hey, to be fair, that was literally the fattest I ever was in my entire life was during YouTube, because I went from spending, like, I mean, I've been behind bars and serving and leadership positions in restaurants and hospitality, high-end fine dining shit, and also very high-volume shit, for a decade at this point. So I was always in much better shape, just by pure virtue of that, plus I have a very, like, ectomorphic body type, so I cut weight very quickly and easily, but I have a hard time building muscle, which is perfect, because I don't really want to be more masked than I currently am. But, like, I was at, like, the probably least physically healthy, and also definitely, like, the most, like, heaviest weight I've ever been in my life during those YouTube days, because I swapped from that to purely sedentary, and also not taking great care of myself on top of that. Like, I have a little bit of pudge right now, and I'm comfortable with the pudge, but because I have been in school instead of, like, working. But because I'm going back to working, I know within like 2 months I'm gonna be back to like the same body that my Chuba, my model, has, like, completely. So like, yeah, that's just most depressed mentally too. It was not. There have been worse times in my life. There have been much worse depression episodes in my life than the YouTube days, but it definitely was a lower point for sure. At the very least, there weren't any issues with thoughts of existing on planets currently during those days. I've had much more fucked up brain before than that, because at the very least, YouTube happened after I had gotten, like, my mental health more under control through, like, proper therapy and medication and stuff, right? And I had therapy and stuff beforehand, but it wasn't really, like, effective therapy for my particular conditions and case. So, at that point, at least, I still had that going for me, right? There were definitely times in my younger years that were a lot darker and a lot worse. Sewer slides, yeah, don't go there, yeah, basically. I mean, like, I'm not necessarily that afraid of talking about those topics, but this is definitely, like, not the case or time for that kind of thing, right? Like, I'm very clearly open about my mental health history and things like that, and I do think that it's, like, I don't know, there can be times where it's appropriate to discuss those kinds of things. I just don't think this is it, you know? I'll keep making jabs and Yuri jokes to get you out of the depression. I needed therapy too, lol. Yeah, I mean, it's the big thing where, you know, it's not that therapy isn't necessarily for a person, it's that you haven't found the right therapist for you. Especially because there's so many different, like, therapy methodologies and everything, right? And they differ based on your conditions and, like, based on if you've had, like, intense trauma and things like that and traumatic maladaptations, where certain styles that are very effective in most other cases are ineffective or even harmful for other cases because of how they work. Like, CBT, cognitive behavior therapy, is the most widely used and statistically most effective amongst the most people style, like therapy style and school of thought. But in a lot of cases with, like, heavy trauma cases, CBT can actually be harmful to the person instead of helping them heal and grow. And you need things more along the lines of, like, DBT and brain spotting and, like, trauma specific therapy methodologies for that kind of a thing. By the way, my ex-spouse Jenny was studying to be a therapist, if you couldn't tell. Okay, anyway. Wow, that tangent turned into, like, 25 minutes again. Haha, we're so good at story, guys. Let's just, like, simp over Cipher voice a bit more.
But, I just discovered some stuff before I left. And I reckon you should know about it.
Oh god, her voice is so
About
nice.
that boy who defied death. I found traces of him here.
Lord Mighty?
Actually, you know what? You know what, real quick? Because the yap got in the way. I want to listen to the whole thing again. I just want to have, like, a moment of bliss just listening to Cipher's luxurious voice over, like, a solid span of a few minutes. What, the Cipher's Ian voice is so different? Oh yeah, it's so different, but it's so good. Because, like, we also listened to her earlier in CN. That's actually why I have Honkai Impact here, because it's very clearly the same voice actress, which has been the consistent thing for XPs anyway in CN. But it's very clearly the same voice actress with a slightly lower pitch and a bit more vocal weights. But it's very clearly, and, like, slightly less, like, staccato speaking pattern, but it's very clearly the same voice actress in CN as Padofelis, who, you know, she's the XP of. But English is interesting because Honkai Impact and Gungo Z don't have any English dub, so they have to make brand new choices for the English voice direction.
I'm not selling my fish to...
That's me. I still belong to the land of the living as of now. Thank you very much.
Could it be that...
I couldn't take their behavior anymore. So I stole some things here and made up some lies there. Just trying to give them something to look forward to, you know?
When she hits, like, those deeper butcher, like, notes too. So good. And it's, like, not just the voice too, it's, like, the whole package. The whole, like, manner of speech. The choices she makes in inflections here and there, like, it's all just so good. Like, this is, like, straight up my favorite vocal performance in Star Rail so far.
It's because of vile living creatures like you that...
What else am I supposed to do? You can see the mess this place is in. These poor souls are denied by the Netherrealm. So now they're stuck in a few brief moments of their life. Unable to move forward or back.
Ugh, so good.
There's two blacksmiths on the way. They've been here for as long as the sun's been around. Wailing over and over.
I have lost all my buckets.
Casting a shield. Styxia is so freaky.
So freaky.
Then why have you come back, Lady Cipher?
Hey, I'm not here to aid your adventure. I hate water more than anything else in this world. Especially that stinky river of souls.
Uh-oh, stinky.
But, I just discovered some stuff before I left. And I reckon you should know about it. It's about that boy who defied death. I found traces of him here.
Lord Mighty?
Oh, right! That's his name. Well, now you know. As for whether that info is actually useful, that's for you lot to figure out.
There's also just moments in this where, like, she's, like, very emotive and expressive and extra, and, like, very much has that, like, you know, playful, teasing trickster thing going on. But there's also, like, moments in the speech that make it feel, I guess, a bit more, like, natural and fluid and less of appointments, like, specifically here, like, the little, like, kind of, like, what would you call it? Like, the little, like, the in-breaths that have a little bit... God, why can't I fucking think of it? Anyway, right about...
That's his name. Well, now you know. As for
Yeah,
whether
the...
that info is actually
like,
useful,
that...
that's for you lot to figure out.
Like, that adds a little bit more character to it, right? Because those are both, like, statements where it's like, it's kind of... where she's kind of just like, ha, it's funny.
So long, Princess Homebody. So long, Grey Mystery.
Huh? She disappeared just like that?
I don't know, it's just so good.
Lady Cipher has always been a
It's so fucking peak.
free spirit. In any case, she has brought us some valuable information.
My insurance only has closed system which employs only CBT satch. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, CBT is still effective for the vast majority of people. It's just that it isn't in some cases, but it is the most employed for a reason because it is the most effective on average. This tangent came... that wasn't the CBT I was thinking of. I mean, fair. But we love both kinds of CBT on the Goondala. You do you. We never kink shame, we just kink ask why sometimes. What, the Cipher's Ian... Oh yeah, this tangent came from Cipher VA simping. Holy shit, I forgot. Yeah, we get lost in the soul sometimes. Welcome to Jinx streams, where we'll do something productive for like 5 to 15 minutes, and then a single random tidbit will get us on a 5 to 50 minute tangent. I really need a yap emote. If we tangent long enough, Jinx pauses his story for dailies. True. 2 games I can't swap Ian out of. ZZZ because of belt-based, and Wua because of... Shoki... Wait, what? Shart. Shart? SH? What the fuck is Shart? Like, trying to think, like, what that's in reference to, or who that's in reference to. Huh. Yeah, I can't think of what that's... Oh, Carlotta, right, Shadowheart. I fucking forgot that they're the same VA. Yeah, fair. No, I mean, like, I play Wua 2.x, like, anything in Renacita and whatnot in English because it's really good. But I still played all of 1.x and the stuff when even going back to, like, clear out quests I had before I play it in CN. And in fact, we had that fun time during that companion story quest line where we discovered that if you don't play the Chinese dub, you literally don't get the full experience because they are literally omitting atmospheric voice lines and a variety of other stuff in every other language. We checked every language, which is fucking crazy. I can't speak for how people felt or what the experience was like for like doing a full EN playthrough of Camellia's companion story, but it was such a beautiful, heart-wrenching, emotional experience and immersive experience in CN, but so much of the stuff that goes into that was literally not in the other languages. Which is fucking crazy. Whoa. Okay.
If Lord Mighty is also somewhere along the river shoals right now, then he will certainly become our signpost. After all, he's different from those wandering souls.
It still was, because I won't understand the CN ambient stuff anyway. Also, like, even if you don't necessarily understand the ambient stuff, like the big one we like looked at and I was in the most disbelief about was in the moment in Camellia's storyline where you're walking up to like the timeline version of her that's bound in the thorns and stuff like that. And when you walk up in English or Japanese or Korean, you walk up and it's completely silent. Right? And the silence makes sense in that moment. Like, they don't want the background music. It's supposed to have that, like, emptiness to it. And then you walk up and start conversation. But when you play in Chinese, you don't even have to, like, know anything about CN as a language or anything for this. As you walk up, before you even get in the room, as you're walking to the door, you hear whimpering and sounds of pain and suffering. And then when you step in, there's these constant, like, slowly echoing like sounds of Camellia like struggling and being in pain and like her suffering mentally, emotionally, and physically at that moment that you get to hear the entire time you're walking up, and it massively adds to the immersion and atmosphere and really sells the scene. And that, for whatever, if they could have just recorded or even reused whimpering sounds in the other languages, but for whatever reason, it literally doesn't exist outside of the Chinese dub. None of those sounds. They aren't even words they're using. It's literally just like ambient sounds that sell the atmosphere and scene and the emotion behind the scene at that moment. And they just don't exist in the other languages for some fucking reason. Must replay entire fucking game just for Camellia CN whimpering? Just go back to the fucking Wuwa stream and watch the VOD. You can just watch it in the VOD at that point. We listened to the CN whimpering like fucking 15 goddamn times across, like, you know, trying to check different languages and stuff like that, and me yapping about it for like 50 minutes before actually advancing the storyline. Yeah, I mean, you can always just go back and watch that VOD and like experience it that way, because, you know, that stream ended up mostly becoming just experiencing that entire storyline and being in disbelief about how much better CN was.
Don't worry, it's time for me to shine. Ornyx's rune of recollection is nearby. Use prayers to return the river to before it got flooded.
Poggers. I now have to pee. We've yapped so much and I've chugged so much liquid that I now have to pee really badly. So BRB, chat. And we are so back, chats. No more brain rot background. BRB is gone. Now I have some more water. I peed, and I also realized I need to do laundry because I need socks for interviews tomorrow. But yeah, so back. Girl, do you know how much yaps I have to sift through? I have to sift through to figure out just finding the Camellia quest and the shit show that is a Jinx spot. That is a completely fair point. Very, very fair point. And also, actually, like, I was thinking, like, when I was, you know, doing laundry and stuff, because, like I said, my VTuber model literally dresses the way I do, just with fancier accessories. And I was thinking about how, like, it is so interesting, it is funny to me, since, like, my VTuber model is based on me, right? Like, this is how I actually look, minus, you know, I don't have actual Trash Panda ears, despite being a Trash Panda in spirit. But it's funny that so many people who come in will often assume that, like, I am trans or that my model is, like, female, and it is supposed to be, like, androgynous feminine, don't get me wrong. But it's just funny to me because, like, a lot of that is because of, like, A, the style of dress, but also that my Chuba, my model, has, like, a little bit of chest, right? Except for, that's smaller than my actual chest in real life. Like, no matter how, like, skinny or whatever I am, right? I just have, like, a natural, like, slight A cup. Probably because of my natural femininity. But I do have, like, kind of a natural A cup. And so, like, this is actually pretty representative of how my body actually looks. At least when, like, you know, I'm trimmed up a little bit. Like I said, I've gained, like, some level of pudge, from the sedentary school lifestyle versus, like, my normal active bartending lifestyle. I miss when Mem only talked with Mem. It is like watching my palico talking a human language. Fair, but also hearing it in CN is really nice because it's the same voice actress as Alicia in Honkai Impact 3rd, and it just makes my heart happy to hear Alicia talking. You'd have to pay me to add time steps someday, Smile. We can negotiate that, Flight. We can negotiate that. Especially because with timestamps, it would also just make it a little easier for me to, like, find good chunks to cut out and make, like, actual videos. Because, like, I write down timestamps sometimes on, like, a notepad and then never really get back, and never go back to get back through them just because, I don't know, it's been kind of fun, like, cutting out little VODs and stuff like that, but it isn't, like, what grabs me, and I'm much more focused on, like, keeping up with my gachas, doing the actual streams, and, like, illustration practice right now. But it's a thing I want to get more into, and honestly, I should really seriously consider the idea of getting an editor to, like, you know, make little things out of the VODs. But that's just, like, one of the various considerations I have been thinking about and will eventually make. Because, like I've mentioned before, I do want to start taking this as a more serious hobby. Like, I'm still gonna be me, I'm not gonna be Say-So, I'm gonna be my Menhera-ass self, and we're still going to spend 80% of the streams yapping, but it would be, but, like, you know, I do want to, now that I know that I enjoy it a lot, I want to, like, take it a bit more seriously, which is why I'm making a stream schedule for next week. It's still a tentative schedule, because since there's interviews and stuff, there's also possible, like, stages and follow-ups and, like, stuff like that, and training shifts, so I might have to move things around depending on that. But currently I'm looking at, like, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday at the very least, for streaming. I still need to decide on the time, because, like, it would be cool to stream earlier, but I don't have to. Especially because, like, I don't know what the fuck is going on with the viewership and the community for like, us. But, like, Jesus Christ, it is bizarre how, like, consistently, when it hits, like, 2, 3 a.m. my time, we get, like, a full extra 10 plus people in the stream. Like, apparently that's just the time zone that likes to watch me yap about bullshit, is, like, the European and, like, Australian time zone. Highlights and specific segments as clips are very valuable. Yeah, exactly. And, like, you know, with the whole VTuber thing, that's like something I want to do. It's just that like I don't want to do it myself currently, right? Like I will note down these little timestamps being like, yo, check it out, like this was a pretty neat cute little rant or something, or this could make a good video, and then I just don't want to go back through the VOD and even if I have the exact timestamp, I just don't want to do it. I haven't had that much interest or like passion for like video editing lately. I might want to do a bit more of that kind of stuff, but like also part of it too is that like I've been a bit discouraged because the two like VOD chunks, like the two clips I made as videos, both aren't up to my standards because I would want to cut out a lot of the like cut down on some of the chunks that were less relevant or whatnot, and make it a bit more like tight and concise, right? And on top of that, both of those happened like late at night, so I was like umming and liking and whatnot a lot, right? But like I definitely do not want to go through and like fully edit that kind of thing. So I should probably make some serious consideration into looking into getting like an editor for that kind of stuff. They do numbers for real, VA full VOD, but the real money is VOD, of course. Oh yeah, no, for sure. No, for sure. I mean, that's part of the nice thing about streaming on YouTube is I don't have to worry about uploading my VODs, right? Like, I don't worry about uploading my VODs and then making, like, a thumbnail for them because I already do that anyway for the streams. Yeah, like, having, like, the VODs definitely are very strong. The monetization can be good on them, definitely. I mean, obviously, we're not really doing impressive numbers right now. Like, I would say a stream averages, like, $5 in ad revenue. Despite being like fucking like 7 to 10 hours long. But you know, it is what it is. I knew things were gonna be smaller. I knew that it was gonna be like smaller, tighter, more cozy. I knew that it was not gonna be as popular because like I said, I am fully aware that the previous content was based on like the popularity of the previous content, what people wanted was based on the actual things talked about and taught, and the like that content side of things, the subjects. And analysis, and not off of me. So, like, it makes perfect sense. I knew this was going to be the case, but I'm also enjoying the fact that it's the case, because it's giving me, like, a good chance to, like, kind of actually get a feel for things and explore things and whatnot. But I do want to start taking it a bit more seriously, because, you know, when I like a hobby, I start taking it more seriously. And Giga, in particular, I watched, like, a clip of hers one time where she talks about that, where, like, you have to... it's a different situation for me, because, like, you know, the YouTube channel still has a fuckload of subscribers, and I still have some ability to throw around the algorithm. If I, like, put more seriousness and time into it. I'm not starting from, like, nothing, but they were talking about how, like, when you get started as a streamer, you have to approach it from, like, this is just gonna be, like, a fun but serious hobby, because you can't expect to get big when you are a streamer starting from nothing, right? You can't expect to get big, you can't expect to be able to make a career out of it. There's so many streamers who have incredibly good content, who have been grinding for years and can't break 2-digit viewership numbers, just because that's just how it kind of works in content. Like, you generally need to have something at least somewhat viral to get a big kick up in your, to get that, like, initial fuel you need to start pushing to, like, higher numbers of things. That, or, like, you know, more recently, like, collabs and stuff like that help a lot, too. But it's, you know, difficult to get collabs with, like, bigger number streamers than yourself for obvious variety of reasons. Oh, yawn. Okay, but yeah. Anyway, point is that, like, hearing her talk about that, it got me thinking about it, me being like, yeah, I am enjoying this a lot, and I do want to take it as a more serious hobby. Like, I don't expect this to become, like, a full-time career again. I would enjoy it if it did, but I definitely don't expect that, and I know that's definitely not my goal either, because like I said, I'm finally being able to make and do content that I want to do, and am inspired to do, and enjoy doing, and that's more important to me than making it a, like, livable business again, because that's what I heavily disliked about, like, my previous career in YouTube. And I'm not going back to that. But the idea of being, like, you know, a full-time, like, VTuber sounds like a very fun life plan, like a very fun, like, future career for me, but it's not one that I'm going to, like, force into existing by making sacrifices I'm not willing to make. But I do want to treat it more seriously. I do want to do channel memberships. I do want to set up emotes for chat to enjoy. I do want to have like VODs and clips and things like that, and all of that kind of stuff. Like, I want to do all of that, but I also know that like clips and stuff aren't gonna really happen unless I get an editor. So I do have to like make consideration into looking into that. Oh no, I just use girl all the time as a filler because I typically have more girlfriendos than guys. Oh no, I mean I do too, Acid. I wasn't saying that you were like specifically referring to me as like trans or something like that. Besides, I'm like agendered anyway. Like I am as femme or masc as I feel like at the particular moment. But yeah, no, I mean I do too. Like I use girl all the time as filler too, or as like just a general like pronoun, because I also typically have a lot of female friends and an especially large percentage of just generally queer friends, right? Plus, you know, I love the girl talk. Spill, girl, please. I love hearing the fucking tea. It's great. This is why I watch so many drama tubers. Like, Pippa is my Kami Oshi. She was the one who introduced me to VTubing. She was my first, and I still love her and her content, and I find her story genuinely inspiring. And it's also is large a part of the reason why I've kind of like gone into content, just truly accepting and expressing and being my Menhera degen ass self. And also, you know, Pippa being like a good person for me to learn lessons about that with. But my actual Oshi right now is definitely Rima Evanstar, because I actually do go and hang out in her streams sometimes, and I do enjoy, and she does make incredibly good videos, like video documentaries about like VTuber historic events and drama and stuff like that. And like, I don't know, when I moved from Atlanta, I no longer have like as frequent contact with my friends who would just spill tea about drama in various friend groups, and I miss it so much. And like, drama tubers give me a little taste of that. I hate being in the tea, but I love hearing someone spill the tea. It's so nice. It empowers me. It fills me and thrills me. Yeah, so much Asianic all this. Oh yeah, definitely. Everyone else goes to bed, and who else streams at those times? Also true. I will do it, but I have no experience editing. Teach me shit, I'd rather learn lol. Okay. But trust me, make more shorts if you're starting to get serious. Few streamers abuse the shorts algo, especially you have a good base on YouTube at least. Oh yeah, no, for sure. Like, in terms of like what I would envision as like, you know, doing this more seriously in terms of content other than just streaming would be like, you know, doing the VTuber thing of having like your 15-30 minute like clips of like a particularly interesting like discussion or things like that, but also wanting it to be like actually properly edited down so it's, you know, kind of a good single storyline, right? Versus, and like very good like yap sesh, versus having like a lot of like little like repetitions or ums and ahs or things like that going on, right? Like something a bit cleaner. And then the other part would definitely be doing like the Rin Penrose thing of just like actually good funny shorts. Because like, I don't know, but those also like those require a level of meme editing I am also just like not into, so it's definitely a thing I would need an editor for. Pays for food, side hustle while you have full-time job, etc. for expenses. That'd be my ideal for content creation, to be honest. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I would love to like do this completely full time, but like I said, that's not my goal, and like I don't expect that to happen. It would be very cool if it does, and I would definitely go all in on that, but like I said, I'm not going to do that at the expense of sacrifices I don't want to make. And so a lot of those sacrifices on the more business side are just like realistically the quote-unquote smart thing for me to do, but I don't want to, and I'm not going to do them. I have a perfectly good career in hospitality. The reason why I'm like going back to school and want to get out of it is because the only issue I have with it is that bar schedule is not good for raising a child, and I want a kid. That's actually why Jenny and I were still close and everything, but it's why Jenny and I split, is because I want a kid and they realize they don't. We had discussed beforehand. I knew they were on the fence. I just hoped that they would land on the other side of the fence. But a bar schedule is not conducive to seeing a kid and raising a kid. You barely get to spend time with them just because of how the schedule works. You can barely see them on weekends. When they're coming back from school, you're going to work. Like, it just doesn't work well. I've seen way too many coworkers in the past struggle really hard with it. It's a very common story in hospitality that, like, a restaurant or hospitality person will get married to a 9-to-5 person and, like, have a kid or whatever, right? And then eventually things kind of break down, and, like, they still love and adore their kid, and, like, it's great when they can, like, come around and stuff like that. It's always very cute to see, like, these chefs or managers or bartenders, like, have their kid hanging out and, like, you know, getting to have, like, a fun time and all that stuff. But yet they aren't the main caretaker because it's very hard to do that as a restaurant worker, as a hospitality person. Like, unless you're like a brunch person, which is pretty hard to get, which is pretty hard to like find in like a really sustainable way, at least. It's just not, it's not easy. It's just hard to have a kid and like actually spend time with them and be there for them, and not have the like the weight, the like massive, the the lion's share of efforts and work and time spent of the child rearing put onto your partner who isn't in hospitality. It's just really hard. And so that's kind of just the big reason why I can make significantly more money than I ever did in YouTubing, and like very easily push well past 6 figures managing a bar again. The bar manager is generally making the most money in the restaurant besides the owners, even more than the chef generally, because they get paid salary and also work the bar for tips at the same time. Floor managers and general managers and stuff like that don't generally take tables, so they are only getting salary, but bar managers get salary and tips. So it's very easy to push like past 6 figs and all that kind of stuff, while also still getting benefits, because at least managers tend to get benefits. So like, I don't have any problem with continuing that career, and I enjoy bartending and bar managing a lot. It's really fun for me. I enjoy the interaction. I enjoy getting to be creative and fuck around with different cocktails and bills. I enjoy getting to taste things and learning about like the history and culture and everything that goes into like various spirits and wines and stuff like that. Like, I love all of those kinds of things. It's just hard to have a kid with it, and like the like ideal future, like the pipe dream, right, would be owning a bar and being like very it would be a startup thing. I'd have to be very heavily involved in the first few years or something, but then get a solid team out, and it would be like owning a bar that I will help out with occasionally, because I help out behind like the bar on the floor occasionally when needed, and spend some time being like, and like be involved in like some of the creative processes and things like that, right? But largely leaving it to be run by like trustworthy people who have proven themselves, right? And fit the concept and the philosophy. And then like also just like VTubing as like a fun, more serious hobby, and like, spending time with my future kid. That's like the ideal, but oh yes, Spill Girl Tea is best tea. Hell yeah, it is. Especially now recession indicates for hospitality industry. I mean, yes, but also no. It depends very heavily on the hospitality demographic. Certain like tiers and like subsections of hospitality are very recession sensitive, and some are completely insensitive. When you're working at a place that is the vast majority of your clientele are very wealthy, right, and generally don't have kids, like there's a lot of places like that, where that's the vast majority, you're completely recession proof. Like, it's like when you're like when they're like decently wealthy, but they're still like having to like make decisions on like where they have excess spending and things like that. That's a different story, especially when they have kids, because that's a big factor in it. But there's also places where like your clientele is largely like just they won't like buy a fucking new yacht every week, but at the very least they don't really have to care about like going out and spending like $100, right? They're at that income bracket and that lifestyle demographic. And when you work at places like that, like you're completely recession proof. People still just coming. If anything, recession and like the depression around it makes them come in more. Like I've worked at places like that where like it will be a horrible, it will like not be a good time economically in the U.S. and then I still get a shitload of guests every single night. Open your own bar called Day Drinkers Lamau. Surprisingly enough, casino business is recession-proof because of the same reason. Yeah, exactly. I have a friend who is like a casino auditor. They're in charge of like, you know, making sure the machines and everything are putting out the right number, putting out the accurate numbers and stuff isn't going weird with that, right? And yeah, they've told me the same thing, that casinos are completely recession-proof because the vast majority of their income is coming from people who are spending insensitive anyway. Or, you know, people who have problems and therefore don't care about on what they're spending, and whole other thing and rant. Well, I BRB'd half an hour ago, and then we yapped, and now it's now, and we still haven't done anything in the fucking story. The IRL gacha players, yeah, exactly. I mean, sure, those IRL gacha players get to, like, possibly come home with more money and stuff, but do they get to enjoy and show their devotion to their fictional 2D/3D husbandos and waifus who allow them to, like, enjoy and experience stories or emotions or vibes that they don't otherwise get to often enjoy in life? Because I know it's the whole joke is like, oh, you're at least, like, you know, real gamblers can make money and all you're doing is getting, like, a PNG, right? And, like, while I understand that sentiment, there's also a big thing that with gacha games, especially the modern gacha games, like, older gen gacha games, there are a lot that were just not good games. On top of that, they were just like, you know, like fucking husbando waifu bait. But especially with modern gacha games, like, a big aspect of it and a big aspect of, like, what makes them successful is having good character design and developments and good storylines and things like that in the modern age, right? And that's, like, a big part of, I think, the enjoyment you get out of the entertainment value and experience that you get out of the gacha games that you're spending money on, is that you get to enjoy those stories, enjoy, like, the emotions that they can bring, because that's a big part of storytelling, right? Is that it is an artistic form that allows you to experience as well as express certain emotions and things like that, right? And I think that's beautiful, personally, because the only reason I play so many fucking gacha games, I don't like gambling. It's my least favorite thing. It leads to funny, clippable memes and moments when I'm like, I'm gonna throw a random temple and I get a thing, right? And it's funny stories, but, like, I don't like gambling. But I play all of these because they are, hands down, the best live service, continually updating, high-quality anime-style games in the market. Like, full stop. Like, yeah, you have, like, single player, single campaign things, like Persona and shit like that, right? But, like, in terms of, like, constantly updating, constantly growing, constantly getting to see character arcs and growth and things like that, right? Like, there is no competitor to gacha games for that. It's just the reality. So that's why I play them. I don't play them because I like to gamble. I don't play them. It's my least favorite part of gacha games is the gamble. If you could just tell me, hey, $50 you can buy Cipher, $25 you can get a Lyco, I would do it in a heartbeat. Like, I would much prefer that, honestly. But that's not, you know, it's not the market, it's not the model, and the model is important. The reason why they can also invest so much money into making high-quality stories and voice acting performances and animations and gameplay is because they make a dickload of money off of predatory monetization. And it's just, you know, it's a reality of it, and I've come to terms with it personally. I won't make excuses for it, right? It's still predatory monetization, and yes, by engaging with it, I am enabling that to some extent, but it's one of those aspects, one of those things in life where I don't necessarily have, like, the capacity to care enough about living that particular facet of my life ethically, right? Because, like, it's impossible to live 100% ethically, especially in the US, right? If you engage in any kind of meat that isn't like fresh off the farm, very well taken, you know the fucking name of the cow, meat kind of thing, you're engaging in the egregiously awful practices of the factory farming industry. Same thing with basically any products that aren't locally sourced and created. Like, there's like the nature of the level of open market capitalism. And it's not just capitalism, by the way, too. It's a thing that I end up yapping about a lot, is that like the US isn't like just like capitalism isn't just the US, right? The entirety of the EU, which a lot of people who like complain about capitalism idolize, is also capitalist. It's just that they have coordinated market capitalism, which means that there's a lot more regulation and checks and balances in place to stop things from getting too abusive. America's distinctly lacking that. It's just America is much more like free markets, open hands, Adam Smith, handle the markets, sort of capitalism. But point is that you can't really engage with that completely ethically. You have to make your choices and decisions. At least my thought on it is you have to make choices and decisions on where you want to be ethical, because you just cannot truly live 100% ethically. You have to decide what you're gonna be okay with or tolerate, and what you're not. And gacha games are just one of those for me. It sucks that the monetization preys on like people with gambling issues, but also like it wholeheartedly sucks that like factory farm meat is incredibly unethical and egregious, right? And it sucks that like buying non-locally sourced produce likely means it comes from Monsanto, and Monsanto has a very long history of being incredibly evil. But like, it's just you have to pick and choose where you want to be ethical, and that's just the reality of life. It's about trade-offs. Only like the truly massively wealthy could ever even afford to consider that, and they still don't, especially because, I mean, generally speaking, their wealth isn't necessarily ethical. But anyway, another yap. It's now 2 hours and 30 minutes exactly into the stream, and we still haven't done anything more. Let's go! Now it's time to finish Dailies without story progress. Case of Jinx streams 9% at a time. Hey, we have a solid 2 hours before I have to do PGR dailies, and then we have another solid 2 hours after that until I have to do my other dailies. We're gonna be just fine, chat. Actually, that's why Konami makes bank from pachinko machines, Jinx, is IRL gacha with waifus. Yeah, no, true. Yeah, that's actually a fair point with pachinko and things like that, yeah. It's time to make a pseudo slot machine that's just Gunnar bait. Why aren't we doing this yet? Let's make money, please. I just need capital. I mean, isn't that just like the actual Gunnar games? Like, I know people like talk about ZZ being a Gunnar game, but the people who say ZZ is a Gunnar game have never seen an actual Gunnar game. They've never seen the fucking Brown Desert and fucking Snowbreak, right? Isn't that actually, I don't know anything about Brown Desert, but Snowbreak actually has really good combat. It's by far like the best shooter in the gacha game market right now. They're the same people who they use the money from Snowbreak to fund Mecha Break, if you're familiar, which is an incredibly good like mecha shooting combat PvP game. I don't like gambling, but I sure as hell am down to make money from gambling. Let's go. Been in gambling industry for 5 years, but Western Slot Company is so boring. Oh, interesting. That's interesting to know. Didn't know that about you, Magpie. Huh. Snowbreak mentioned. Yeah, that's right, Flight. I got you into Snowbreak like, what, a month ago? And you're Gunnar at, like, Flight here is Gunnar Prime on the Gundala, and yeah, you gone real into Snowbreak. And it is a good game. The combat is genuinely really good. Like, the shooting mechanics and gameplay is really fucking good in Snowbreak. And the characters are okay, but like the main storyline actually has a very large amount of like interesting world lore and mystery and nuance to it, and the chapters up until like 12 were actually very interesting with different faction politics and things happening. It's very interesting. It's still good and interesting after like chapter 12. It's just at that point the chapters become also layered with massive gooning on top of all of that. And so Break does go a bit past like my personal preference for gooning, but it's still great game. And pretty free to play generous actually. Yeah, it's pretty free to play generous. You can generally pull a lot of new characters completely free to play. I'm just doing Snowbreak as side game until I reach max levels. I want my Bay Yao to be the best. Let's go! I mean, it's funny because Yao is like the only like actually like meta ice meta DPS standard banner character on that game, but she requires to have like second copy of her, which is really nice because Snowbreak lets you farm completely for free as many copies of characters you own as you want. It just takes a lot of time. But once she has her, I think is it M1 in Snowbreak? I forget. But when she has like her first extra copy, and then she has her, and that enables her to be incredibly strong, and then you just get her like signature weapon off standard weapon banner, and she does a shitload of damage. Because having that M1 allows her to, for those who don't play Snowbreak or aren't familiar with it, the standard banner sniper Yao, or one of the standard banner snipers Yao, she basically has like a quick scope and like single pump sniping mechanic, where she can hard scope and just like click, 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 right? But she gets bonus damage from using her skill to load a special round, and then it does a shitload of extra damage. And headshots are important on her because she's a sniper. Like, you'll do extra damage in the body with that, but you want to be quick-scoping heads constantly, because every time you load that shell, it pulls you back into third person to load the shell, and then you scope back in. So, like, to play Yao optimally, you are constantly quick-scoping with her. But the reason why her second copy, her M or S or whatever the fuck it is, one I forget, is so important is that it allows her to do that during her ult. The thing about Yao is that she's also actually an ult-based character, because when she's in her ult, her gun turns into a literal fucking railgun. She has to like stand still for like a second and a half and like charge it up and just fire this fucking gigantic railgun shot through. But you only get, I think it's 4 or 5 shots on it by default. But when you get her second copy, you can now use your skill to load those shells into the railgun. So not only does the railgun do a bunch more damage, you have infinite rounds on the railgun if you manage your energy correctly. So you can now just shoot these special shell fire explosive railgun shots into headshots with quick scoping constantly, and it's fucking comical and so strong. You can pull the units, it's just the weapons, especially when I pulled Katya Bluebot and there is literally no other crossbow weapons. Yeah, fuck that. Okay, so here's the thing about Acid. They actually fixed that. You can now get, like, the 4-star signature weapons for every single character, regardless of whether they're on banner, through farming with your stamina, the, like, weapon hub resource thing. It gives you a resource you can use to spend to get those copies of 4-star weapons for the, character. So they did add that quality of life in. Also, but quick, actual script though is Marion Silver just so fun to play. I would argue it's not, because Marion Swift's entire playstyle involves, yes, a quick scope, but then it's also then you quick scope, you skill, and then you hip fire shots. In fact, that's how you're supposed to build Marion, is specifically for hip fire damage, because her hip fire on her rotation is the biggest chunk of damage out of all of it. But you have the headshot first, so that you can make sure that the hip fire hits the head as a follow-up. And when she gets, like, I think 1 copy, you can start doing, like, multiple hip fires per rotation, too. So, like, yes, she does have quick-scoping, but she's kind of a quick-scope into combo character that doesn't require, like, aiming afterwards, while Yao is just permanently quick-scoping. Also, mobile quick-scoping, I'm getting kind of crazy. Let's go, Fly! Which is, does mobile have aim assist? Because, like, the actual game, like, PC doesn't have aim assist on Steam, but I'm wondering if mobile has aim assist, actually. It would make sense. It is a fucking shooter, and that's kind of a pain in the ass on mobile, but Snowbreak is literally how I want Division 2 to be played in terms of skill variety. It's why I actually really respect Snowbreak game. But yes, exactly. Like, the actual skill variety amongst the characters and amongst your rotations and things like that, and how to min-max things, is really wide. I was really disappointed by the Division 2 when I played it for, like, the 50 hours I played it, because there was so, like, I know with the end game with, like, full gear sets and special weapons, you get more variety, kind of your Borderlands style thing. But at least Borderlands games, like, give you a lot of playstyle differentiation based on your gradual skill tree choices. But in Division 2, until you're hitting endgame and getting, like, these actually unique builds and stuff out, it's literally, I pick my favorite gun or my gun in the weapon class that has biggest number, or in the guns I like in biggest number, and then I get like 2 kind of interesting, sort of okay, like special abilities that don't change much. It's just this. It was just disappointing to me, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Yeah, I know people like The Division. It's just way too grindy of a game for me, because I'm just not into the like Western style like live service / MMO grind. It's just not what I like. Part of what I like about gacha games is that, yeah, it's a daily grind, but for the most part, and the ones I play, the gacha grind is very short. You spend like, what, 10, 15 minutes on weeklies a week, and then you'd spend like very few minutes on getting your dailies done in the game, for the most part, right? Like, I mean, things like Arknights take longer, but it's literally ordering on my phone while I do other things. And I like that about it. I like having like the daily repetition of those things while also getting to enjoy bigger chunks of content like this stream that's supposed to be going through story, but we apparently are physically incapable of that. And I don't know, I enjoy the model a lot, despite like the predatory monetization being like the big downside. I enjoy the model a lot. It fits me nicely. I don't like my like Apex and like Division and like Western Battle Pass style games where I'm just like having to go in and grind a bunch and like going in for every day for like multiple games and spending a lot of time, because like, and those are the kind of games that kind of require you that to be like your main game, right? Because of the investment needed for it. I like that gacha games let me play a lot of different gacha games, because I mean, I've done it on stream, basically every stream. Like, my dailies take me like 7 to 10 minutes combined if I'm like really sweating and multitasking, which I like to do because it's funny. Like, and I'm playing like fucking like 6 or 7 gacha games right now. It's more so, and like, I know that people like complain about like, you know, how slow the updates come and like how much content comes out in patches in like Star Rail and Genshin and ZZ and shit like that. But like, that's because, that's only if you're coming from like the Western perspective, right, of live service, where like you want a game to be like your single main game. But the beauty of gacha games is that what they do give you every patch, it updates really frequently. It's way better than like DLC based stuff. You just have less like mindless grind to do outside of like roguelike modes. But you get to enjoy multiple of them, and what, you know, assuming it's like a game that is good at that, whatever hours of like per patch story and missions and events and stuff you get is really good. And then you can just do several different games of that to fill out like your schedule for gaming for a month, right? That's what I literally do. Like, I'm just not an MMO grinder anymore. I played World of Warcraft back during the beta and like through version 1 for a few months. I'm just not an MMO grinder. I don't like mindless grind. I want to be engaged. Like, I want to be engaged either gameplay and mechanically, or I want to be engaged story-wise. And the fact that I can put off those big things to when I want to tackle them, right? Like, right now, it's like, what, 2 days, a day before, like, the next patch? Oh, no, literally the end of today, the new patch for Star Rail comes through, right? But I'm able to, like, decide that I want to enjoy the story eventually during the stream. I promise we're almost done yapping, guys. But, like, I get to enjoy this big chunk of, like, the content right now when I want to. I don't have to like be doing it every single day and week like I would in a Western live service or like an MMO for the grind. I can just, you know, be like, okay, I'm just gonna sit down for 8 hours and just enjoy this half of like the story from like this patch. There is aim assist, so the aim you do as a player is short tilt up for head. Okay, yeah, so it's like the GTA style, right? Because like GTA like basically locks you into an enemy, and so then you do like a quick up swipe to hit the head. Nice. I think I've accepted my boomer mentality. I like MMOs. I fucking hate grinding. At least in gachas, the dailies is the grind. I can't fucking play Warframe for the rest of my life. Yeah, exactly. Although, you know, Acid, anime Warframe's coming out. Anime Warframe with waifus. Smile. God, Duet Night Abyss looks good, but it's lower on my list of the newer gachas to get into, because Jesus fucking Christ did I fall in love with Silver Palace, and Neverness to Everness is definitely high up on the list as well. Speaking of which, I think someone asked about what I was going to drop for for Silver Palace. I don't even fucking know. I genuinely don't fucking know at this point. All the ones I really like, all the ones I really care about are still the ones I play. The most likely, it's probably Honkai It's probably Honkai Impact. Because I don't really need to or care to like pull characters constantly. So the daily and like the weekly grind's a big part with Impact. Dailies are super fast, but the weekly grind with Impact is kind of the big part. Where if I don't care about pulling, I don't have to do that. So unless a character is coming up that I know I want to pull, which is the case right now, I can just skip a patch basically, and I don't mind it. But new Healy is coming out, and she looks absurdly fun and absurdly funny. So I definitely want to get her. But you know, I'm more than happy to take patch breaks from Honkai Impact 3rd, because like the story that I enjoy is just always gonna be there. It's not related to the daily grind in the slightest. You don't even get to use your fucking characters in most of the story. You are constantly using trial characters who are actually the characters like in the story at that moment. The predatory monetization is a big sound sign, but you got an 8-hour daily grind this shit, or you suck now is bad for me. Oh yeah, no, I can't fucking stand that shit. I legitimately cannot stand that shit. It does not work well for me, especially because it's just like mindless grinding in a lot of cases. Like at least with like grinding out like events and stories, I'm getting like ideally engaging like stories and experiences in like my various gachas, right? But like it's not even like, it's literally just mindless like dopamine milling grinds in a lot of cases with like Western life services, and I just don't want that. It's like, oh, I could be doing this, or I could be watching anime and experiencing a really interesting story right now, or I could be playing an event in this game and have like a lot of fun with that, whether it's, you know, because of story things, or if it's because of like interesting gameplay stuff. Like Wood does a really good job with having fun like gameplay mix-ups in their events, that I really enjoy a lot. So it's like stuff like that. It's like, okay, yeah, like I could be spending my time doing that instead of just sitting here doing the same thing over and over and over and over again for like multiple hours on my MMO grind. I am not built for Korean MMOs especially. Holy shit, those things are grindy. So gachas, hopefully not dailies. I just want them to shift to a weekly structure instead, but the non-commitment is, if that makes sense, is the gear grind. That's just healthy. Yeah. I love the duets, Night the Abyss, and then Silver Palace released that trailer. I'm more into chunky, punchy combat than room clearing combat. That's why Silver Palace can't come soon. Oh yeah, fair. If you like that chunky, punchy combat too, if you haven't tried it already, Black Beacon's really good about that as well. It's like old PGR where like dodging really matters, and it's like old PGR where dodging really matters, has like fun comps and characters, and has a bit of swap canceling in there as well, but it's not nearly as like huge a mechanic as it is in like say WoW, right? But it does have that good like chunky like engaging combat feel. It's very like back and forth with you and the enemies, and it's not like do my rotation and everything fucking dies around me sort of thing. I have oh okay, yeah, you have been playing. Gotcha. You have S1 Qing just because her S1 is so good. Fair. Understandable. It's also wild that they just buffed Qing and fucking Florence, and also Acheron, which is funny because Acheron was who I was building to be my sub DPS for my fucking Florence team. They actually fill each other's stamina downtime really well, and they have a lot of fun quick swap tech you can do. Like their quick swap tech during combo is fucking comical and so much fun. Because you get to do like Florence first skill into secondary skill animation cancel, quick swap into Acheron and get like 2 of her quick skill 1s off, go back to Florence, do the same thing again, go back to Acheron, do like another skill 1 into a skill 3, and then swap back and just go back and forth like that. It's very funny. It's a very funny combination. Is it the best? Probably not. With how hard a carry Florence is, you're probably better off running like a second support for her to just make her hard on field carry. But it's funny, and I enjoy it. I probably draw. How about Ananta? Yes, I mean, I will see. I'm not as hype about Ananta as like the rest of our peeps are Flight, but I am interested in it. It's just like none of like the trailer and stuff that they've shown has like really grabbed me that hard, but the exploration looks really fun. If they execute well on that, I'll definitely be picking it up at the very least as like, you know, an occasional game, like a patch by patch game. Probably drop Wua and Snowbreak as planned because you'll just be an anti-player for them. Yeah, fair. Oh, really? Are dailies gonna possibly become illegal in China and Korea? It would not surprise me that much with China because they are pretty big about, like, how gaming is, like, hurting the younger generations. Korean MMO, Maple Story PDC. Yeah, no, exactly. My friend Sniper, we've hung out in VC while playing different games and watching his, like, Discord stream of, like, getting back into Maple Story, and this is just, like, dopamine grind fest the game. There's so many big numbers on screen constantly, but you're just doing the same thing over and over and over again for hours. BDO PSD, let's go. I just don't like the quick ult and other unit disappears thing, so you can't quick ult swap tech. I mean, yeah, that is kind of an issue in like the story and shit like that, but in the end game, it's gonna take a lot more than an ult to make other thing disappear in Oh, sorry, you mean other unit disappears, right? Because when you press your ult, your swap cancel ends. Yeah, I mean, that is a weird, but I don't mind its choice in Black Beacon, because it does kind of force you to, like, be considerate of when you're timing your ults, and not just, like, hard swap canceling constantly, right? Like, figuring out when the ideal times to do those ults, and then do, like, a 2 or 3 ult, like, immediate rotation or something, and land and ending on the character you wants to. Like, I personally enjoy that a bit, but... Old RuneScape here. RuneScape here, grindy, never heard of her smile. I did play a little bit of RuneScape when I was in, like, high school. And... I didn't play for very long, but I did ruin the, like, at least on my server economy for, like, a week. Because this was, like, I think right when, like, the Volcano Islands thing came out that you could access if you were a paid player. And I was able to do a completely automated, definitely not macroed smile, farming in there that allowed me to just get an absurd amount of gems, and I just flooded the market with, like, hundreds of, like, really good enchanted jewelry, and it completely collapsed the market for like a solid week, and then I stopped playing because that was a funny way to like end my story with RuneScape. Maple Story looks so innocent, it is grindy and super predatory. Ever heard of Magnet Pet Gacha? No, I haven't heard about the Magnet Pet Gacha in Maple Story. I played Maple Story for like a few months too, and it was kind of fun, but besides A, the Korean MMO grind, and B, side-scrolling games just aren't generally my kind of thing. Also, I have been thinking, because in the title, in the description of the video, I say that Cipher has like stolen my heart and my wallets and my buckets. And my pride. Wait, no, I don't actually have that to start with. But she hasn't actually technically stolen my wallet yet, because she's, you know, not on banner yet and won't be. However, I have converted everything over. Oh, wait, actually, I can convert more over because I just got some more stuff from the questing. But yeah, I've converted everything over, right? And we've got 114 pulls. Not bad, but it's 114 pulls. And of course, I have a bunch more content to clear because I have not cleared much content from 2.1 and 2.2. And then there's all the 2.3 content as well. But with like the upcoming banners, my plan is to at least go to like 1 pity worth of pulling for Thurta's Light Cone. And then I'm 100% getting Cipher and her light cone. And the next patch, I'm getting fine on, but probably not his light cone, because I've already committed to pulling every single impact XP, and that's fucking Kevin. And then I'm also getting Saber. Probably not her light cone, though. I like Blue Saber, but like Mordred is so peak that she just completely overrides the majority of my enjoyment of Blue Saber, of Artoria. Mordred's just so goddamn peak. I love that woman. So that's gonna be what? 1 attempt at light cone, 3 characters, and another light cone. I do not have enough pulls to work towards that. Should be illegal with it being 3 gacha games in 1 fucking game? Yo, what the fuck? Just saying $10,000 spent is considered dolphin, not whale. What the fuck? It's just not having Rin as a crime, a fucking crime. I say true and fucking real. True and fucking real. I mean, we could have literally just made Archer, Rin and Archer and made them a remembrance character. Although, it's even funnier to me the idea of Archer, being a remembrance character, and he's literally, and his memo spread is literally just himself. That sounds, like, comically funny to me. Jinx loves Saber of Red, not Red Saber. Exactly. Saber of Red is very different from Red Saber, because the Nasu verse is fucking mental. And Black Saber and Saber of Black, also very different. If you ever say, I love Saber, you have to clarify very precisely, because there's too fucking many of them. Nasu verse is fucking crazy. Anyway, the point is, of what I was getting at, is, Cipher hasn't yet melted my wallet. However, she has not yet stolen my wallet, but I don't have enough pulls for my plans, unless I get, like, you know, really lucky with 50-50s, because I pretty consistently hit, like, at least 75, some often 80 plus on pulling 5-star characters. I don't get lucky all that much. Light cones I get weirdly lucky at sometimes, but definitely not with characters. So just purely, like, I always base like my savings and stuff like that on like statistical averages, right? Because that's the most realistic I can like account for. But until the statistical averages, given that Star Rail tends to do about 110 pulls per patch, some of which I wouldn't even be getting because I don't do a lot of like the achievements and treasure chest hunting and stuff like that. I'm not gonna be able to get all of that, so that means I'm gonna have to end up spending. However, right now we have the spending bonuses active, which I mentioned in last stream, but I was at 7,000 already, and I was like, oh, I can get this if I go to 8,000, so I bought 4 fucking copies of the monthly pass to hit that. Because, like, I'm gonna, like, be playing this game for 4 months anyway, I might as well buy them all now and get rewards. But obviously, I can go and spend money when the actual, like, thing I need to, like, wail towards happens. However, if I do that now, I get free shit. So, in order to be accurate to this stream's description, and to show my love and devotion towards our beautiful, teasing, incredibly hot Cipher, I think I might as well just, like, I might as well just buy the 100 right now. So, second chat, while I buy the 100, that's the best way to do this. You know what? Let's just do this. Gonna move this over here so that at least we can have, like, this in the background while things happen. Because I should probably not... I mean, it's probably not even a huge deal if I dox the last fucking 4 digits of my credit card, but probably best to avoid that. Shit! I just realized... God damn it. I just wasted $10. I just wasted $10 because I definitely would never swap to a Japanese VPN to save 10%, including PayPal's transaction fees, by paying in yen instead of USD. Smile, god damn it. It's fine, I can eat $10. I just won't. I will just eat out 1 time less this month. All right. Well, we have officially wailed for the Cipher, and now we get these things, I guess. And now for our beloved, we convert that. Okay, so now we're looking pretty good. We're looking pretty good. I studied the full crunch numbers, but 195 at this point with the content I have left to clear, and also 2.3 and 2.4 polls should be more than enough for me to hit statistical averages. I came in the stream just in time for Well Jinx. How's it going, How's it going, Rabel? Good to see you. My statistical average is double hard pity. I actually have like a very high 50-50 win rate, but that came to bite me in the ass first half of this patch because I lost 50-50 at like 80 pulls plus each time to casters and to fucking Jiaocho. Because I was 100% grabbing Jiaocho on rerun for my Yayi team for Acheron. But yeah, so that puts us at a good point. I wasted $10, but whatever. But now is the streamer whale moment of being like, but I'm so close to the last threshold. Do we do it, chat? Do we whale a little bit higher? Set up memberships and it will flow? I mean, for however fucking many members we get, yeah, sure. I'm planning on doing the cheapest possible tier of memberships, because it's really just there for, like, being able to recognize, like, the opportunity for, like, regulars and stuff to support. But, like, really the big thing is I just want to do emotes, and you can't do fucking free emotes on YouTube for some reason. I wish that was a joke, but at least in WoW my lowest was 130 pulls. What the fuck? Gaggle Dad, I am so sorry. That's better than my CCC gotcha. In the WoW section of Mathless, I posted why my free-to-play accounts in ZZ and WoW should not be considered relatable. Let's go. I mean, in WoW, I've been goddamn almost I daily pass and battle pass, but outside of that, I haven't really spent directly on buying pulls. Other than spending 50 on Yinlin's patch, which admittedly was pretty early on, but spending 50 on Yinlin's patch because of losing 50-50, and I could have just farmed. I just didn't want to wait. I wanted her day 1, so I just spent instead of, like, doing content. Especially because I already need, like, 20 more pearls to get her. And then I did intentionally buy the $100 pack before the anniversary, just because it's like, well, they're gonna reset it anyway, and I'm hard committed to Woowa, so I might as fucking well, because my luck can't be that consistent, right? But my Woowa luck has been absurdly good. I own literally every single character except for Rochia and Cantarilla, both of which I didn't really care to pull anyway. And I have not used any of those $100 worth of pulls. Like, I also have not cleared a lot of fucking Woowa content. My side quest list is fucking insanely long. But I just have gotten insanely lucky in Woowa pretty consistently, but that can't last forever, right? Like, I didn't lose 50-50 on Zani. I didn't lose 50-50 on Phoebe. I got 2 copies of Zani's weapon with 20 in the same temple after 20 pulls. Trying to think back. I got Gion throwing a literal random 10 pull on his banner 4 hours before his banner went away first time around. I did the same thing with 20 pulls on Jinxie like 8 hours before her banner went away. And with Changli, I threw 30 pulls I think? And got my first copy of her. Threw another 20 pulls, got her weapon, and said, fuck it, we bull, let's see how far I can go with this. Because I love her and I was gonna simp. And I managed to get 2 more copies in the next, 140 pulls total. So the next, 90 pulls, I got 2 more copies of her. Never lost 50-50. Like, my Woowa luck is insane. I'm just gonna pretend it's because Kuro is, thanking me for my years of service in PGR. But, yeah, that can't last forever. But, like, it's been consistently pretty absurd. I've barely ever lost 50-50. And when I have lost 50-50, it was only once to a character I actually wanted. Like, I lost 50-50 towards Rachia fairly early, like, I think 40 polls in, and like 60 polls in, I think, for Cantarella, because I was like, I might as well like, go for them, but I'm not particularly interested. I wasn't gonna hard commit. And, like, I lost 50-50 on both of those two, and I think I lost 50-50 on Yinlin the first time around. And I didn't lose 50-50 on Carlotta. Oh, on Zhizher. On Zhizher, I also lost 50-50, but otherwise, I've been absurdly lucky. One out of 5 in the win rate, going to 75 plus in 6 out of 80 pity. My polls and Wu are below average, but not awful. Now PGR before they add in the guarantee on weapons. Oh, there still isn't a guarantee on weapons. It's still 80-20. Like, pretty sure that I think that's upcoming in like the next patch, because I believe it's in CN, but I don't keep up with CN news. But it's still 80-20 on the current patch. You lost the 80-20 on Watch's Gun 4 times in a row. I am so fucking sorry. I haven't lost 80-20 in like over 10 weapons now, and I am so fucking overdue. It's gonna happen. It's just gonna, but I have not lost 50. I haven't lost 80-20 on that. Oh wait, no, that's a lie. I lost 80-20 on it once more recently, and I ended up getting fucking Bridget's signature weapon. But other than that, it's been once out of like the last 10 plus times. I've had 50-50 loss. I've had 2 50-50 losses since launch. This is not Bill for Woof Woof. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, I might be a bit cooked in Woowa. We'll see how things go. Hopefully the luck stays consistent, because I'm obviously getting Shakona. I'm probably gonna skip her weapon though because of Kartethia and Lupa's announcement. I'm definitely getting Kartethia and her weapon, because again, I only pull signature weapons in these games because I'm simping, and Kartethia's part of the main story was hands down the absolute best storytelling experience that they have given us in Woowa so far for main story. Some companion quests definitely can have pushed a bit further. Camellias, in my opinion, for CN at least, because you don't get the full experience outside of CN for fuck you reasons. Oh my god, I have the same poll plans with Jinx. God fucking damn it! I'm now against streamer luck. I'm so sorry, Acid. I will impart you some of my streamer luck, I promise. I got Lucia and Nano weapons fine, and then lost for Ishmael. Oof. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah, it's been a while. I think I lost 50-50 on... Who was right before Wanchi? It was right before Wanchi Lucid, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. Not to mention that, like... Not to mention I still have like the fucking selector that I can use in like the special shop that they added for a weapon. I just haven't had to in PGR yet. Solace Tune, yeah, I lost it on Han Ying, I believe, if I remember correctly. For Phoebe and the Zani team, shouldn't she be on a Heron Moonlight Cloud set like M Salt sub DPS? Yeah, it's definitely an option. I haven't bothered calculating the numbers to see if it ends up being better than Phoebe having the Spectral Frazzle set for a bit more damage. I'm leaning towards it probably being better to run Moonlit, but my Moonlit gear is so fucking cope that, like, the substat difference between its and my second best Spectral Frazzle set after, you know, having just farmed the absolutely ever-loving shit out of it for Zani is, like, easily 10 to 20% stat difference. Like, it's... Like, I mean, like, total stat difference. Like, it's that big of a gap in terms of my substat quality. I'm just like, fuck it, I'm using Spectral Frazzle. Whoa, Jinx, all my sets are cope. I am sorry. They can be less cope now, though, since they gave us, like, the main stat reroller stuff and everything, so that makes it a lot easier to just mass spam shit out. Also because, like, also, Woowa gives us too much shit for stamina, so, like, you can build characters up, like, every patch just fine and still have a lot of extra stamina to put towards just sitting in tacit fields and just grinding out echoes. Oh, yeah, that's right, you are new to Woowa. You've only played 3 patches. So yeah, especially when you're catching up and trying to build all that. And on top of that, you don't have the advantage that the more veteran players have had, because you've had a few patches of it, but Wuwa has shat out so many resources for the players. Like, you know what? Fuck it. One sec. Just to show you how much resources they've shed out despite me constantly building characters and everything, right? Because I've been playing since launch, but I took a break in 1.2. I took almost the entire patch except for the last like week off of 1.2. For a whole bunch of reasons I, mentioned earlier in stream already. But yeah, let's just pull this up real quick. Wait, what the? Why is... Oh, it's because it's already showing my current profile. That makes sense. Oh. Okay, let's close Impact at this point. It's not time for dailies. I don't need to mount my computer yet running 6 games at the same time. Yeah, Gaggle then as well. As Acid says, when in doubt, just use Moonlit. Like, I'm genuinely not sure whether like it is better or not with stat equivalency to run Spectral Frazzle or Moonlit on Zani, but my Spectral gear is just too good.
今天也一定没问题的。
Like, my Spectro gear is too good. This is my second best stuff, by the way. Like, Zani has better gear. Like, I'm just like, it might be better to run Moonlit, but it sure as fuck isn't for me. Like, this is my second best set of gear as well. Zani's is better. I have found a lot of this domain, because like I said, there's so many resources I haven't had, especially because I skipped Dorothea and Cantarella, like, I haven't had to farm building mats, so I spent like a full patch and a half sitting in this goddamn Tacit field, farming it the entire fucking patch every day. Unfortunately, I farmed it before I did the story to get unlock Capitanius, so I fucked myself and could not get enough copies of Capitanius. So her Capitanius is still pretty cope. But, yeah, well, yeah. Like, both of these are 2-statters, I do need to swap her back to the other 2, actually, or the 3-statters rather, because I do need to run a little bit of energy regen on her. Like, I can run 0 energy regen on Zani, but it requires me to play the teams I play on her really cleanly, and I don't do that all the time. So I probably need to swap her. In fact, let's just do that right now. Let's see here. Turn the Radiance. What we got? I can afford to lose this one for that, but also... Ugh, it's low crit though. It is low crit. I mean, this one's not particularly good though. It just has a really good crit damage roll, but still. Good crit rates. I mean, honestly, I'll probably just grab both of these. Oh, right. Right, this motherfucker's here.
让我们一起。
我会全身来，交给你了。
愿岁主护佑，
我来
神
解决。
侧耳聆听。
我可不打算在这耗一整天。
Just cause fuck it, why not?
化为尘。
While I was watching like some anime and stuff, I was grinding that out for trying to see if I could get a better Chong-Li main echo, and this is moderately better. This is moderately better, but yeah, my Chong-Li gear has now kind of fallen slightly behind my Zani gear, just because it's been so long since I've farmed for Chong-Li. Okay, but yeah, let's just do that right now, the thing I was just talking about. Let me also take a look at these, at the 3 cost here. Oh god, this one's so fucking good. Like, this one's so fucking good. I mean, it's low rolls on crit, but still. Okay, I'm losing some crit damage, but it's not a very high roll on crit damage. This is losing me attack, but I definitely care less about that. So yeah, let's switch that one out. And out of the two of these... I would probably say this one is the worst one, so let's swap that out for... Yeah, let's go for the higher energy regen roll. Hitting 20% will be more than enough for me to be lazier about my rotations. Right, I was going on here to show off the absurd amount of resources, right. So, again, keep in mind that I have built basically every character I fucking care about. I have been farming up these just because, fuck it, why not? Even though I don't have a great reason to. But... So, just like a good amount of just random difference ones of these that I am not farming for. The only one I did farm up some was the pistol ones, but I didn't even need to because Wuwa has, Kuro has fed me all of this fucking shit. So, so I can just cash these in whenever. One of these, I have 32 of these, and I've already used some of them, right? Like, I have 32 of these, 108 of these, 137 of these, 10 of these, 162 of these, and 63 of these, right? And these are for the skill and weapon level up materials. And I could legitimately use all of these and max out a character and still have them left over. I just was farming up these for Chao Kona just cause I don't know, might as well, right? Might as fucking well. But yeah, there's such an absurd amount of resources. I have been spending the past 3 patches almost massively re-rolling echoes, and I still have fucking 2.5 million. And I buy a lot of ingredients too, just because I like the cooking systems in this game. Yeah, Kuro shits out resources for the players, and the more patches you play, the more that'll just start accumulating from the random Lolo Lolo logistics events and the various other mini events, and from just random shit they give you during the story and exploration and whatnot. Kuro feeds you so many fucking resources, which is also a... Oh, I didn't realize that this was for those mats. That's actually nice, because the one thing there's a scarcity of in Wuwa is for the weekly boss mats. You need 3 weeks of them to max out a character. And characters come out every 3 weeks. So, yeah, easy math there. Missing a week is actually pretty bad if you actually want to continually max out new characters. Huh. But yeah. Let me steal some of those. So Nightmare's better for Chang'e. The Nightmare is better for literally every character. The Nightmare ones were built specifically to be better for to specifically be better for the carries that use them. Because A, this is an instantly swap cancelable one, right? Normal Nightmare Rider, Inferno Rider requires you to do 2 attacks and then swap cancel on the 3rd hit. So it's more waste of field time, and Chang'e by design can and should be on the field for half a second at most at a time. But big thing is that in order to get the stat bonus from OG Inferno Rider, I actually don't think I have one anymore. I did a big cleaning of house echoes wise yesterday. But in order for you to get the damage, the fusion bonus on the original Inferno Rider and most of the OG element echoes from Jinzhou, you have to do the attack first and then you get the bonus. This simply existing gives you 12% fusion and resonance skill damage. So you don't even have to use the echo ever. It's still just giving you extra stats. I'm really tempted to get Zani's weapon since the next character I want is on the second half of the next patch. Ah, fair. You could definitely do that. Zani does get a big boost from her weapon. If I could give you my extra, I would, but that's not a thing in this game. Yeah, when building echoes, you really either lose tubes or tuners. It's always one or the other. Yep. Oh no, you're always losing both, technically. Like, that's still both, like, in the negative. But also, speaking of way too many fucking resources, speaking of way too many fucking resources, what should I say that again? Look how many of these fucks I have. They've given us, the tuners are the one thing you will never run out of first, because they give you too much of them. Like, just through the course of events and things like that, they give out more tuners than they do other materials, so you will literally never run out of them before you run out of Echo EXP or things like that. Especially if you're hard farming the tacit fields, because they also give you more tuners than they give for this, for like actually building things. Why the fuck is your Nightmare Inferno that good? Because I've sat here and beat the shit out of him all this time. What do you mean? And it's not even that good. Like, this is pretty good, but that's not even that... Okay, to be fair, the crit damage and crit rate rolls... Like, crit damage rolls really high. But it's not even that good, because it's still only a 3-line. The attack 40 is kind of okay, but it's still not a good line. Compare that to, like... I want to say Zani's is the best. 4. Yeah, compare that to that. Compare it to that. That's what an actual god roll looks like. Still not a god roll. They're like mid. They're like high. They're like upper/mid rolls on the subs, and it has one not useful sub. But like, the Chongli's one is good. This one is a lot better. I don't think anyone else has like a comparable forecast though. Pretty sure. Yeah, pretty sure none of them have a comparable forecast, because like Chongli and my Zani are my two most built characters, and my Chongli should be better built, but my Zani just kind of fucking lucked out on getting better stuff. I farmed just as much for Chongli in the past, but I guess that's also in the past. I haven't farmed it at all recently. It's crit damage, so not for a sig weapon. Haha! Haha! What do you mean not for her sig weapon, Smile? Just simply get more crit rate substats. That being said, also, like I said, I simped hard for Chongli, and I'm not going to ever enable sequences or resonance chains on anyone else. But she does have R2, and the Flamement is literally fucking permanent on Chongli. So this is just 25% extra crit rate. So that puts me at 84.5%. Which, you know, pretty close to 100. Close enough to 100. And then I get to have incredibly funny big crit damage number. It's like, yeah, I would technically have a more even ratio without R2 if I ran like a crit rate one. But just simply farm crit rate subs on literally every fucking piece you have. Simply get high roll crit rate subs on literally every piece. Like 10.5 is the max, right? So like these are all high. Like I said, I farmed a lot for Chongli. This is a mid roll at 7.5. Actually, it's still a low roll technically. Lowest is 6.9, so haha, funny number. It's like a third lowest, I think, or second lowest. Tagged you in DC, one sec. Show a god roll Nightmare Monkey. Where did you tag me at? Oh, Mathlos? My god! That's a lot of numbers. And it's for fucking Yang Yang. That's comical. We're pulling this on screen real quick. It's for fucking Yang Yang. That's hilarious. What the fuck? Okay, yeah, max roll crit damage, pretty like mid-high, like high, middle of high crit rates. Low, middle of low attack. Yeah, definitely on the higher end of Resonance Liberation damage bonus, plus the attack 50, which if you don't need ER is the best 5th you can get. Yeah, that's good. That is a very good piece. Actually, how does it compare to my Zani now I think about it? Yeah, better crit rolls. Has the flat attack sub. Better crit rolls. With lower attack, but that's less importance, and equivalent heavy damage bonus. So yeah, this is definitely solidly like at least a % or 2 damage gain over mine. Yeah, that's a sexy piece right there. That's a sexy monkey right there. Ooh ooh ah ah. Weekly mats is why I look at more character links because of the fucking weekly mats. Totally fair. I think that's the reason I'm able to claim an attack with Yang Yang Hyper Carry. Motherfucker, that's so funny. What? That's wild. I would love to see some of your runs. That's fucking comical. I love it. Oh, goddamn. But yeah. Yeah. Pretty good. And, like, I don't think Chun-Li's the only one I run with that ratio either. My Zhongli Yao is at that ratio, but he doesn't have as good a pieces, and he's using Stonard, not his signature. I could give him, like, my other Zani weapon, but I think it's funnier for him to run Stonard. Most of my carries run this ratio. I'm happy to reset for molding, so, like, a lot of my carries run, like, a 50 and much higher crit damage ratio. In fact, I think basically everyone does except for Zani. Oh yeah, no, I really need to... I need to fix my Jinxie is so fucking bad. She's so goddamn cope. I just don't care that much about playing... I don't really enjoy playing Jinxie much. She's not even using the right gear anyway, so whatever. Yeah, I generally aim for that like 50-60 range with absurdly high crit damage as my thing. It's just that Chun-Li is like a step above everyone else. 80 to 66 on my Jinxie because if Big Blast don't crit, my dopamine yells at me. Fair. That being said, Jinxie is by far the best character to crit mold with because basically all of her damage comes from Dragon going burr in the 2 different ways. So even with like 40% crit rates, it's much easier on her to crit mold and just go for and just get every single one of those to crit. And she only needs like fucking what, 2 ults and like 4 dragon booms to kill middle TOA. So like, it's a lot easier to crit mold on Jinxie than anyone else. But that being said, you know, still a pain in the ass to do it. What's a decent crit rate anyways? I always try to aim for 80 as much as possible. Fuck crit fishing, I feel you, LMAO. The ideal ratio is always going to be crit damage minus 100%, because unlike Star Rail, Genshin, those kinds of games, they add in the base 100% for crit damage. So this would be the equivalent of a 223% crit damage in like Star Rail, for example. But the ideal ratio is always a 1 to 2. It's always 1 to 2 for if you care about like maximum average damage, statistical average, it's going to be like, you know, in this case, it wouldn't even be possible for me to do a 1 to 2, but like say this was, it would be like ideally to be like, let's say this is like 80, and then this to be to 300, and for this to be 260. Like that, the perfect ratio is always going to be a balance, a 1 to 2 ratio. It's just how crit works in games, is that a 1 to 2 ratio is statistically the best. That being said, 223% crit damage with basically 85% crit rate, makes very big funny numbers sometimes. There is always a chance that I don't crit on the Chun-Li ults and follow up heavy attack. But it does happen often enough, and it's very funny big numbers. Same with my Camellia. My Camellia is only 51% crit rate. But she has 283% crit damage, and she only crits on her like forte. Her forte resonance skill half the time, but when she does, it's a comically big number. Not to mention, just in general, like, even with statistical average of this stuff, like, I still can clear TOA just fine anyway, so it's not really a huge deal. It's just that really big number make dopamine go burr sometimes, and it's funny. It makes me happy to see just very comically big number happen. Like, by far my best crit ratio, Chun-Li doesn't count because of her, like, R2. By far my best crit ratio is, Carlotta. But that's also because she has better crit rates than Chun-Li, because she is a crit rate sub-character, not a crit damage. Chun-Li's a crit damage, which is why her crit damage is so comically fucking high, because I'm running a crit damage main piece. I'm 82-250 on Camellia, but then again I have S2 because hard simp. Yeah, fair. I mean, honestly, if I had played Camellia's companion story in CN when she came out, I might also have just like thrown some extra tempos at extra copies, but except in period in which you'd rather have 99% crit rate, you know? Yeah. Don't tell me that because I have the piece of the sub. Do it, laser proof. It's hilarious. Fucking do it. I mean, you know, you have both the pieces, so you can just swap them back and forth depending, and we also have echo sets now, so you can swap them back and forth depending on whether you feel like molding for really big funny dragon number or not, you know? It's like both will probably be able to clear middle TOA anyway, it's just one will do it consistently and the other one will do it like 20 seconds faster randomly if you crit fish enough. Okay, anyway, it's not time for dailies yet, so now that we've had our 25-minute long Woowa tangents, and I was, you know, so, yeah, fuck it, we're simping. At this point, I might as fucking well go to it for, I might as well go all the way for Cipher, my beloved, she's worth it. What the fuck do I even get, though, at this point? Because both of these are cashed out now. How much do I need? I need 3,000... No, 3,840. 384. Okay, I need 384 more. Can I buy more express passes still? Oh my god, I can. 384 more. This is going to be already 384. Okay, cool. Yeah, we just play that, I guess. 1 second though, chat, as we once again move this over to the side. Actually, close it first. So move over to the side, and let me go ahead and kill this. Let's do ahead and... Oh no, where did the display capture go? Smile, what's going on? Ha 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 ha. I was taking a while to load up. Oh no, the stream has gone in... Oh no, the stream might have gotten a little bit more choppy for some reason. What is happening to my internet? Smile, ha 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 ha. What is going on? That's crazy. What is my ISP doing right now? Who's on my network downloading terabytes of porn? Crazy. Oh man, the display capture went away. What could possibly be happening? Give me a second, I need to figure this out, guys. Wow, why does it sound like Star Rail is going right now? Crazy. Sorry, technical difficulties. Scuff part of the stream, everyone. Wow, crazy. Oh no, what's happening? Oh no, it's so scuffed, streamer. Oh no. Whatever will we do? It's so scuffed, but we love the scuff. We live for it. I am being incredibly genuine and honest right now. This is exactly how I sound when I am being for real, for real. Oh, man. It's so weird and scuffed. No. Oh, hey, look, I fixed it. I fixed it. We're cool now. I wonder why HSL show JP currency right now. What do you mean? It's not gonna show JP currency. It's going to be USD like it always is, Smile. We definitely did not hear Star Rail making the purchase sounds while the display capture disappeared for some strange, weird reason. Sorry, I'm not a very good streamer. I'm a professional streamer person who never has technical difficulties. That part is actually... that part is not bullshit. I mean, none of it's bullshit. None of this is bullshit. Wow, crazy. Oh, man. That's wild. Look, I have more... I somehow got more Stellar Jades or Oneric shards, everyone. Crazy. What happened? Oh, man. Oh, look at that. I have the phone case now. Wild. Fucking wild. Let's go, chat. I don't know what happened during those technical difficulties, but it looks like we got a fancy new whale phone thing. Ha 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 ha. Oh, this one's actually cute though. It's like not necessarily funny whale. It's just actually cute. I like that one. It's very nice. Ha 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 ha. Oh my god, I love it. I fucking love it. That's so good. Stella's my goddamn spirit animal, I swear. Ha 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 ha. Wow, I have such like a nice like Chinese colored themed little phone thing. I wonder how that happened. Crazy. How bricked are you in Striv? Ah, fuck. What was the last time we played Port? I think today would be day 3, right? Oh, sure, Eugene, sure. Shits on using Facebook. I don't use Facebook, I use my Google account. I use my Google account, but also like my like first and last name of docs before on stream if people actually care to look hard enough about it. And yes, my name is Eugene. And I mean, people have even called me Eugene on stream before. I'm not particularly worried about people knowing my first name. I mean, like, I definitely, you know, I don't want to get doxxed or anything, like, that obviously fucking sucks, but at the very least, like, I live in a building with 24-hour security and key fobs to get anywhere with multiple times needed to use them. So at the very least, if that does unfortunately happen, I will feel more secure than a lot of streamers who get into that kind of situation. Again, I don't want to be doxxed. I don't want to be doxxed, but at the very least, like, I already know what has been out there, and I'm kind of shrug about it being out there again. Like, my first name, Eugene, is known. My first name, Eugene, is known, and my Chinese name being Yongjin is what I talked about before, is where my name Jinjings comes from, because in my family, they're from a region of China where you take, like, the last syllable of your Chinese name and double it as, like, a affectionate's family pet name. So, like, I was always called Jinjin growing up around, like, you know, cousins and uncles and aunties and stuff like that, and grandparents. They always called me Jinjin, and they still, all of them still do. And then that combined with, like, my horrible luck, as well as how Jinx from League of Legends was literally my mania personified when I was in a much worse mental health state. When I was younger, I just went with Jinjinx. That's where the name comes from. Deep lore! It's not Jinjinx, new my immersion. Too fucking bad. We are not kayfabing here. Rune of Recollection. When the rune is in possession, the miracle orb's illumination radius moves to your character and reverses the surrounding space-time. Neat. Wait, did I ever end that recording? Okay, yeah, I did. The rune of recollection in possession interact with the rune base to drop the rune, and the miracle orb's illumination radius will stop following your character. Let's go. Also, I would just like to be very clear. The wailing is happening because I need Cipher to steal my wallets. I am devoting myself, body, soul, and wallets to getting Cipher and her like. And it just so happens I get free shit if I spend the money on this patch, so why the fuck not?
Amazing! It's like we're inside a giant bubble. Even the river.
Okay, if it's mem moments, we swap back to CN. Because I want to hear Alicia.
got parted.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
It makes sense though it doesn't change the voice line halfway through it. That would be kind of weird if it did change the voice line halfway through it being delivered. I love free shit!
去找寻，便会有馈赠。
Ah, it's so nice hearing Yayi's voice too. It makes me happy. Oh no, I'm not gonna be able to get the chest, am I? Yup. Time is not your friend. That's cute. Ooh, a puzzle. Of course you'd like Jinx too, like I do. God damn it, even our history of IRL women is eerily similar. What do you mean? I've never stuck my dick in crazy. That's definitely not the thing I've exclusively done my entire goddamn fucking life. Oh, let's see here. Bop. Up. Bop. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Yeah, okay, no, that's not how you do that. Smile. I think my general methodology is going about this wrong, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Yeah, my general methodology, my strat is the incorrect one, for sure. I think that the button being up there is a red herring, and I fucked it up again. Yeah, no, I'm dumb. My methodology, my like the core premise of my strat is definitely incorrect. Damn. I'll move them, bam, 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 keep them there. No! One off. Oh wait, I'm fucking stupid, I can just wait down here. Alright, we got it. We got it, chat. Took a second. Alcohol is very good for helping with problem solving, I swear. Lilith Demonessa? I'm not sure exactly which character that is from where, but yeah, I mean probably. Let's see. Lilith Demonessa. Oh, right, that's her fucking frame and yeah, no, from PGR, yeah. So I forgot that her frame name was Demonessa, and there's so many fucking Liliths. Yeah, no, of course we are. We love Lilith. We love crazy woman who licks her own blood in her boss fight transition and then literally has an orgasm on screen. this isn't gonna work, but it's still funny. Okay, I give up.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
以前这条路反而是走不通的吗？
别忘了和伙伴们分享喜悦。
Wait a second. Doesn't have the range for that. It's Black Swan? No. Pretty sure Fugal Lingshaw does though. Are you kidding me? Oh, the max range is like the end of the bubble. It explodes upon contact with the edge of the range. Okay, yeah, never mind. I wanted to do a funny, but it doesn't work. They thought of that. SMH. Ooh, Space Anchor.
这里也有游荡的亡魂，我们得先回到现在，才能和他们交流。
Ooh, it's the little guy! Aw, why the long face? Looking for something else? There's no hidden chest under the sun, chirp! With the help of the Weaver of Time, the surrounding space will reflect an inverted timeline. Why do they chirp and eat? Alright, then we put the room back. Wow! Crazy.
去找寻。
Oh no, we lost the buffs we put on earlier because I restarted the game twice.
来许愿吧。
I'll do the Zagreus puzzle later.
别忘了。
That's more time investment than I want to put into this.
过往的刀光。
It doesn't. It's not a different voice. I keep hoping they'll add lines to the having shit fall on you thing.
过往的刀光。
Oh motherfucker, really? Damn. Okay. Sad. Sag. Still the same voice lines from 3.0, or the same text lines from 2.0 or 3.0. 3.0. Words are hard.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
Ooh, a puzzle. If you walk while spamming the phone menu, you can get... Wait, really? If you get in the Max and Natasha auto... Oh, yeah, no, Natasha does have a really long auto, but so does, if I remember correctly, like, Fugues at least does go until it hits a wall. But, unfortunately, apparently that is a, physical limitation that they built into the game. I like these puzzles. Those ones in particular are fun.
去找寻。
Wow! Purple relic, crazy! Ooh, a book. Time to go get my shit. Get that.
过往的刀光。
Ugh, Yayi is so base for letting me just skip fights. And that's all we can explore. Right? I'm not like dead braining. That is all we get, right? Yeah, that just loops back into itself. Okay. Oh boy, a centurion.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
你们的
又
模样
同吧？
莫非是女王提到的一帮勇士？啊，实在抱歉，此次出征容不得半分疏忽，未能。
一帮的勇士，
一位祭司，一位战士，
A divine beast.
一只骑兽。
This is my pet, so I'm actually of the hunter class. Let's go.
出征？请问你们要去征伐？
现在还没人知道，前去探路的斥候仅有一位得以复返。他说那是不可接近的禁地，是冥府向人界敞开的门扉。
Hey chat, so you remember how, like, I got back from, like, peeing and stuff, and then we sat down and did literally no Cipher's, no, like, Star Rail story at all, and I yapped for, like, an hour? Well, I have to pee again, so I'll be right back. It's time for a brain rot background. And we are so back, chat. No monkey. Oh, fuck, port. Sorry, I forgot. Let me just do that right now. What's this? Oh. You sent me Uma Musume thing. It's 2 minutes forward, so I'll look at it later. Oh, that's cute. Let's see here. You DM'd it to me, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, and then we'll add this to the BRB folder just for you, port. Let's see here. Media file. New source. Ooh. I'm literally naming that in OBS. Or in Streamlabs, rather. Oh, wait. Also got to kill the Kudu. That must sound awful, them overlapping right now to stream. Ooh, that's very loud. How's that sound level sound for that? Check on the live recording. Check on the live recording. Check on the that's pretty loud live recording. Check on the that's pretty loud live recording. Check on the that's pretty loud live recording. Just realized that my Discord audio was playing too, so it was doubling that over. Okay, there we go. I'd say that's a good level. Okay, but I need to move. Kudu kudu, kudu kudu, kudu kudu, kudu kudu. Next to it. Oh, that's interesting. Why is that not moved up? Huh. Why is it in... Why is it... It's like I'm fucking around with Streamlabs real quick for some reason. Oh, there we go. Okay, that's fixing it. Okay, cool. They're next to each other now, which means I can be selective about whether I want the Kuru Kuru or the playing at the same time. Or playing, rather, for BRB. But just for you, port, right now we'll do this one. We'll do the monkey type beat. Zani's weapon totally didn't take 70 pulls. Smile. But hey, you got it. You got it, and you won the 100-0 on the weapon banner. Oh shit, actually, you know, Port, what would be fun is if we made a separate brain rot background for the monkey type of beats with a bunch of like little monkey gifs and memes. That would be fun. You won the 100-0 lottery, let's go! Is dissension a word? Wouldn't you just use dissent there? Hold up. Oh, it is a word. And it's similar to, but not the same as dissent. Okay, yeah, no, there is actually, like, a difference between the two. Oh, okay, interesting. I learned a new word today. And so did most of chat, probably. I don't know, you might be more literate than I am. Great idea. Well, Port, help me find some funny memes to put in there, I guess. Because there's a lot of funny monkey memes. It would be even funnier if we could somehow work in a way to have it like gotcha for which BRB screen it is every time we turn it on, but that's definitely a bit further and probably requires custom scripting. Which I could do, but it's definitely a longer endeavor. Funny, an interesting idea though. Ah, fuck! I hope I didn't just burn my vape. I literally put this in just today. What am I saying? I definitely burned the vape. Fuck me. I am so good at vaping, guys. As a person who's been a nicotine addicted for like 17 years and has vaped for at least 8 of those consistently, I am so good at vaping. I definitely did not just burn my fucking coil. I guess we'll see if it's burned beyond use though or not. I literally just bought a pack of coils today. Oh, okay. Sorry, I had to click over to a different Discord tab. Okay. Also, I forgot to mention earlier, but I came back with a treat. Since we're drinking today. Oh my god, that tastes so good. Oh, fuck. Since we're drinking today, I figured I might as well treat myself after that cocktail. So I'm drinking a little bit of my absolute favorite tequila that I have ever drunk. It is, and it's definitely a sipping tequila, because the craft cocktail bar in Atlanta that I was managing had it was basically like a Spanish and Latin coastal menu. So like Mexican, Spanish, and Argentinian influence mostly for the menu, with kind of like an upscale, elevated, casual vibe going on, like very inviting, warm atmosphere, but hitting those upscale quality and food, drink, and service quality type of things. Because it was Latin and Spanish restaurants, we went with like a very like agave spirit heavy program. So lots of mezcal, lots of tequila, things like that. And I have had so many tequilas tasted from like tasting events and from reps and things like that, and also just for carrying some of them from like bottles that cost multiple hundreds, even thousands of dollars. But by far, this particular tequila, which wasn't even $100 for a bottle, is by far my favorite and the most complex and nuanced I've ever tasted. It's so good. It's from a distillery called Mi Gente. You know, if I'm gonna fucking rep them anyway, I might as well pull up their stuff real quick. Haha, JK, hello Jinx, miss you. Oh, miss you too. It's good to see you. I still don't know what to pronounce your name as, because I forget. But are you back at competitive theory crafting of Hoyo games? Not really. I am kind of back into like generally just streaming as a hobby right now. I'm gonna be taking it as a bit more of a serious hobby with like stream schedule and stuff like that, looking at maybe getting an editor for things. But mostly just kind of enjoying streaming and like not having like the same like theory crafting proper kayfabe I had back in the day, and just kind of being like my fucking degenerate yapping hag self. Like, I will occasionally, like, you know, pull up a spreadsheet and, like, do some stuff, but it's not really the main focus of the content anymore. It's mostly just, you know, me being me. It's, the stream title saying we're doing 3.2 story, and then I yap for 10 minutes, and then we do, like, 10 minutes of story, and then I yap on a complete random fucking tangent into multiple other tangents, because Castro says one word in Chinese, and so that requires me to therefore go through talking about an incredibly high levels of nuanced detail about how all of the different how localization affects various things, and how Chinese is a hard context language, and how in the Honkaiverse specifically this leads to a very big issue in terms of understanding a lot of the lore and cosmology due to how the English localization differs from the specificity and high context of the Chinese language, and then somehow branching off of that into talking about Yuri and Yayi in the context of Mihoyo and CN and everything like that. And then 45 minutes have passed, and we go, oh wait, we're supposed to do story. Play for 5 minutes. Oh wait, now I've got to have another yap tangent for 30 minutes. So yeah, that's the content now, is me doing things and intermittently, and by intermittently I mean incredibly frequently, going on random fucking yap tangents. I will still do math sometimes. I will still min-max. I have had streams in the past like few weeks where like, you know, done some spreadsheets. I've done some like optimizing runs and doing little speed runs and woo and stuff like that, but the majority of the content is currently yap. But that's me. That's like actually me without like the radio voice presentation kayfabe kind of thing I was doing back in the day, because that was what I had to do to make it a full-time career back in the day. I've chatted about it like before, earlier in the stream and just in a bunch of past streams, but like I completely fucking lucked out and fell into YouTube as a career because my first video I ever made went fucking viral in the monster hunting community because I was one of like maybe 20, 30 people in the entire world who actually knew how in-depth how Call of Tarot's mechanics worked, because the only people who really knew it were speedrunners who didn't even share information amongst each other because we were competing for world records. And which is not normal in the speedrunning scene. Generally, like, speedrunners have good relationships and actually, like, you know, will chat with each other and, like, sort of, like, you know, friendly, if slightly, like, masculine, toxic competitiveness sort of thing, right? On good terms, rival sort of thing, if nothing else. But because that, like, blew the fuck up and I did a decent job riding that momentum to boosting into a full channel, I never got to do the content creation thing of, like, actually figuring out, like, what I really enjoy doing, what I'm passionate about, what inspires me. I just ended up doing a certain kind of content. It worked really well and made me able to make enough money to, like, live off of it, and went, okay, well, this is what I do now. And yeah, I never got the chance to do that content creator thing of kind of being like messing around with different content and figuring out what I enjoy and what inspires me and like what I want to do. And it's been nice coming back to streaming as just like a little hobby, because I've had the opportunity to really do that and figure out what is I'm doing. Like, I don't make shit off these streams currently. It's like literally $5 about per stream in monetization. And we're not exactly raking in like girlfriend experience, boyfriend experience, VTuber super chat money or anything like that. But it's just been really nice kind of like exploring different things and being like, okay, yeah, this is like, I enjoy doing this a lot. It's like I'm just doing this as a hobby because I enjoy it. And I'm excited to stream, and it's been helping honestly a lot with my mood and mental health too, doing it. But you know, just being me unadulteratedly and unsanitized on stream as my fucking degen, gooner, menhera asshag self, and yapping about random fucking tangents in incredibly too high levels of detail and nuance, because I just had like a sudden flow of consciousness. Like, that's actually me in real life. That is how I am in real life. So yeah, I know, it's been nice. And it's good to see you too. 10 minutes of story is generous. Okay, I was trying to at least sound a little professional. Anyway, new tangents. Mihenta. So this particular distillery is my favorite tequila distillery, not only because of how good the product is, but because they are a fully like female owned and operated business, which is very rare, especially in Mexico. It's just not a frequent thing you see in the liquor industry in general, and in Latin America, it even more rarely happens. But they are fully aquadynamic, they're fully green, aquadynamic, carbon negative negative because they invest in, because their practices are already basically carbon neutral, and then they also invest into carbon negative like stuff basically. But the actual label on the bottle here, as well as this little tag over the top, is made out of agave fibers, and then the cap itself is actually made out of agave resin. So like they even use like the byproducts in the tequila making process as part of their bottling. And their tequila, a lot of people like have, you know, just drunk tequila as like in margaritas or as shots or stuff like that, but like tequila is actually an incredibly expressive and really deep spirit that has a lot of flavor and nuance depending on a whole variety of factors. Mezcal even more so, because the smoking aspects to it, that's the only real difference between mezcal and tequila. Tequila is steamed and then made into booze, and then mezcal is still agave, but it is roasted and smoked and then turned into booze. But there's a lot of depth and complexity to it if you actually really start exploring tequilas, especially nice craft tequilas that aren't like the big names. And it's very interesting how wide the profiles vary and how different they can taste massively. like Magenta's a bit more on like the peppery side, like black pepper, green pepper, a bit more vegetative kind of thing, not nearly as sweet. And then you have like really expensive tequila like Clase Azul, which is very famous for the bottle. A lot of you might have even seen the bottle before because it's a very it's well known because of the bottle. This stuff, like you'll see this in the shop, be like, oh, that's a really cool handcrafted bottle, and it's one of the most popular, like decently expensive tequilas out there, largely because of that. But Clase Azul does a very feminine style tequila, where it's going to be like very like caramel and vanilla heavy flavors. It's on the sweeter side. Like this particular Clase Azul Reposado literally tastes like vanilla cake to me. Like it tastes like a Betty Crocker vanilla cake to me, because it's like it isn't like incredibly smooth, which I'm not a big fan of the word smooth, because what people mean when they say that is actually that it has like a very soft finish. Nothing wrong with using the word smooth. It's just that it's also not always an accurate term, I guess. But anyway, point is it's a very like soft, sweeter, very like vanilla, very oak, very like just very soft tequila that's very easy to drink. Like people who like don't even drink like straight spirits, like straight liquor, right? Can like sip a sour on this and be like, oh wow, this is like, it's not flavored or anything. They don't add anything. It's just straight tequila, but it tastes like it's a flavored liquor kind of thing, right? It's very soft. But that's a completely opposite style from what I like, which is Magenta, because Magenta has like much less sugar in it. It's much less sweet. It's got like green pepper, vegetative notes. It's got like very black peppery, like slightly spicy notes to it, right? It's got a lot more going on. And even though this Tequila Blanco is by far like my favorite general sipping tequila, and makes some of the best, like, cocktails, in my opinion. It's not super pricey in terms of, like, cocktailing tequila, but it is, like, definitely on, like, your top shelf sort of thing, right? Like, I think it's probably about, like, $40-something at most liquor stores. But what I'm sipping right now, I was really glad I got lucky enough to actually, like, get for myself, because I haven't worked in the industry for like over a year and about a quarter or so. So like I wasn't able to like, you know, get informed about it and like purchase through my reps or anything like that. Like while I was managing that craft cocktail bar. But it's the Magenta Blanco Tequila Maestro Selección #1. So this is like their like this is like their very unique limited line tequila that I'm drinking right now, and it is the Maestro Selección #1, which means that they picked very specific agave plants and a very specific blend to make this and have it have like so much like texture and nuance and just like depth of flavor. And they're doing fairly selective small batching for it. It's actually not as expensive as like the Gran Añejo, because Gran Reserva Tequila Añejo has to be aged. I believe this one has to be aged 3 years minimum to be a Añejo Gran Reserva. So like this is more expensive because it's aged for longer, and this is not it's not very much aged. It's like lighter than the Reposado, which is a 1 to 2 year minimum. The different tiers are depending on like age requirements, basically aging requirements, but it is by far their tastiest and best product because the flavor profile is insane. It's such a good sipping drink. It's one of the most complex spirits I've ever drunk, just to like let it sit and like see all the flavors you taste, just letting it sit in your mouth sort of thing. But I was very lucky because I was able to get a bottle from their very first batch they ever put out for this. Like they've since put out like different extra batches, but I somehow managed to get a bottle on the tail end of their very first batch of this, the very first one they ever put out, and it is fucking gorgeous. I love this tequila, but it's also, I only sip it very occasionally as kind of a treat because it is, I mean, I literally am not going to be able to get a first batch one ever again. Like, I can buy this again if I can find it. It's kind of hard to locate, unfortunately. But if I find this, I can buy it again, but it's not going to be a first batch bottle anymore. It's very unlikely I'll find another first batch bottle. I think they're on batch 3 now, so I can get one of those. But, like, especially with something is like this crafted and selected and everything, it's not like a lot of other liquor where, like, they standardize the flavor to keep it consistent. Every single batch is going to taste very different because you're going to taste, like, what they specifically picked for that particular batch. You're going to taste the terroir, which is the fancy-ass French term for basically, like, the environments, how the soil, how like the climates, and how like the particular weather of that year or two affects the flavor of things, because it does actually make a difference, as like pretentious as wine people get about it. Like something like at the end of the day, the amount of water something like a plant gets does influence how it structurally is, and therefore also how it tastes when produced into something else. And then also the soil is important too, because that determines what nutrients are coming into the plants, and like nutrients are a factor of flavor and taste. As pretentious as people can get about wine, and I hate wine pretension, but I do like wine knowledge and learning about wine for the sake of enjoying your wine more. It's just the pretension often like annoys me. But like there is legitimacy behind that. Like chemically speaking, there are physical differences based on things like terroir. So like every batch is gonna end up tasting slightly different, and that's part of the joy about it. It's also particularly interesting because this is actually the first tequila in a very long time made out of non-cloned agave plants, because agave plants take fucking forever to grow from seeds, and it's very difficult with a high failure rate. And so basically every tequila you've probably ever drunk or ever seen has been made out of cloned plants, where they're like basically taking like trimmings, and they'll oftentimes even like splice them together and like grow the plant from that, right? And the same thing happens for avocado trees, because it's very annoying and laborious and time consuming to grow an avocado from the actual seed without like grafting on like branches and shoots onto it or something. But like this is like the first one in a very long time made out of plants that are grown from seed, which took them fucking forever to do. And it's great. It tastes fucking incredible. I've got like 2.5 ounces sitting in my glass right now, my little snifter, and I'm just gonna be very slowly sipping this over the rest of the stream because it's so fucking tasty. As the common street rap Filipino, I call bullshit to JK. I mean, you can, and it's totally fine too. Like this level of like giving a shit about booze is 100% not necessary, right? Like I said, I hate the pretension. Like the pretension that comes with us, like it's especially bad with like wine peeps and like whiskey peeps. The level of pretension that comes with it is really annoying. I hate that like holier than thou sanctimonious pretension that comes from a lot of people in the scene for that. But that being said, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, do you want to like, it is completely optional, but you can choose to like learn and explore and learn how to taste things and whatnot to enjoy the things you enjoy more, right? Like if I wasn't like trained and educated on this, I could still sip this and be like, oh wow, this is really tasty. My tongue thinks it tastes really good. I don't know why. But it tastes really good. It's a similar thing between like drinking this versus like, I don't know, fucking no, Don Julio or something, right? Don Julio's are much more like flat toned tequila. It's still good. Like it's still plenty good. I would prefer other tequilas in the price range, but you know, at least it's easily available. But it's a very like not complex or like doesn't have that much like layers or depths or like notes to it, right? But like it still tastes perfectly fine. But it's similar to how like when you eat like you eat food, right? Food that is seasoned with just salt and pepper versus like a more complex, interesting spice blend, right? The second one's gonna taste better, but you don't necessarily know why. Your tongue tastes the thing and goes, wow, this tastes so much better. I really enjoy this flavor. But unless you're well trained and like very well educated on like the flavor profiles and stuff, as well as like what potential like cultural influences are in the spice blend, most people aren't gonna be like, oh, I love like the heavy notes of like smoked paprika, the little bit of garlic powder and garlic oil in there, along with like the nice onion powder, the white pepper they use instead of the black pepper to add a little less heat and cut to it, but also a little dash of like arbol chili powder or something to add a little bit more smoke to it and everything. Like most people aren't gonna be able to like identify that, even most chefs can't really do that. But it's a similar thing. Is like your tongue tastes it, and because there's more going on, because the fat flavor and profile is nuanced and complex and balanced, most importantly, you go, oh wow, this tastes really good. I like this more. And it's the same thing with booze. And if you want to, you can choose to get really deep into it, like I am, because when I get interested in things, I go into fucking rabbit holes about it, and I made a career out of going into a rabbit hole over this stuff. But yeah, like you can choose to learn more about this, so you can like, I guess, learn more about it, but most importantly, find more stuff similar to it that you like. Like that's my big thing with wine. The real reason to learn more about wine is not to be like hoity-toity pretentious or any of that shit. It is so that you can learn what the fundamental flavors, characteristics, things like that are, so you can appreciate the wine you're drinking more, right? Because you can just, know more about it, right? It's like being a nerd about fucking anything, right? You can enjoy anything you enjoy at a deeper level because you're nerding out about it. But B, with wine especially, the most important thing is that it allows you to know enough to find new wines that you like. Like, you can be like, I like this particular bottle, and I like this particular line, and I like this particular vintage from the year, even though, like, flavors will always differ from vintage to vintage. But if you understand, like in my case, I like old world wines that do not have a lot of juiciness or fruit forward flavors, because new world wines, like American wines, tend to be like very, for lack of a better term, they're very fruity. Like, even if they aren't necessarily sweet, they have a lot of that like ripe fruit flavor, versus a lot of new old world wines like French, although French wine frankly overrated, Spanish wines, Italian wines, and just a lot of different European wines especially, those are going to have much more like kind of dried fruits, or like leathery or earthy or tannic kind of like tanned leather kind of flavors, right? They're not nearly as like ripe fruit forward. The fruit you'll generally taste in there is going to be a lot more along like the dried fruit sort of thing, right? Not as juicy, as one might say, but like knowing that that's what I like, and the understanding how like regions and whatnot work, and like how different varietals of like grape are handled generally in various regions, and how different regions treat their things differently. Like, all of that lets me be like, oh, I look at the small description of this wine on the bottle or at a restaurant or something, and go like, there's like a 95% chance I will enjoy this wine if I buy it. Like, that's really like the practical reason to learn more about wine, is if you give a shit about that kind of stuff. And again, it's completely optional. I don't think anyone needs to. You can just drink wine and be like, this wine is tasty, I like it, it's perfectly fine. Enjoy what you enjoy, and don't let any fucking pretentious asshole tell you otherwise. But that is, at least in my opinion, the reason to get into these kinds of things, right? Which is why I'm being a massive fucking nerd talking about my Mi Gente Tequila Blanco Maestro Celestial #1. Or numero uno, I guess. Because it's so fucking good and so tasty. It's like sex in my mouth, but tastier than sex in my mouth, because that stuff's fun, but not particularly tasty. That's so good. And it's like so good I don't want to drink it fast. Like, that's like the third sip I've taken out of it over the past however long. Anyway. Hi! I used to manage a bar. I like drinks and things. And here I am planning on my Bundy and Cook when I get home. And that's the thing, Graphius. If that's what you enjoy, that's what you enjoy. Like, there is nothing wrong with that. If you know you enjoy that and you don't really care to, like, get more in-depth with it and things like that, then that's perfectly okay. People don't have to like eating tasty food and be like, I'm going to learn all about this tasty food and how to make it and all about the cultural and regional relevancy and influence that went into this food and stuff. Like, hey, most people ain't got time for that shit and don't care enough. They just go, I eat this food and it's tasty, right? And that's perfectly fine. Like, enjoy things how you want to enjoy them. If you're like me and you're a neurodivergent, like, yapping gets too deep into rabbit hole motherfucker, then you just get really, really into learning about random bullshit about things you like. But that's definitely not for everyone. And, like, just do what you enjoy. Do what you enjoy, do what makes you happy and causes minimal harm to other people, ideally, and just, be you. Enjoy things. You don't have to get into this shit. And anyone who tells you otherwise is a pretentious fuck. I'll be back and you'll still be yapping Sienna a bit. Oh yeah, no, very likely. Who knew having a safe outlet for emotions and shared interests has good effects on people? Yeah, true. The open world quests need them to grab items in specific order in the text and items. Blah blah blah. Oh yeah, yeah, fair. Okay. Anyway, that was a fun little side tangent that was like absolutely unrelated to anything that's happening on stream right now. I will want to note that timestamp down though, cause I don't know. That one more than anything seems like a fun thing to cut like a little clip out of, maybe. Maybe, I don't know. I have wanted to integrate my other like passions and interests more into content, right? It would definitely be ideal for me to be able to like do mixed streaming where I'm pulling, well, like I'm like, you know, making cocktails or making dinner on stream, and then we go sit down and fucking yap about gacha games and other bullshit. I don't know, that seems like a direction I would like to take my content, but that requires a lot more equipment and setup than I currently have, and also have the time and energy to like invest into right now. But I don't know, it's fun. I like it. Okay. Dinner date with Jinx stream? Hell yeah. I would love to cook on stream. I've been cooking since I was literally 7. When I was 7 years old, my parents got me a step stool so I could reach the stove and cook my own like ramen in like a pot, or like make eggs or things like that. Since I was 7 years old, every Mother's Day I would like make my mom like breakfast in bed. I'd like wake up a little early, cook like a little like breakfast in bed, and put it on like a little like cute like English town fucking food tray thing, and bring it up to her with like a glass of orange juice for like her to eat as like a Mother's Day gift thing, right? Like, I've loved cooking since I was a child. I'm fascinated by food, culture, cuisine, and regional influences, especially. Regional cuisine is so fucking fascinating because it has so much like historical and cultural context. But I also will never be a line cook or a chef because I know how much those motherfuckers make, and it's genuinely tragic how much money they make. I've been in hospitality for a decade. It is genuinely tragic how little they get paid. Like, even, like, the only way you can be, like, making a very good amount of money, like, it's one, like, you can still make a good living as a chef, but that's a whole thing to even get to that point, at, like, a nice spot. But, like, in order for you to be really pushing, like, decent, like, really, like, high levels of income, despite, like, you know, your quality and skill as an executive chef and everything, is for you to also be a part owner. It's for you to have points in the company. Which, you know, a lot of executive chefs end up negotiating once they reach a certain point, or they, you know, go and start their own concepts with friends and investors and things like that. But, like, by comparison, me having a history in bar managing, I can make that money, level of money and well past just by being a bar manager, because I get paid salary and can negotiate a good salary on top of just making a shitload of money in tips too, because bar managers still work the bar all the time. Yeah, it is tragic how little money back of house makes. I mean, I'm not saying like they're always struggling. Some places are worse than others, and like you can still definitely hit like a decent living, especially at some of the nicer like New York style steakhouses and things like that. But compared to what people in front of house make, it's genuinely tragic. Okay. Time for time for story, right, guys? We'll do things eventually. Okay. But yeah, it would be cool to do some cooking streams, or to nerd out about food or stuff like that, because, I mean, there's a reason why I've made this my career. Historically speaking, at least, even though transitioning into different work. The BAC is just the compromise, taste, ease, and cost. I'm not familiar with the acronym BAC. Is that an Australianism? In my chat? We only approve of Americanisms and flagrant racism and xenophobia in our American chat. I can't even say that shit like all the way with a straight face. Oh, it's 11:30. That means PGR. God fucking damn it. What have we even done this stream other than pre-spending on Cipher and having a few minutes of simping? Oh, Bundaberg and Co. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Still, the compromise taste isn't cost. Yeah, but I mean, like, those compromises exist. That's things you have to account for, right? That's why, like, I'm not drinking this fucking tequila every time I drink it, because I don't want to spend $70 on a bottle and drink exclusively $70 bottles, right? And part of the nice thing about getting into cocktailing is that when you make your own cocktails, you get an absurdly large amount of tasty drinks for pretty cheap. Because the markup on drinks at a bar are very high. But you're also paying for labor and things like that, right? So, like, labor and salaries and hourly and shit like that. Wait a second. Wait a second, did I read that right? It seems that you have indeed heard about this. Well, death is just one of the possibilities. It's too early to come to a definitive conclusion. A world that has never seen death. Looks like these people lived in the era Chrysea before the calamity times descended upon the land. May I ask, where is the scout who managed to come back? So is this confirming that in the era Chrysea there actually wasn't death? Because that was a thing in last stream that it seemed like that was a bit of a logical jump, that without Death Titan there was not actually death happening. But maybe there's some lore I missed that it was actually the case, or maybe it's like a unreliable narrator thing, which could also be happening here. When he returned to Sixia, he only had left in him to last no more than half a day. However, it was his intel that convinced us to ride together. He said that he witnessed the demonic specter of an evil dragon at Turkish land. The apparition opened the giant maw, devoured everything inside, and thus brought Styxia that thing called death. Okay. Interesting. Like, there's a lot of interesting things about the Amphoris lore, I guess, because it's definitely one of those things where you have issues with unreliable narrator and you have issues with myth versus actual history, right? And it's a constant thing that comes up, and I do find it interesting because it makes it more of a fun puzzle to, like, figure out what is, like, the myth versus reality, the fact versus fiction stuff in the setting, right? Because Hoyoverse, like, Mihoyo is not afraid to use unreliable narrators. They've very consistently done it in the Honkai verse, right? Like, when a character says something, that doesn't mean it's correct, even if it's a really respected and intelligent character. It's been the case, especially with, like, imaginary tree theory, which is a consistent thing throughout Honkai Star Rail, and it's kind of their version of, like, the traditional many worlds interpretation that the universe is based around in Honkai. Sec. Okay, burp. Anyway. It's a thing that's happened where, like, even incredibly intelligent characters like Einstein in Honkai Impact, and, like, Himiko as well, and Welt in Honkai Star Rail, where they will all have slightly different interpretations of, slightly different views on, and slightly different, like, mechanics on how it works about imaginary tree theory. In fact, like, Himiko and Welt both talk about it in side dialogue things you can talk with them about in Star Rail. And they're all slightly different from each other, including Einstein's theory, Tesla's theory, like, all these different characters throughout, like, the Honkai verse. Because the reality is none of them know for certain which it is, and they are not afraid to use that unreliable unreliable narrator storytelling technique for all of these different characters, for them to have like what seems like the correct theory in their perspective, but none of them are omnipotent, and none of them truly understand fully how the fabric of the universe works. So true, Alicia. Oh? Wait, is that actually how they pronounce Dixia? Sutakashia. Sutakashia. Sutakashi. Wait. Sutakashia. 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 Ah. Mandarin pronunciations of, like, Greco-Roman words are funny. I love it. Damn, okay, Cass. Aww. Let them rest happily. Wait, is that Castorus's, like, nickname? Xiao Dian. Xiao Dian. Xiao Dian. Or soul remains, you say? Ah, this shit smells so good. That's actually pretty interesting. Listen to hear a sigh of contentment as if it comes from the mouth of some colossal being. Then the scenes of the past abruptly dissipate. Smile. Aww. Wait, no game audio? Oh, motherfucker! How long has my desktop audio been muted? That's my bad. Has that been muted since I fucking came back from the brain rot background? From the BRB? Motherfucker, my bad. That's my bad. As you very much know, I am a very professional streamer person who never has scuff in the streams at all. Continue to explore. Well, now we actually get to hear the things. Oh wait, I already was up there. We are also here to trespass upon a titan. Let's go, murder! Oh, is that what Jiaozhou sounds like in Chinese? I actually kind of prefer that. I definitely prefer Ian adventuring though. He's got more twink energy going. I've actually never heard like CN Yayi's ult now that I think about it. Oh yeah, no, that's Mei all the way. Oh shit! Whoops. I thought it was done. No, I don't. I can't. I'm not fluent enough in Chinese to know what they were saying. Neat. Oh, I can't go back that way. Okay, fine. Ooh, stuff. I love stuff. No. We ascend there, but is there anything else around here? Yeah, I can't open it. Pop. Ooh, a puzzle. Let's see. I need them to land on blue. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. Give me your shit. I love free shit. Okay. Back to the other timeline. I do enjoy this Orynyx puzzle mechanic they've been working in. It's quite a bit of fun. And it makes me think about the one Titanfall 2 level with the fun time swapping mechanics in it. Titanfall 3 will never happen, and it is tragic. Ooh, a puzzle. What a hard puzzle. Ah, yes, of course, of course, of course. Of course, it goes away immediately. But what if I go over here? Ooh, and the treasure chest goes away. Of course, it does.
这里是过不去的。我们得阁下的眼睛似乎能看清过去和未来。
What's with the forced camera shift there? Weird. Ooh, stream. Water rushes down the waterfall as if carrying with it stars of the past. Some say all the rivers of Amphoras are the very lifeblood of Fagusa, flowing ever onward to the true ocean. Among the followers of Fagusa there is a saying, we are all impure rivers, unable to cleanse ourselves. Only the great ocean can take us in without ever growing dirty. I bet. But why not just simply be filthy and dirty? Be your best self. Enjoy your life. It only lasts for so long. Here we go. Here we go again.
Ah, 为何没有一位神明在远方高喊？是啊，受苦受难的小家伙，你的大悲大痛是我取乐的小手段。我所流下的全部眼泪，都由比我更强者判定。
是你们啊。
Okay, I will say that this section has been addressing some of my previous issues with M4 so far that I've mentioned in previous streams. Where, oh no, they got stuck. Alright. Where, like, there's been kind of a big issue with at least for me, there's been, like, a notable issue with dissonance between, like, the story and plot as it is written, and, like, how they present the emotion and atmosphere and vibe of that, in the story so far. But this is doing a pretty good job of selling like, the same, like, solemn death entropy atmosphere that the story is trying to put forward right now. They're doing a pretty good job with this section. All flames will eventually die, all flowers will wilt. In the withered garden, the traveler's steps grow slower, each breath aging them in sorrow. As moonlight shifts and shadows linger. C'est la vie. Mon chéri, amour. Scatterbrain garment maker? A garment maker stands here abruptly exuding a sense of confusion. Where am I? The Cipher standing here too. The garment maker remains silent, just standing there, past pretending not to hear or equally confused by the situation. After a while it speaks. Sorry, honored guest, I'm not sure why I'm here either. Perhaps it's part of Lady Aglaya's plan? Never mind, since I'm here, let's continue our duties. I think it's something about catching bugs. Oh, don't forget to come back. Sage. You remember Castros once spoke of the origins of the eulogistic butterflies. Some believe them to be the final obsession of the deceased, others believe them to be Thanatos' messengers. They are always found in places where many have met their demise. Lost human, if you can say one last thing before leaving this world, what would it be? Farewell, Honkai Star Rail! I'm going to do a deep EP! I want to live 500 more years. I left my trailblazing legacy at ... I live if I stay quiet, right? That is fair to all. I still recall the last words of some deceased, if you're curious. Truly, truly EP port. Of course, whose parting words do you like to hear the most? Oh shit, your EP chat has also made me know it's 11:59, so real quick. My alarm went off like 20 minutes ago about PGR dailies, but let's do this real quick because it resets in 11 minutes. Let's go. We love purple, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly one. Mere lower than 100, let's stay in hero said. Let's stay at number 2? Oh, yeah, stay at number 2. Ugh, if I molded, I definitely could have pushed past that, but it doesn't matter. Proof of a hero met. Yay. Okay. Oh. I guess I already did PGR dailies. Never mind. Just burn stamina, I guess. Okay. Goodbye, PGR. You're good now. I would love to hear about the rulers of the different city-states. I recall that an optimistic motherfucker. I recall that an optimistic ruler once said, "I have finished my business here and I die without regrets." Someone asked another ruler on his deathbed who his successor would be. He only said, "The strongest." Another suffered so much pain that she gave this order to a doctor: "Kill me or be guilty of regicide." Why is the other one in pain? The queen/empress. I remember one of the rulers only said water before dying. The heroes in war. Before his execution at the hands of the enemy, a soldier said, "The only thing I wish to say in this last moment is that I can only give my life for my city-state once." Many more soldiers didn't know when death would come. One said, "Tell them that it hurts really bad on one side of my body." The old captain who traversed many seas died from illness on dry land. She said, "Help me put on my clothes and armor and let me die like a proper soldier." She was buried by the sea in the end. The poets who wrote great works. Before his death, a poet asked his poet's son, "Tell me, Alexander, on your soul and conscience, do you believe my works will be passed on after I die?" A poet spent her life pursuing new verses, till the very end. "I seek no healer in the courtyard to declare my demise, for I shall proclaim this freedom with my own cries." Another poet died during his performance. His final line was, "Thanatos, promise me a better world." The nameless commoners. There was a philosopher of the grove who tried to pick some apricots, but was scolded by his wife. He said, "So what if I picked them? What the Amphorious profanity is going to happen?" Moments later, he died! When asked how they are feeling, someone replied, "I feel good and comfortable. I must sleep now. Take the pillows away. I don't need them anymore." There was a person who felt a sudden headache, and her last words were, "What's happening?" Yo, this butterfly is so based. I love them. I don't understand them. I'm merely curious about them. A poet from Akema once said that last words were words of wisdom, uttered with a lingering breath, that deliver one gracefully to Thanatos' side. However, he discovered that, at the moment before death, one's body and mind become unreliable as the candle burns out. In the end, his last words ended abruptly with, "If we meet again, bleh." Most humans don't have an elaborate phrase to go with their demise, let alone exciting stories, insights into history, or affectionate farewells. The majority are completely unprepared for death, hence the lack of proper last words. Would the living imagine their dying words? Perhaps, but in the end, they didn't get a chance to speak those words. ... Actually based butterfly, I love this motherfucker.
流淌吧，过往的刀光。
Oops, sorry about Mike.
我只是个谣言比邦来的倒霉学者，跌入冥河，做了亡魂。
哎，这个人好像知道自己已经死了。
只是推测，但既然您这样说，还有这边这位，我能认出来，你是阿蒂里亚的死亡。
对不起，我无法令你死而复生，但你若有所求，我可以结束你漫长的困顿。
我知道，即便你能让我活过来，我也不会这么选。
I kind of like the scholar.
因为我并非不慎跌入冥河，而是为了求死，一跃而下。
Yo, let's go.
这是为何？
您若能亏得我的一生，想必不会苛责。那实在是令人苦不堪言。但我没想到，死后竟也一样，多么可笑！我逃避尘世
Damn.
转而踏入了持续1000年的苦痛。瑟西斯在上，人究竟是有多么怯懦，竟同时畏惧着生和死？
I enjoy that sentiment.
抱歉，这个问题我同样无法回答。
无妨，圣女，至少您回应了我的期许。
Aww. Good for you, girl.
赐给我吧。瑟西斯在上，这是否算作思考到了最后一刻呢？
Damn. I liked her.
我见过太多的离别，他的苦恼并不罕见。也有人会为看似微小的烦忧终结自己的生命，在有些人看来，被我视作诅咒的力量，但我从未说服自己接受这。
Also fair.
小蝶，还是想创造一个没有死亡的世界吗？
因为在无限的时光尺度下，没有什么烦忧是无法被解决的。
You should chat with Don Heng about that.
这是我秉持1000年的心愿，阁下。或许曾有人接近，令我改变想法，但自从听说你已濒临死去的消息，我就更加确信，为这世间抹除死亡，便是我的使命。
Oh? Fuck you. Fuck you. Hate this motherfucker. Oh, do I have to go over there to be able... Oh, no, we're good. Okay. Barth is the worst. I hate this motherfucker. And I'm so sad that Cipher has to deal with his ass all the time. My mind is going places it shouldn't. Care to take a guess? Hand over the chest. I want my shit back. You're a cold one, not caring at all about your old pal Barth's state of mind. Fuck you, you're not my pal, buddy. You're not my buddy friend.
后发制人如何？差点火候。
Okay, sure. Here's your ultimate Bart. 莫言终将落线。 Phew, there's something oddly satisfying about getting beaten up when feeling empty inside. Holy shit, I feel that so hard. Hold up. Hold up, that's a screenshot we have to save. Fuck, I feel that so hard. Bart like me, for real, for real. This used to be a magnificent city-state, right? But with just a turn of the cosmic wheel, it all vanished in a moment. This is maddening. The Netherrealm foul water is everywhere, making it impossible for me to find any real treasure here. Oh wait, your true identity is ... What do you mean my true identity? I'm Bart! But for someone who can inherit Ornith's power, who'd believe you're just a regular traveler or living dead? What was it that Ancestor Zagreus used to say? The world is a stack of recurring destinies. Truth is often less fair than trickery. Yeah, fair. Would they really talk so cohesively like that? Maybe not. It's been so long. I can't remember things clearly anymore. Oh no. But you're different, Jinxo One-sans. I won't forget such a fascinating name. Yeah, boy. Cool, give me my shit back. Motherfucking Bart over here. Look, if you want attention and to, like, have a chat, bud, you can literally just say so. Stop stealing my fucking shit. Oh, Pollux, who died young. You were meant to unfold your wings of bone and send the stench of death to the city-states. Yet now you rest in peaceful slumber, your bones covered in moss, like a forgotten whale. We never forget the whales. They fund our gacha addiction. I love using Acheron as a fidget spinner. Well, can't do no shit with that no more. Oh, chests. Almost missed it. I remember Cassius once spoke of the origins of the logistic butterfly. Okay, I wasn't intending to talk to butterfly, but these guys have been based so far, so I'm down. Lost human, have you ever thought about your own epitaph? Jingso Renaissance has gone offline. Jingso Renaissance, a trailblazer. Isn't a bit too early for that? I probably wouldn't need one. Nah, we've gone offline. Interesting take. I still recall some of the deceased epitaph. I can tell you if you're curious. I am very interested in epitaphs. Of course, what kind of epitaphs are you more interested in? Those that died in their beds. These are engravings found near the city of Yanis. I, Theano, lived in Arkema and spent my final 30 years in Yanisopolis. I lived a good life and died a beautiful death. Tu fui ego eris. I don't know what that translates to in Latin. Those that died young. These are engravings left on the battlefield. This passage is dedicated to those who perished in the Battle of Olanus. Oh, time, the omnipotent Oryx, please deliver the news of our fate to all. To preserve the sacredness of the Vale of Evernight, we slumber forever on the famed Olanus plains. Sick. I need water. My mouth is very dry. Wah, okay. Mouth is now moist. Those distinguished and respected. This is engraved on a sage's tomb near the Grove of Epiphany. O scholar, hear me. The body of Empedocles rests below. His soul became one with the grave. As such, Georios' land is now greater than the killer's skies. The Nameless Ones. This is an engraving near Mythemus? Here lies Demetrios, a poor but honest man. He is exceptionally good at sea fishing. This marlin measures an incredible 18 feet long. Until Thanatos, jealous of his achievements, drove him out of the business. They caught him with a hook and placed him there. Thank you, that's all for now. Treasure. There's another, dialogue line, right? You seem to know a lot about epitaphs. I don't understand them. I've simply been wandering in front of too many graves. Mourning continues beyond the act of burial. To erect a tombstone and to leave behind a few words, these are appropriate ways to acknowledge the life of the deceased and steps towards completing this long farewell. But how does one define a long life with just a handful of words? The records of struggle, joy, tragedy, and victory of those before would surely hold some revelation for generations to come. Epitaphs possess a deeply moving power, thus the experience of visiting a graveyard is invaluable. Please allow me to recommend it. Honestly, yeah, I completely agree with that. When I was specifically living in downtown Atlanta by the in the King Memorial area, if any of you are familiar with Atlanta. I was a very short walk away from what's the King Memorial Grave yard, I want to say. But you know, being like a spooky, soft, cozy goth like I am, I enjoyed going there. But it's also just very interesting walking through like a graveyard and reading the epitaphs. And I guess it's just interesting to think about how, for that individual, those last words are how either themselves or their family wants to like represent the totality of their life and of like the lingering memories that exist of that person. I find that a really, really interesting thing. Actually, Jenny and I's first ever date was going to that graveyard and walking around while sipping out of my flask, and then afterwards we went to IKEA while continuing to sip a flask and like looked at cute furniture and shit and ate Swedish meatballs. It was a great first date. Odin does say there's 2 ways into Valhalla: honorable death, battle, or the thighs of a maiden. Let's fucking go. But why just the thighs and why just the maiden? There are many body parts of many beautiful people that you could be enjoying, Odin. Ah, dude, these butterflies are so based. I fucking love them. Ugh, I should grab a snack and eat something and take my meds. Take your meds. Take your meds. Take your meds. But I want to keep storying. I want to keep storying. It's getting good. I get scared when I see these vertical structures. Fair. I instinctually have a really bad fear of heights, and I've been able to like control and tame that at various points in my life because I was also a competitive rock climber when I was younger, and part of what got me into rock climbing, other than it being like a fun puzzle for your body, because that's literally all rock climbing is, it's a body puzzle. It also like helped me get over my fear of heights at the time. Now I still, because of like how long it's been since I actually went to a rock climbing gym, I do have like some like twinges of like instinctual panic at certain heights, but I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that. I just, you know, yap and tangent about random bullshit all the time. That is Zeus's thing, true. How should we get up there? I guess we have to puzzle our way through it. Ah, speaking of which. Bop! Ooh, I really like Black Swan's voice in CN. Ooh, that is a nice voice. Bop! First off, what's back up here before we go explore this full bottom area? Oh! Bop. Liu Tong Ba. Ah, she won't say the line again. Sad. Liu Tong Ba. Go Wuda Tong Ba, I think. I'll listen to it again. Go what the Tongba? Maybe? Ah, I can't break those boxes. Up we go! Shit, how's my stamina looking? We've been streaming for a while and I was already at like 260. Oh, just in time. Let's go. Well, we still need to farm this. Okay, chatto. Going to let this auto a little bit. And go get some food heated up and pop back in and forth. Because I really need calories at this point. My body is screaming at me I need food. So, gonna do this. Gonna do this. Gonna do this. And I will be back in just a bit. I just realized I was fucking with that folder and being like, oh no, I fucked up the file order in my Streamlabs and everything while I was still muted. But yeah, fixed the thing. Accidentally put the BRB on a lower layer than the other things earlier. Anyway, BRB.
周而复始，生命剧烈。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
来都来了，不如吃过再走。
都有被风吹落的那一天。
随便花，一无所有，或者赢下所有。小心！
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
差点火候。
本质如一，生命剧烈。引渡徘徊。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
来些大的。来都来了，不如吃过再走。
生命剧烈。
差点火候。哼，一无所有，或者赢下所有。
本质如一，引渡徘徊。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。生命剧烈。又是这样。
来些大的。来都来了，不如吃过再走。随便花，差点火候。
周而复始， 都有被风吹落的那一天。引渡徘徊，我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
一无所有，或者赢下所有，买了。
生命俱灭。
来些大的，来都来了，不如吃过再走。
引渡徘徊，我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
差点火候。
周而复始，引渡徘徊。
别出千了。
我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
一无所有，或者赢下所有，买了。来些大的，来都来了，不如吃过再走。
生命俱灭。
差点火候。
引渡徘徊，我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
来些大的，
本质如一，都有被风吹落的那一天。生命俱灭。
随便花，一无所有，或者赢下所有。哼，来都来了，不如吃过再走。
哼，引渡徘徊。我为逝者哀哭，暮雨终将落下。
No need for a search party, Crayfius. I am back. Finally. Sorry, it took a bit longer than I was expecting. Heated up a big bowl of pasta, but then also realized that I need to have vegetables to go with it, so I made myself a little salad. Since I've been eating this exact same pasta that I made a giant pot of for like 4 days now, it's been sustaining me. But I also have veggies that I don't want to go bad, so quick salad. So now I am back. Back again. Jinx is back. Tell a friend. But currently just eating same pasta as the past few days. Heated back up nicely. Kind of nuked at this point since, you know, 4 days is approaching a good amount of time of it sitting in the fridge. Healthy food as a VTuber. Look. Nutrients and vitamins are important for your brain to work well. And I'm really bad about remembering to do that, but then I remember it's a thing, and so I eat a salad. I actually genuinely like eating salads. Like, I legitimately just really enjoy eating salads. I was very fortunate growing up that my mother integrated a lot of vegetables that tasted good into my diet. Because we'd like eat, like, we'd have like salads, she'd do like Hunan and Sichuan style, like, green beans and, like, sauteed veggies and stuff like that. It always tasted good. So I actually got to, like, develop an appreciation for the flavor of vegetables when I was younger. I was very fortunate that was the case. So now we have a mixed green salad tossed in a French artichoke vinaigrette with tomatoes and cucumbers, along with a tiny bit of some strawberries that were about to go bad. And it's pretty tasty. But more importantly, it has a nice amount of nutritional diversity, which is very important when you're looking at eating quote-unquote healthier food or whatnot. And don't worry, I only occasionally actually remember to eat healthy. There will be plenty of streams where I eat jack shit or bullshit and go, well, fuck, I should probably have eaten better today. But, you know, I also take multivitamins, and that helps cover that sort of stuff, as well as cover nutritional gaps in my diet normally. I'm gonna move my mic real quick, let me mute it. Okay, that's better. My mic was slouching a little bit. Besides, when I have like a salad of a variety of textures like this, you get to enjoy the ASMR of me crunching on various different textures. It's part of a healthy, balanced diet. It is balanced from the left container, and one from the left container, one from the right container. Let's go. I mean, at the same time, like, it's good to, like, eat healthier and stuff, right? And raw vegetables especially are nice because the enzymes in there allow your body to process nutrients better. So your body actually absorbs and makes use of more of the nutrients that you're consuming. And yes, I dated a vegan health coach for like 4 years. I was 4 or 5 years. I guess technically 5 on and off, but about 4 in terms of like total years together. But this pasta's tasty. But like, at the end of the day, no diet matters unless it's sustainable. I think that people who are against cheat days are idiots because it's not really how human psychology works. And at the end of the day, I mean, it's your life. Do what you want with, you know, eat what you enjoy, do what you want with it. If if like your nutritional health and whatnot is the thing you care about, then fucking go for it. If it isn't, then hell, live your best life. But at the very least, like, you know, things like supplements and especially like multivitamins exist, right? And it's not much to like buy some and like eat a few gummies of multivitamins a day, right? And that alone, I mean, I don't want to say like it's a replacement for eating vegetables, but it certainly fucking helps cover the gap, right? If that's just not a thing for you, because I definitely understand that a lot of people have difficulty with eating veg and stuff like that, and a lot of that can come from how you're raised and the environmental factors of your upbringing. Because vegetables can be and are tasty, but a lot of people get a lot of food trauma when they're younger from the kind of vegetables that they were like they were forced to or like tried and whatnots when they were younger, right? Like, I mean, for fuck's sake, like fucking boiled broccoli and cheese is a thing in the South, and it's often not done well at all. Not to mention like, you know, a lot of families who were like feeding their families vegetables from like can and stuff, and like, I mean, like green beans from a can are one thing, right? But like fucking broccoli from a can is like horrendous. I've got dissolving ones, helps me drink more water. That's yeah, exactly. There you go. Like, I mean, it's like, is it like better for your physical health and whatnot to like eat more conscientiously and better? Yeah, but like, that only matters if that's the thing you care about, right? There's only so much shit you can care about in the world. And like, if I cared about everything that would make me live a longer life or like be physically better, then I would not be sitting here playing gacha games for 8 fucking hours, 10 hours on stream, right? But at the very least, we live in a modern age where multivitamins exist and things like that, and supplements exist, right? So like, if you're particularly like vitamin D deficient, you can also take like vitamin D supplements. And it has been a lot more common practice now for insurance companies to allow to like pay for doctors doing, at least in the US, for doing micronutrient panels, so you can like see what your body is lacking in and specifically supplement for it and stuff, right? And like, that stuff is like, I mean, once you know what it is that you like, you know, need to be supplementing, or just if in general just eat some take some multivitamins, that covers a lot of the difference, right? And you don't necessarily have to like guilt yourself into or even care that much about like eating like a otherwise balanced diet, unless that's something you want to care about, right? Unless like you have like, you know, body or like fitness or health goals or things like that, right? But you don't have to care about it if you don't want to. There's nothing, I don't think there's anything wrong with choosing what you want to care about in that regard. I just realized I'm supposed to go back up there, aren't I? We just went up there, and then I immediately came back to... Oh, wait, no? Oh, never mind. We were supposed to be down here. Let's go. No, wait. Were we? No, we were just... Fuck, I went to eat, and now I forgot what the fuck we were doing. Probably just perform a miracle here, right? Nope. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, I back up the elevator. But that's just my take on it. Will every human being be healthier and in like a better physical state if they were to like, you know, be conscientious about food and eat and what goes in their body and stuff? I mean, yeah, technically, but like that's not everyone's priority. And I'm not really a big believer in like pushing that on people, especially because, you know, some people are just doing what they can do at the time. Like, streaming has been great for getting me out of my like massive depressive spiral I've been in, and I've been in a much better mental and headspace because of it. But like, I know plenty enough about nutritional theory and like eating vegetables and know how to cook a bunch of shit and everything, but that didn't change the fact that at the time I didn't have the fucking capacity to deal with any of that. I just eat multivitamins and eat fucking shit all the time. Sometimes it's just not a thing you choose to care about, and sometimes it's just not a thing that you really have like the actual capacity for at the time. Life is hard, and being Menhera is in demand, but also kind of funny, but also fucking sucks sometimes. Must pick your battles and all of those kinds of things. You pick up the rune. The update is out? No, it is not. We're still waiting on maintenance. I just haven't done the 2.2 story yet, so we're trying to clear as much of that as we can before maintenance happens. The rest of my family, they oversupplement iron, and I just make sure I have one healthy meal each day. Yeah, exactly. There you go. One healthy meal, taking some multivitamins to cover the nutritional gaps and everything. Like, that works. And some people do have, like, specific nutritional deficiencies, right? Like, the rest of your family needs to, like, supplement on iron because for whatever reason, their diet and or body struggles to produce it. Because it's kind of the funny thing about human beings is that our bodies are incredibly good at synthesizing the macronutrients we need. I love the micronutrients too. Which is why human beings can live for a very long time just eating fucking white bread. And will it suck? Yeah, but they can do it. Like, they can manage to do it. They will survive and live and exist if they do that. Fuck! I'm like an idiot. Let's go! Alright. Sorry, I had to puzzle for a second there. But some bodies are worse at producing, like, synthesizing those kinds of, like, micronutrient stuff than others. Where human beings are able to survive off of just, like, fucking white bread every day for a really long time. It's just your brain and body won't function very well. Like, I generally just like eating vegetables and stuff like that, but also, for me, a personal concern in terms of, like, getting nutrients in and, like, eating, quote-unquote, a bit better and stuff like that. It's just that it makes my brain work better. My brain just works better when I'm, you know, actually eating a like nutritionally diverse diet and things like that versus just eating like fucking bread. My brain just doesn't work as well, and I like my brain working better. But again, just multivitamins covers most of that anyway. Wow, nutritional theory, another random fucking subject that I have, like, a weird amount of knowledge on. I'm not an expert, though. I'm not trained. I'm not a trained or licensed nutritionist or health coach or any of that bullshit. I just learn a good amount. Take everything I say with a massive fucking assault. I'm not an expert. I'm just a person who's nerded out about it for a few years. Everything's gone. Everything's gone. Everything's gone. Keeps going away. Ooh, chest. Ooh, a shield. Can't get to that shit over there. Oh, I guess I can't interact with that either. Back up we go. Across we go. What if the miracle suddenly loses its effects? I mean, you'll be fine, man. You can fucking float. I guess I'll just break my knees or something. Hello, Vault Officer. I guess I can't talk with you until I put this down, huh? Let's see what's over here first. Bop. Bop. I love free shit. Bop. Bop. Ah, fuck. Bop. Wait, it's gold though. They just can't process the iron efficiently enough to do have to take 4 to 5 data requirements for everyone else. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I don't know, some people's bodies just, you know, can't do certain things the way that they would otherwise do, and that's fine. We live in an age where medical science has advanced enough that we can account for and deal with these things, and that's a great thing. We live in an age where we actually know what iron deficiencies are and can properly test for it and understand it and just supplement it and not have to, like, be like, oh, you're not feeling well constantly. Well, I guess it's your humors or some bullshit. And that's a good thing. It's nice that we live in an age where we have access to these kinds of things, even if heavily profit-driven medical industry bullshit makes it a lot more expensive than it should be in a lot of cases, but at least it exists. And we teleport. I ate more pasta. Should put this up now. Yonkers. Put that down now. Nom 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 nom. I remember this treasure used to be filled with treasures. Why is it empty now? Eep? Eep? Could it be that those people borrowed the treasures and never planned to return them? Eep? What? Never. People would never steal. Cipher would never steal my heart and my wallet. And my buckets. All of my buckets. I don't know, some of those remedies for the humans were quite pleasant. Okay, I mean, yeah. Can't say I actually know all that much about, like, humor theory and whatnot. It's just one of the various, like, medical models of understanding at the time that produced some results, but were fundamentally flawed. Rotates? Rotate what? Sports? Is he scared of his own extraordinary power? Oh, that's right. Orgasms were a remedy in the humorous theories. That's right. I forgot about that. Funny. Hello there. I'm here to stop by again. Hi, Asta. Good to see you. We're just here doing 2.2 story because I am very behind on it, and we're gonna see how much we can squeeze in before the reset happens. I say this almost being a 6-hour stream and having spent like maybe an hour doing a story and the rest yapping about fucking bullshit. But that's a Jinx stream. Smile.
这倒的确，不过，虽说这里曾是王室宝库。 但如今早已被劫掠一空，请各位及早离去吧。
Sorry, someone just posted the fucking thing in this. God fucking damn it. Why not? This is already a fucking degen stream. This is what I'm laughing at with someone posting this. It's only $1.49. I mean, I guess, hey, you're into what you're into. We don't kink shame in the goon below. We just kink ask why sometimes.
你误会了，我们只是路过时听到了您的喊声，因此前来看看。
天，我叫出来了，唉，实在是失态。劳各位费心，我只是见到了一位勇士，那亡魂没有伤害我。 但他的重拳实在惊人。
勇士
Yamin got bullied.
等等，几位似乎和他不同。你们是生者？你们怎？
说来话长，我们是来此觐见塞纳托斯的。
塞纳托斯？那是何物？
塞纳托斯。
莫非他也活在死亡降临前的时代？
死亡？ 难道
Evil Dragon Pollux
波吕克斯的？
波吕克斯，他就是塞纳。
波吕克斯，
死亡的化身。
据百夫长带领的勇士们说，那恶龙早已死去，置人于死地的恶咒 并非由他而起，
Huh.
在龙的怀中，他们见到了一位少女。
Oh no.
是真正的死神。
It's your sister, you don't remember, Chattooooo.
那位女孩身在何处？
There's a VTuber who's going to pop up soon, whose current PFP is a pregnant Clippy from Microsoft, so Clippy is MPreg. Let's go! Let's fucking go!
据说，女王不计代价将她带回城堡，她意欲以这前所未见的伟力，将整个翁法罗斯纳入掌中。至于真假，就没人知道了。
您的见闻十分宝贵，感激不尽。
Sorry, bump my mic again. Trying to navigate my hands around the large plate and ball on my desk is a thing.
你难道就是？谢谢。
Aww.
这是刚才的。
It's nice that Castris gets to use her powers for something that is more, very clearly good and relief.
所以，你便将死亡带给了他。
Oh, what's up, girl?
这不像你。即便是我向你下令，你应当也会拒绝才是。
不清楚，我本是出于同情，以为自己不会因此痛苦不堪，可如今仍然
同情，同情那个战无不胜的少年人。
那位少年，他受到了塔兰顿的眷顾，从神手中习得了一世秘剑。
Huh.
且此
Okay, sure.
他在与人的争斗中可以一击制敌，在黄金市，他可凭此技长胜。但如今死亡降临世间，那神赐的秘剑也使他能随意置人于死。
你觉得他有些像你？
他永不会记差一筹，但凡出手，对方必然死去。所以他找到了我。
Back to the Yapathon, always and forever.
了结这一切。
或许是与死亡的和解来得太过突然，你才会感到无助。
Huh.
并未找到和解。我亲见埃蒂里亚的人们在死亡面前挺起了胸膛，在命中注定的终局来临前。
So, I know that they've been talking about how the other Chattooooo, the other Nias, and all those different people are different, like our previous era, people who just who look and are very similar, and in Castros's case might be like source of where she came from and her curse and everything. But they are also doing more and more things that suggest that this might actually be like an imaginary tree theory, many world sort of situation, and I'm interested to see if they actually go in that direction or not with it.
他们的神情如此骄傲，
Especially with the whole like
至于让我认为
Orynyx Time Titan back and forth thing, it definitely makes something along those lines a bigger reality of something to explore.
是种侮辱。或许在这世间，死亡的权柄本就不该存在。
我不想贸然否认你的理论，不过，不妨听我为你讲述一个故事。那是一个来自异邦的童话，在那冰原中，那个将你带给我的人，曾为我讲述了。
I wonder if Castros is gonna confirm she doesn't know that she doesn't remember this, or if it is actually a memory of hers. Because yeah, there's definitely a lot of paralleling happening.
斯提克西亚能。
等等等等，
Oh, here we go.
所以小蝶从巨龙怀中诞生的少女，那些幽灵口中死亡的化身，
从刚才开始，我就隐约有所预感。但斯提克西亚的一切，我的记忆，应该是从阿蒙内特将我带到埃蒂里亚时开始才对。
So this could either be an amnesia story, or it could be a many world story. Let's see what they do.
又是王与蝶。
Oh, it's another butterfly.
越近了吗？
住口！住口！纵使那女孩才是邪恶，你也绝无理由为那魔物开脱。是他们二者一道，一道将我们困在这生死的夹缝当中。
别害怕，这些亡魂根本就没发现我们。
I don't know if that's Caster's problem, is whether they will notice her or not. She seems to be the kind with much more existential worries. Bop! Where you gonna go, Spear? Well, I guess we go up the elevator.
这是。
生者。
Hello there, alchemist. I love Edward Elric and Alphonse Eric. Yoink. Yoink. Wait, did it not open the chest? It did. I didn't see the items pop up. Am I crazy? I might be crazy. Oh, there they go. Playing the story at the last minute before the update in a few days? Yep, pretty much. And the update isn't in a few days, I believe. I believe it's like this. It's like this. Is that this patch? Oh, no way. I think we probably have one more. Yeah, we have one more day because the events end one day before the patch changeover. Yeah, because we still have a day on the banner. Okay, yeah, never mind. So yeah, a day before the patch. Trying to play catch up, basically. Sounds like avoiding accountability, casters. Don't call out a girl like that, but also do. Oh? Do you want a human soul? We have human souls. Its pilot is probably
听过，那就好说了。在那神话的年代里，或许你们还尚未出世，但在炼金术的领域，已无人能够望我项背。我将在这冥河流经的浅滩，
但死亡不就是由他带来世间的吗？
吼吼，看来你们有。
ho ho.
的确。
Explain it to me in great detail.
能置人于死，而将他送来世间的波吕克斯，偏偏又会让人无法死去啊！
哦。
所以，果然如此吗？
哦。
这是我的猜测。死难者本应顺着冥河漂流，直至到达西风的尽头。
哦，なるほど，なるほど。
不错，所以我才必须让他重回世间，展翅高飞。我早已在高塔布下炼金法阵，只可惜。
Well, if you need a crucial material, we do have a philosopher's stone and a mem. We can sacrifice mem. Just kidding. I would never sacrifice Alicia. Oh. Never mind, fuck you, you can't have Casterus.
小蝶，你应该还没事。
诸位，我晓得自己已无力回天。拿去这个。
是。我们在法吉娜的盛宴中酣醉了太久，才开始寻求神赐的死亡，好让自己摆脱命运的无常。我们没能换来尊神，却迎来了横绝冥河的魔物。 那可憎的巨龙波吕克斯，将所有王者拒于冥界之外。求死！
死不得的灵魂如潮水般席卷了斯提克西亚，我的城邦，我的人民，如今已不复存在。那女婴是我唯一能救下的幸存者，她诞生在恶灵腹中，生来便怀有死亡的天赋。她请你一定要将她抚养成人，别让她再经历我们所遭遇的苦难。
我答应你，我将如母亲一般照料她成长。
Well, it definitely isn't our. I mean that.
法吉娜在上，感谢你的善举。身为母亲，请你为这女孩赐下姓名。
Oh.
至少让我知道。
Oh, she a princess.
再来，就像蝴蝶落在死亡的枝头。蛱蝶，我想。
Or is it our Omninet?
这是我的名字。
我的名字。
又来了，这究竟是什么动静？
生者，别浪费时间较量口舌了，冥界的怒火将至。
黑潮造物从什么时候
Murdered our ass.
去小心迎战？
Now we fine, babe.
小心落得和那些黑潮造物同样的下场。
We fine, dude.
各位，快躲到我身后。
差点火候，准备下注。
厄运之处。
I don't feel like burning ults.
别出千啊！小心。
是你还是命途
Not burning ults though makes it so Yayi can't immediately ult, but that's fine.
暮雨终将落下。
Oh. Okay, there's like actually multi-waves with elites. Okay, never mind. We burn ults. I should have waited to pop that after the guy's turn, but whatever, we don't have to min-max that hard here.
你们不如一动不动，来些大量。买了。
买了。
命运并非选择。
猴子一无所有。
Yeah, I don't think I like CN adventuring as much as EN.
小心！
我为逝者哀哭。
I can't wait to have Cipher with signature and just have the most absurd volume of Acheron ults possible. It's gonna be so funny. Oh! Hi, Mighty! Sup, bro?
问题阁下。
I miss you so much that it almost killed me. Unintended.
问题阁下，你又经历了一番死战啊。
那黑潮无穷无尽，我的手我会找到归时的路，回到生者的世界，继续。
万迪阁下，我一直都想知道，
是我在抗拒他，逆流而行，杀出这该死的冥界。
Kill my way out of this nether realm. Let's fucking go.
我的宿命。
Is this really the proud mighty?
的精神和王宇的诱惑搏斗。原来，他的战场不止在生者的世。万迪阁下，你愿意与我们同行吗？我们将前往那高塔上的法阵，去唤出那藏匿已久的塞纳托斯。
塞纳托斯。
塞纳托斯。
挑战。死亡。
没错，如果我们能齐心战胜他。 那你也再不必为不死的诅咒所
同行吧，下殿就有已与死亡擦肩过千万次之人。
小蝶，确定要这么做吗？那个炼金术士还说要把你当成祭品。
我不害怕，我们已经走到了这一步， 学我再回头的理由。比起犹豫，还是启程更好。也许就在今天，命运会恻隐一时，抛下些。
Okay, on we go with friends back. Oh, there go the spear. Chase after the spear. Give me your shit. Thank you.
别忘了和伙伴们分享喜悦。
Oh, fuck you, Bart. No one likes you. Go away. After giving me back my shit. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Wiggle, wiggle. This huge raw stone was pilfered from the bottomless depths of the sea. Then, to determine if it really held a crystal filled with magical power, the stone was lifted to the sky to split it open and peer inside. So how much would that thing up there fetch? It's invaluable! Assuming you can find a way to move it, even if you had just had some mountain dweller melt it down, you still get a good amount of gold out of it. Fine, I was just spinning a tale. This nether realm, after all, worlds apart from the mortal realm. Who knows what those things in the sky actually are? Though I must admit, the view is absolutely killer. Agreed. Wait, did I just stumble into a deadly joke? Well, I suppose there wouldn't be any living beings left to tell a tale with this killer on the loose. You know what? I hate you, Bart, but I respect your puns. Bah! Here we go again. About 350, true. At least 350s. Oh, I can change the direction of it. Neat. Well, let's check it over here first. Oh wait, no, this is like the correct direction to go. So first we check the other. We check the other side and see what we get. Because this is the JRPG, but we always we go on the path that is not the correct path to get more shit. Oh, it's kind of nice that with these ones they're actually starting to do puzzles that require you to turn them up and down and not just to the side. It's still very like simple, but at least it's a little switch up. It said that glowworms also live on the moon. It said that glowworms also live on the moon. Its brilliant glow comes from them. I'd love to live with them up there. Eep! What a bright moon, so big, so round. It is a gorgeous view, admittedly. I can purify this. And I can do a puzzle! Wow, it's such a hard puzzle. Man, this gives me a bountiful treasure chest, but dealing with Bart's bullshit doesn't. Ugh. Oof, the food in my stomach has me feeling a bit eepy. The feast is long ended, the song's long silenced. The evening bell tolls, and the drowned still drift, their faces mirrored in the stars above. I call for deep slumber. True and fucking real, my dude. True and fucking real. Before you are rusted and broken chains, remnants of a path that once led to the tower.
这可难办了。阁下请冷静。若是不慎跌进了冰冷的冥河，您恐怕 就真的会溺亡于此。
And then go eat. Let's face it, we're not catching up on slowly tonight anyway. No, we can do it.
人家要是再厉害点，
Even if I actually feel truly eepy, then I will definitely hop off. But right now, I think it's just mostly full stomach-itis. Food done give him in the itis.
明明这里有着追忆符文，却到处找不见。莫非是在远处那座崩塌的塔楼里？
1 minute of mem being useful comes from 1,000 days of training mem. So true, so real.
听着怪怪的。算了，等下。
Go, Alicia, go.
需要人家帮助的时候，
Please, ma'am.
交给人家吧。
What? Oh, goddamn. Okay, ma'am. Jesus.
明明成功了。
粉色松鼠，很机灵。
The pink squirrel.
人家怎么又变成松鼠了？
Food coma status. Yeah, I'm not like at full food coma, but definitely stomach being full to the degree it is giving a little bit of that cozy eepiness.
人家果然也适合当欧洛尼斯祭司吧？
当然，你是最纯。
Aw, don't let Trippy hear you say that.
车身大门之后，应该就是炼金法阵所在。
Alchemical Matrix? So you mean boss fight?
来许愿，那是
Oh, who that? Oh no! It's fucking Triton! Oh no! Or Trion, rather, that one.
小小蝶、小小灰，还有小小迪和粉色小狗。小田，你不是已经
Yes! That's why she's here.
什么？人家怎么越来越混乱了？
Just when we called the pink squirrel smart, Mem doesn't get it.
这还是第一次在冥河逆流而上时遇见我。
果然是这样。正如方才图中那些亡灵，我也没能从提安大人身。
大家说的对，提安早就知道自己回不到大家身边了，但是提安相信小小蝶，总有一天，所以提安一直站在这里，离人家最近的地方。
真是太辛苦了。
不过，听小提安的意思，我们确实也快要到冥界的入口。提安答应过提宝提宁，等小小蝶来到这里，提安要准备好礼物，第一个跑来迎接你。所以，小小蝶，请你收下这个。
That's cute.
我们
Oh, that's too cute. My heart. Oh. No. And screenshotting that. The single brain cell hit the corner like the DVD screensaver. So true. So real.
这是提宝大人说过的，你先前没能完成的。
Aww.
为我准备的礼物。
Look at Stell in the corner. And Donhung.
亚诺斯的圣女，即便阴阳两隔，依旧心里相通。
提安画了好久，希望小小蝶喜欢。
真是，提安大人画的真好啊！
这便是我们的烛火之旅。
小小蝶，虽然我们不知道你之前的旅途是什么样，提宝总说 那一定是很重很重。但是小小蝶可以不用再害怕，因为在烛火的旅途里，我们大家都陪在你的身边。
You know, this drawing though does kind of lead to an interesting thought, which is that, like, the Trippy Trio has lived for hundreds of years as the Trippy Trio at this point, right? To the point that Aglaia is very long-lived, and they're Aglaia's teacher. But despite all of that time, Trian still draws like at this kind of like this very noticeably childlike level. And I mean, it's entirely possible they just never really chose to like actually, you know, improve their drawing skills, or it's something where like, you know, they're kind of really going into like the child bit thing. But it also suggests the possibility that they have been like unable to actually mature past the state of being children because of their whole situation and their curse of immortality and those things. Because, like, this is very cute. It's like, oh, they're kids, but it's also interesting to think, wait, the Trian's still drawing like a kid despite being hundreds of years old at this point. Just a thought. Just a thought.
是看到提安大人的礼物，我才发现，自从踏上烛火之旅，一路走来，我已经拥有了太多曾经不敢想象的一切。我第一次有了很多同伴，第一次有了手工和留影的爱好，第一次和他人共进晚餐，第一次走进市场，买下喜欢了很久的奇美拉娃娃，抱着它进入梦乡。第一次穿上阿格莱亚大人亲手编织的礼服，第一次和提宝、提安、提宁大人散步，第一次和风景小姐吹着晚风看星星，第一次和阁下照料大地。
This is incredibly heartwarming.
这许许多多我不曾奢望的第一次，回忆起来的时候，我的生命好像从数百年、数十年，变成了每一分、每一秒。
Also interesting take on the whole passage of time and perspective and context for it, I guess, for the long living.
明明拍过很多照片，却都是些黑白色调的风景，都没留下一张和大家的合照。早知道，应该多拍一些的。
Castris! Let's go, photo time. Hopefully ghosts show up on photos.
提安可以，提安喜欢小小蝶，喜欢和小小蝶一起拍照。
可惜，你我皆为亡魂，无法在人间留影。
Are you sure I have future technology?
我想也是。
话都说到这份上了，却还要留下遗憾，这种事情不要。
Ma'am, do a weird magic thing. Save the day.
不会有遗憾的。这幅五彩缤纷的画，已胜过人世间任何一张留影了。
It's in the earlier portion of the story that Century Gate usage exacerbates the situation, which is why Trian was more childlike than the others. Oh, I forgot. Okay, I think I missed that earlier. Interesting. Oh wait, shit. Okay, cool. If they're frozen in that state, then it makes sense. Can't form new pathways for hand-eye coordination. Yeah, I mean, it's also not just like hand-eye coordination, though. Like, part of the whole idea of like children drawing in that kind of way is also just their brains not having matured and their perspective being in more simplified terms like that. At least to my understanding.
命运不是生长在道路尽头的花朵，而是人们自己踏出的小径。现在，属于我的那一条行径，即将来到终点的门关。
Oh yeah. I've been... Oh, sorry. Keep bumping my... Give me 1 second to adjust it. Neither of us are developmental scientists, so who knows? What do you mean? I am a VTuber who's streaming on the internet. Therefore, everything I say is factually correct, and I know everything that I'm talking about. Smile. But yeah, no. I mean, I did learn some interesting stuff about developmental psychology, since Jenny was taking classes on that, and we'd, like, chat about it and help them with, like, studying and stuff like that. So, like, I learned some interesting stuff about that, but I am by no means an expert or even educated on the subjects. Just, you know, chatted with a person who was studying it.
感谢你，为我带来了最后的钥匙。
钥匙，小小蝶，你说话怎么变得难懂起来啦？
我也有预感，不久后，您这份礼物将成为挽救阁下生命的关键。
哦，那真是太好了！既然这样，那就带着笑容，勇敢前进吧。
But yeah, I'm very much enjoying this. I'm very much enjoying this area in the story so far. It's definitely doing a much better job of like selling the emotion and atmosphere with the very like solemn, death and reminiscence tone of things.
小小蝶，小小灰，还有大家，明天见。
It's definitely been like the least dissonant part of the story so far in terms of the vibes, for lack of a better term. Damn. Peace out, Tian.
提安大人。
提安大人。
此处的气息，也确实便是名流的终点。
Wait, Mighty, didn't you know what the end of the Stream of Souls is? Like, haven't you been here multiple times before and done this before?
继续前进，我或许会迷失于此。我必须离去了。
Oh, wait, no, that's right. Mighty the climbs upstream along the River of Souls. Right. He just kind of accompanied us here.
千万次，我已挣脱过死亡的枷锁，此次也不例外。
Okay, Kratos, just fight your way out of hell.
小蝶，你会为烛火完成使命吗？
我还在思量，万帝阁下。
Wait, is that how they pronounce Mighty's
我
name?
还在思量，万帝阁下。
Wundiga. Huh. Interesting.
无妨，无愧本心的选择吧。就算要再等上1000年，我会一直战斗至死，然后死而复生，直到奇迹降临之刻。
万帝阁下，还有一件事，或许你应该知晓。
何事？
纳克夏老师或许推导出了再创世的原理。你我，也许将在下一世化为纷争与死亡，成为降在世间的。
Oh shit! Cipher out of nowhere! Cipher flashbang!
我知晓了。
只有这样吗？你愿意坦然接受这样的命运吗？
I want to die if you kill me, line. So true. That was really loud. What? Me flashbanging? Is my audio leveling off?
你有任何策略？
Oh, it is? Oh, sorry. Okay, how about now? It's fine now? Oh, interesting. Did a limiter on my mic get weird? Sec, let me check something in Streamlabs. Only when you saw Cipher? I mean, yeah. I definitely got a little excited. For very understandable and in the stream description and through most of the stream's discussion reasons. That's weird, though. Why is Streamlabs not letting me adjust the filters? Huh? 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 That's so weird. Excuse me. I can't... Huh. I can't interact with my filters right now. It's only giving me options for performance mode. That's really weird. Huh. Yeah, so it seems likely that my limiter isn't working right now. Because it shouldn't be peaking over negative 6 decibels with the filter setup. But if that was louder than that, then that definitely means that my filters aren't working. I can't like restart Streamlabs or it'll just completely fuck everything up. That's very strange. I wonder if like messing with and adding in like the other BRB stuff earlier is kind of fucking with it. Often I just hope Snowbreak Shikikan you can choose to be female. Wait, Snowbreak Shikikan? Are they putting out a new game or something? I have not like kept up with that at all. Oh, one sec. Okay, back. Oh, Shikikan, as in right. Yeah, because of Shikikan because they are the adjutant. No, I got you. But yeah, it's really weird that I can't seem to adjust any of my filters, and it seems like they definitely turned off if that like spiked really loud. Huh. Sec. But. Yeah, I just checked it with monitor test, and it's definitely like doesn't have the definitely does not have the filters on right now. That's really weird. I can't seem to fix it right now. Probably just have to lower the like gain on it real quick. One sec, let me try swapping scenes to see if that helps. Okay, that's weird. Okay, yeah, swapping scenes allows me to fuck with the filters now. Okay, weird. Let me make sure the filters are feeling like in a good place then. Yeah, threshold's at -6 now. Okay. Let's see. Let me go ahead and I should be able to push it back up a bit now. Let me do another monitor test real quick. 1 second. ba ha 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 huh. Not sure how I feel about that. Okay, let me adjust a few things super quick. Let's maybe get rid of that. Adjust that down a bit. Lower this a little bit more. Okay, let's test that real quick. Ba-da-ba-ba. Ha. 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 Hmm. 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 Also, I'm curious, can you guys hear me making the weird sounds when I'm doing a monitor test? I don't know if it actually outputs to the stream when I do that. If I killed that too. Bada boop but ba ba. Okay, yeah, so you guys can't hear me do that? That's fucking hilarious. You're loving it. True. Okay. Okay, yeah, no, the suppression is needed. It's catching all of the sounds of my computer being angry. If we increase it at least a little bit. I am by no means an expert when it comes to these things. Try dropping that a tiny bit. See how that goes. Okay, now it's a little... It's a little quieter than I want, though, decibel-wise. Just this again. Just play with it until it works. Yeah, that's basically the plan. I don't know why it got a little fucky compared to before suddenly, but... Because this is normally a thing you do under... You do, like, off-stream, but... Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's still peaking higher than it should be. Alright, one more test, see if this helps. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Okay. I think that didn't help. Also, the noise gate is a bit too low. Ugh, why did my audio get fucky? The scuff is real. Okay, well, hopefully that is good and it doesn't get too bad. But I guess we'll see. I really need to just like... Oh, wait. Okay, the suppression is still hitting where it needs to be. Cool. I love that in the process of me scatting into the mic to fix audio issues, the viewer spiked. Oh, the viewer count spiked for whatever reason. We love Scuff and our Jinx streams. It is eternal. I do think there's probably some issues with Streamlabs, particularly as a software, though. I definitely need to, like, take the time to hard swap back over to OBS and get all my assets and things on there. Your mighty will. Your mighty will? Ha 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 ha.
感谢你，万迪阁下。那个正确的选择。
Is that really how his name's pronounced in
感
Chinese?
谢你，万迪阁下。
Wendiga. That's like
正确的选择。
Wendiga. Wendiga. That's like the. It's like the
会找到他的。
one time so far where like their names are not just like Chinese phonetics for the like I guess more Latin leaning anglicized name. Huh. I just love that we just have this random pot of fellas chilling in the background and no one seems to have noticed yet.
所说的炼金法阵，看来需要分别置入艾格勒的天空、吉奥里亚的大地、科法勒的火焰、法吉娜的海洋，还有莫涅塔的爱。
看来我们可爱的蜗居公主已经下定决心了。
Okay, well, Cipher's actually talking. You know what that means? That means we change to English because that's necessary. Because anytime that Cipher is talking, we have to play in English because her English voice is incredibly good. I just came back from school. Welcome back from school, Nashi. From uni? Gotcha. I was about to ask, like, what is your time zone that you're getting back from, like, school now? But uni also has, like, very variable times for classes and whatnot. South Asia? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that's about right. Uni is just extra school. I mean, yeah, by definition it is. Okay. Actually, let me check my DAC real quick.
There are so many of you.
I wonder if something got fucky because of my DAC. I probably also need to honestly get a new cable for my mic soon. This one's really old, so it might be having some issues that I don't really notice often. But I've been using this specific cable for like fucking 4 years now. And it was like an basics one, so I should probably get a new one. Oops.
It's little Cass and little Grape. Oh, there's also little D and... We finally finished it.
My heart.
This is what Lady Treby once mentioned. The gift for me that you didn't manage to finish.
I just love the cipher in the background.
Even when separated by life and death, their thoughts are still connected.
Oh, it's 1:35. That means dailies. Okay, we're gonna listen to Cipher talking and dailies.
Tran hopes that little Cass likes it.
Like motherfuckers, you have a fully functioning third-person shooter. Use it, Lamau.
Seriously? It's seriously a wonderful drawing. Lady Tran.
My heart.
This is our flame chase journey.
Okay, I think Ian Mighty is actually doing a much better job, like, selling his, like, struggle and exhaustion.
Was like before. Treby has always said that it must have been a very harsh and frightening journey.
I love Stell in the Corner. Oh yeah, no, the Stell in the Corner is fucking peak. Like, actually, truly fucking peak.
But little Cass no longer has anything to fear now. Because everyone is here with you.
Actually, real quick.
Chase journey.
Oh, I just realized that my drink is blocking text. Here, we'll put it on this side of the model instead. But yeah, real quick, so just a little snappy shot of the Stell, because I'm definitely not going to use this for an emote or something in the future. Ha 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 ha.
That's right. Only now, when I see Lady Trian's gift, do I realize that I've already obtained so many things I would never have dared to dream of since I embarked on the flame chase journey. It's the first time I've gained so many companions. The first time I picked up the hobbies of crafting and photography. The first time I had dinner with someone else. The first time I went to the market to buy the Chimera doll I'd liked for a very long time and hugged it to sleep. The first time I wore a dress personally made by Lady Aglaia. The first time I went for a walk with Lady Treeby, Lady Trian, and Lady Trinan. The first time I enjoyed the night breeze and looked up at the stars with Miss Hyacinth. Looking back at all these experiences I never thought were possible. It feels as though the scales of my life had shrunk from centuries and decades down to minutes and seconds. And all of them are so precious.
Oh.
I took countless photos in the past, but they're all black and white landscapes. I don't have a single one with friends. If I had known, I would have taken more pictures.
Trian says yes! Trian likes little Cass and would love to take a picture with little Cass.
Sadly, being departed souls, our images cannot be captured in the world of the living.
Someone call Thurta. I'm sure she could figure out a way to make that work.
What? Are we serious?
Too bad we can't contact shit outside of the forest right now.
There won't be any regrets. This vivid drawing surpasses any photograph from the world of the living.
Little Cass smiled. Treeby, Trinan, and Trian's wishes finally come true!
I remember
Goddamn
you
girl
once
squeaky.
said that fate is not the flowers that bloom at the end of
But
the
it's good that
road,
she's ecstatic right before, you know,
people
departing
tread
fucking
beyond
forever.
the gate. Now, the path that belongs to me is about to reach the end. Thank you for bringing me the final key.
Key? Little Cass, why are you talking in riddles all of a sudden?
I have a feeling that soon, this gift of yours will become the key to saving Mrs. Life.
Wow, that's amazing! Then keep smiling and carry on bravely! Little Cass, Little Gray, everyone, see you tomorrow!
With a blinding smile, Trian's golden form disappears in the thin fog of Soctires' moonlit nights. Moonlit night.
The aura of this place. We have indeed reached the end of the stream of souls. If I go any further, I might lose myself. I must leave now, for the black tide still wreaks havoc in the realm of the living. I seek not to enter the door to the nether realm.
I wanted to do the opposites.
Will you fulfill your duty for the flame chase?
I have yet to make my decision, Lord Mighty.
No matter. Make the choice your heart desires. Even if it takes 1,000 years of waiting. I will continue to fight till I die. Then rise from death. Till the miracle descends.
There is one more thing.
Well, you just came through awfully crunchy. I was grabbing some multivitamins out of the twist top, but there's a little bit of wrapper around the twist top, so I guess that's probably what's crunchy.
What is it?
Professor Anaxa may have deduced the principles behind the Aeronova. You and I may be reincarnated as strife and death in the next cycle, becoming calamities wreaking havoc upon the world.
I see.
Is that all? Are you going to accept such a fate without complaints?
Do you have a strategy to shatter the shackles of our fate?
I haven't found it yet. Perhaps I never will.
Nah, girl, we'll figure it out.
Then, cease wasting your thoughts on futile matters. Control what little you can. And when fate's inescapable grasp comes, resist it with the strength of your mighty will.
Based mighty.
Thank you, Lord Mighty. I will find the right decision.
In the name of strife, may you meet a fitting end.
This must be the alchemical matrix the spirit mentioned. Let's see. We need to insert Aquila's sky, Georios' earth, Kephali's fire, Fagusa's ocean, and Nestia's love.
It seems our sweet Princess Homebody has made up her mind.
Her voice is so good.
In that case, seamstress, I suppose I no longer need to deliver your message. My time is rather precious after all.
Whether you wish to break free from death or not, please, follow your heart. By the promise you once made, I ask that you fulfill your duty one final time. Castoris, please, live as a human, and die as one.
There's a lot of Aglaia slander, and I also buy into some of it, but her relationship with Cass is very sweet.
According to that alchemist, the final piece is supposed to be me. However, he is not privy to the past, and therefore cannot see the full picture.
You didn't have Winter Solstice Yayi, you thought you had her? Oh! Well, now you have a thing to get.
The past? I saw the twins of death in Kephali's memory, and now I am certain that I was one of them. The trial of the Hand of Shadow demanded taking the life of your family. I died during that trial, falling before the gate to the new world. And my sister, whom I never met, became the Titan Thanatos of this cycle. She was consumed with regret over my death, so she used the Titan's authority to reforge my soul. Yet, It also means she has never revealed herself to anyone, hidden away from the entire world. That's because the Titan she became already fell at the start of everything. They died for me, and now lie in slumber in the River of Souls.
You mean Pollux?
That's right. The River of Souls is no material river. It cannot be blocked by ordinary means. Only a divine corpse can prevent the dead from reaching the next world.
Okay, sure.
And that's why we have to awaken Pollux from death before we can retrieve the core flame of death. We have to reforge its body with the power of alchemy.
We love using alchemy to bring shit back from back to life from the dead.
Does that mean you're also part of the dragon body?
According to those departed spirits, I was indeed born as the dragon's twin.
Why is this so... One second. My chat got really, really thin. So quite literally, goddamn. That's a good pun. I love that one. Is Snowbreak story actually good because I've been skipping everything low? Yeah, I would definitely say the chapters are interesting. Snowbreak does a good job with the intrigue of the world because there's lots of like mysteries and like unknowns about the Titans and like various aspects of the lore and like what happened at certain points in time and things like that in the transition during like the apocalypse that happened. Definitely does have some interesting story, but yeah, I mean it's understandable. Play it for the fun gameplay because it has very good gameplay. It's just a massive Gooner game. If you didn't know about Snowbreak, Acid, basically it was just like a good shooter gacha for a while, and then they were about to EOS, so they went, you know what, the last ditch, let's save the company, we're just gonna go full fucking goon, and it worked. And now they're very profitable, but the gameplay still remains fantastic. Thank you, I'll be here all night. Not really, got D&D in like 10 minutes. Oh, awesome. Yeah, no, go enjoy yourself. D&D is a lot of fun, and I've been GMing for like 15 fucking years.
But before we talk about that, have you heard the sighs? No, not from me. The sounds that come from
You did sigh a lot though, Castris.
Ah, I heard them too. So what are those?
I think it's probably the sign of Pollux's wish being fulfilled. They must have realized how heavy a price they'd need to pay when they used their divine authority to resurrect a dead woman. That's why they exerted every ounce of their strength to send me to Styxia, a city that called for death, a land where none is hostile to death. They never saw their wish fulfilled and fell so prematurely, all because they wanted to give me a new life. Pollux must really want to know how their sister has been after giving their all to save her. That wish is the reason Pollux's soul still lingers in the mortal realm even after their fall, quietly watching and documenting every detail of their sister's life.
Went in during launch for a bit, fell off hard, then went back after the Goon Nation attack. Let's go. Yeah, I didn't stop playing Snowbreak until post-Goon Nation because I found out about Snowbreak from playing in the Mecha Break beta. And I was like, wow, this is really good. And I was like, wait, they have a gacha game? Sure, let me try this out. Wow, this combat's really good. This is the best shooting mechanics and gameplay I've had in a gacha. Wow, this game goons so fucking hard. Eventually 2, maybe 3 more sessions of this campaign, so time to use those wish spells. Y'all are You're at that level 9. You're 9th level spells. Let's go. Yeah, Wish is fun and a nightmare to deal with as a GM, but it is also a fun thing to deal with if you are willing to enjoy the chaos. Menu-based progression isn't really doing it for me. PGR became an exception to the popular recommendations, not just yours. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I personally, I mean, I like both, but I definitely do enjoy when it's done well. The like the stage-based instance to instance, stage-based like instance to instance, style of storytelling too, because like it's not always done well, right? And like it is nice to have this kind of more cinematic immersive experience with like the modern 3D gachas and stuff. But when the writing is like really good, you're able to control things like pacing and tone really well in like a stage by stage style. Like a lot of the more the newer chapters of PGR, and basically mostly everything past like Lucerne is along those lines. But also a really good example of that right now is Black Beacon. Like Black Beacon's story is phenomenal, and they do an excellent job using the like stricter stage by stage, like chapter by chapter format to really have great pacing with their storylines. Hold up, Dailies. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! A poor man's 11th paladin, 11th fighter, 1 cleric. Oh, I gotcha. Deck of only good things. Y'all have lucked the fuck out then. Okay, go. We do dailies now. Pretty sure I did my impact dailies, didn't I? But let's double check. ZZZ. Got 8 minutes. Hey, we've done this shit in 6 minutes before. We got this. Wait, shit, did I cash in the Star Rail dailies? I did the stamina burning, but did I cash in the dailies? Fuck. Come on. Let's go. These first. Impact next. Slowly loading the config data and close that window. Okay, yeah, I guess we check impact first. I'm 90% sure I did my dailies already for this, though. Well, I'm fucking wrong. Ooh. Go. I might have just fucked up a little bit, actually, but we'll see how things go. Because I gotta knock out adventure tasks right now, maybe? How many hours are left on this? Whatever. Refresh. No jumps this time around. Let's see here. I did knock out my errands. How about BP? Have I burnt the stamina needed? I have not. So I guess we do a little more of this. My Haramasa gear could still be a bit better, so we do this. Do this. Oh, why is it the Kaleda team? Fuck. Whoop. What's up? Bop. Oh no, I'm out of reserve stamina. Oh my god, that's 52 stamina. Never mind, we're not doing that one. I don't have the reserve stamina for that. Sure, we'll do that one. Quick LTE. I didn't. Oh no, I don't have enough stamina for fucking material events. Yeah, I fucked up. Oh lord, yeah, I fucked up. Whoop. Let's see here. We'll just use 3 of these, which will be enough for the most part. Cool. Oh yeah, this is 4 minutes. I barely fucking made that way. We only got 4 minutes left. Fuck. Commissions. Go. Oh shit, also Woowa. Suppression. Fuck it, fire. Wait, no. Wrong fire. No. I'm being too inefficient. It's time for panic mode, chat. It's time for panic mode. We Chungli farm. ZZ is actually a lot less important though, so I'll honestly probably just ignore ZZZ until after reset. Because the actual dailies are done, it's just Battle Pass, but I'm going to max out Battle Pass before the end of the patch easily anyway. Fuck! This is doable! Why did the music stop? Weird. Ugh, I need to swap this Chungli out for this. This is taking too long with not having, like, energy and stuff ready already. Whoops, and Phoebe. I accidentally the confession Phoebe anyway. 3-minute warning! You should open up marshmallows for people who still want their questions answered. Smile. Is that enough for dailies? Please be enough for dailies. Fuck! Team. No, it's L in this game. Fuck. Speed things up with Chung Liao. Ah, fuck it. Ah, I swapped cancel Chungli a little too early. It's fine. Go, 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 go! Let's go! We made it, chat! We made it! Okay. Man, I am literally never gonna vote on this. I have missed the support phase every fucking time. I'm literally never going to get to vote on the fucking horse racing. Lamaui died. Shit! I still don't know if we actually cashed in Star Rail dailies. Oh, well, it's too late now. I'd have to skip the actual story at this point to be able to check. Alright, now we can be more chill and just do this. Does remind me though I need to get orders going in. Off night, someone was overcapped on stamina. Wow, okay, that is louder than it was. I must have adjusted the volume on it. Yep, I did. Okay, that's better.
Alright, I'll take them on. Heads up.
Here we go!
Securing the perimeter.
Snap. Figured you haven't done dailies after I went out to yeah, true and real acid. As usual, Jinx was yapping for 75% of the stream. Hey, it was at most 70%. Very long time actually done doing story stuff. What do you mean? There was a... We have a proportion of hours, at least an hour, done doing story things. It's only 300 Ashtray, but still kind of annoyed that it's almost impossible if you do the whole search thing. Yeah, the fucking timing is awkward. Why don't you just do dailies on reset since you're always awake at this time anyway? See, the thing is, that would be great if I were to... And I do that with, like, ZZZ, right? Because, like, the dailies aren't stamina-based. But, like, with the other... Like, with other games... That's the wrong fucking person. God damn it. Pop. Pop.
Securing the perimeter.
Just because your fucking shield is annoying.
Thanks. This one's for you. Counter. Neutralizing the threat.
Oh, that wasn't enough. Instead of panicky every before reset, but it's funny to panic about it. It's content. Alright, let's change this to a different team. You know what, for this one, let's go with Zero Bulls. Oh, right, trigger.
Adjusting for wind. Target on cue. Fire support ready. It's time. Wide open. You're in the side. Now you pay.
So much fucking faster, holy shit. It's almost like elemental matching is a smart thing to do or something. Oh shit, I forgot I'm farming 1-7 in Arcanite. This is gonna take a while.
Down strategy. 6. Time to pin them down. Right on cue. Fire support ready.
You need something to dodge counter, you pieces of shit. Fine.
You're in my sight. Now you pay.
Oh, we gotta do a Deadly Assault molding stream at some points too, since it reset. Okay. Bid store. Oh yeah, did discover the other day that apparently a friend Maine, who has been playing since like launch day, ZZZ, apparently has not unlocked the ability to just like auto complete which movies to pick because they didn't ever finish the side quest that unlocks it, and none of us know which side quest it is because we all did it in 1.0.
Have a cup of coffee to jumpstart your day. Whenever you feel lost, you can always come back here for a cup of coffee.
I don't think I cashed in all my weeklies, but it's fine. We're fine. Claim all. Claim all. Okay. We'll work on the 80 stamina later, that's fine. Alright, more story. Can't even remember either because 1.0 also. Yeah, exactly.
So instead of picking up objects,
We were instead showing things to a strand of yearning that lingers here. Now, we must weave these yearnings together and restore them into Pollux's complete soul.
but all of this is just a hypothesis, right? What if we go through with the ritual and it turns out totally different?
That's fine. As Professor Anaxa often reminds us, such is the nature of alchemy. The true outcome can only be known once the process is complete. This is why alchemy is also known as the miracle of creation. Now, the puzzle of Pollux's yearnings is nearly complete, with only one final piece remaining. I shall reveal what they have been yearning to know in the alchemical matrix. I will show them my whole life since I left Styxia. Lady Trina has already drawn a picture of my entire life. And it is now in my hands.
Is that your entire life, though? But sure, let's go with that. Trianne secretly prepared a small gift for Castorus, a childlike drawing of the companions on the flame chase journey. Castorus perceptively noticed that it, and the memory it represents, would be the key to saving Jinzo and Naissance from the Netherrealm. But the little cast no longer has anything to fear now, because everyone is here with you in this flame chase journey. Cute. Yeah, gotta say, which is characteristic for Star Rail, but the flame chase journey and the relationship between the flame chasers is a lot more wholesome than it is in Impact. There's a lot more like, well, I guess there's still conflict with like Anaxa and stuff like that, but there is a lot more different relationships among flame chasers and Impact.
After preparing for an alchemical ritual. And now, Pollux, I shall lift you from the river of souls and reforge your soul. Perhaps you will be disturbed by this, and your body may become horrifying to behold. But if even the slightest trace of your soul remains, the soul that once ferried me to this side of the shore, then please, look at me. I wish to thank you in person. I have obtained everything you sacrificed your divinity for. Lady Almanette.
Did she recognize you? Oh, she must be the first soul we can communicate with here, right?
I'm afraid she is just another spirit trapped here, like the rest of them. The only difference is that I was there when she died. Please, go on. I'm listening. Are you about to tell the story of Styxia?
Yes. You're just as smart as I imagined, but...
Why is her voice so sultry?
Never mind. Now's not the time.
There's no need to worry, Elder. Take a look around you. You're already at the resting place of the dead.
The world of the dead. But how?
You literally asked Castorus to kill you. That's how. But
chose to remain silent about the story to protect Castorus, the girl who coexists with death. But you no longer need to hide that story. I can assure you that you have protected that girl's life well.
Oh. Well, in that case, let me begin. Styxia, the pearl of the ocean, plagued by unwarranted calamity and ravaged by death in the fairy tale. It was the first city-state to shift their faith towards death, even before Idonia did. From where you stand now, I suppose that's a bit hard to believe. Right?
Indeed. I cannot imagine that those from the era Chrysia, blessed with eternal life, could ever yearn for death.
I have pondered the same question, child. But I am afraid there is no clear answer to it.
Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust. That's how someone once explained to me why death is necessary to the world. But I still can't take that as the final answer. Would a world without journeys and epics be worse off?
I take it the one who spoke this line was a general, or perhaps a warrior. I, however, did find some inspiration in these words. Would you like to hear my thoughts, Castoris?
Please enlighten me, Lady Amunet. Though I have already made up my mind on how to handle the authority and core flame of death. Your words might truly guide me toward the path forward.
You and I are neither warriors nor generals. Therefore, journeys and epics cannot truly resonate with us. But what if I reframe it like this? What if love is not a trait bestowed upon mortals by Nestia, but a blessing from death?
Love.
No one ever invented the word cherish in the era when life was eternal. For all the good things in the world can be revisited endlessly. And every bond formed carried no risk of being severed.
It is the impermanency of life that gives more meaning to things that you know will eventually end.
And sin. People did not truly live. They simply existed. Going through the motions without passion or purpose, and waiting for something to happen. Perhaps the people of Styxia chose to embrace death not out of fascination with its cruel and fearsome side, but instead became fixated and obsessed with the impulses and desires tied to a finite existence.
Therefore, death is not a thing of fear and desperation, but...
That's right, Castoris. It is the reason we shed tears when parting ways. And also the original spark that ignited the passion of mortals.
See, this is actually interesting because this lines up very heavily with my personal life philosophy. Like, I'm not just a goth because I like wearing black and because the fashion and everything is cool. I'm also a big fan of certain schools of thought of like traditional gothic philosophy. And part of why, like, that resonates with me so deeply is that I am a big believer in, instead of, like, fearing or running away from death and entropy, accepting that it is a part of life and it is what allows for things to be as beautiful and powerful and impactful to yourself as they can be, because nothing is permanent, and then permanence is just the standard state of life. Death is not a thing to be feared, it's a thing to be celebrated, because the context of death is what allows us to truly enjoy and savor the things that are special and important to us. At least that's how I see things.
If you truly intend to deprive the world of death, then be prepared to witness it return to a state of stagnation.
I understand, Lady Amunet. Our limited lifespan shapes all that we know and love. Not even the Death Titan has the right to take that away from humankind again. Nestia's love was the chrysalis of Gold's first blessing, but it most likely wasn't understood by mankind. We only learned to interpret this wonderful gift after Thanatos' arrival. If the world was bereft of death, then the Queen of Styxia wouldn't have played midwife in delivering me into this world. You wouldn't have welcomed me into Idonia, and Aglaya would never have invited me to join the Flame Chase journey. None of these stories would ever have happened.
Yeah, this is a very this is like, at least for me, a very personally resonant storyline. I also just realized that I am blocking part of the text with the model, so there's only so much I can really move it. Whatever, we're playing in English, it doesn't matter. There's definitely a thing I need to be like accounting for and aware of, though, is that when I play in Shien, y'all can't actually read all of the text. But there's only so much I can really do to mitigate that with the sizing of the text box in Star Rail. I guess I could stick myself in like the top right corner or something. Be kind of funny. Soundcheck mic being pissy again? Huh. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with it. I'm gonna have to look into things and test things a bit more, because it's either Streamlabs just being weird or it is the cable issue, but I did just order a new cable, a new XLR cable off of Amazon, so we can at least do that and see if that changes anything. Top right corner, upside down. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, we could do a little bit of... Wait, how the fuck do I rotate again? Transform. Streamlabs doesn't let me, like, actually free rotate. Oh, edit transform. Oh, wait, no, yeah, we can. No, shit, it's, like, hard fixed to being 90-degree turns. Okay, well, we do this then. Now I'm not blocking anything for... Now we're not blocking the Star Rail, Star Rail text box. Let's go. For some reason, my Chuba model looks a lot worse upside down, though. That's interesting. Is it an issue with, like, VideoTube Mini? It might be. I don't like the way that looks. It's funny for us to, like, not be in the top, not be in, like, the corner, but this doesn't look that great from upside down, so I think we swapped back. Actually, no, you know what? Fuck it. We're doing this for, like, at least the rest of the stream. Fuck it. It's funny. We gotta put the drink... Well, I'm done drinking at this point, so fuck it. That goes away again. Avatar on the top right, but it's inverted. Call it the Aussie stream. True and fucking real.
Thank you, Mother.
Aww. Damn.
I will use all the love I've experienced in this long life.
Aww.
To complete the final miracle.
Goddamn. Goddamn, girl. You killed you just had to kill your mother a second time.
My teacher, Anaxagoras, grant me the wisdom of all things. I call upon thee.
Damn, cutscene loud.
The stripped dead
Not too loud,
dragon's
though.
corpse. Rises from the earth, falls from the sky. As above, so below. This is the greatest power of all powers. Unstoppable in this world.
Oh, it's this fuck I've killed an MOC already.
The great work that commands all death.
Wait, fuck, I'm fighting this boss without a healer. I'm using Adventurine.
Embrace.
Oh well, it's story difficulty, but it's still gonna be scuffed as fuck.
You refuse the toast, yet you still want the wine? Turn up the heat. I'm honored by your presence.
Why is it in 1x speed? It's so actually, you know what? Fuck it. We're committing to the bit too. We're gonna do 1x speed for this entire fight.
Why not have a meal?
Oh my god, it's so fucking slow.
That's just a tweening size.
Sure would be nice to be able to heal. Smile.
But will you show yourself again? Once we eradicate this hatred and regret.
Oh, I don't call it that. Can't lose this one.
Damn, that DR go crazy though. It's a waste of a stack, but this way I get defense down during Acheron ult. Even though I'm not gonna do any fucking damage because the DR is still active. It's so slow.
It too shall fall.
Let's go, 44k damage.
Let the enemy strike first, and then take them up. Let's add more seasoning.
Existence as fleeting as the dawn's dew, destined for oblivion.
God, the full line is so much better for Acheron for her skill though. Ugh, it's so slow, but it's nice having like the actual full vice lines.
No dirty tricks, alright. All in.
Bob.
Back.
The seal of ill fate descends.
Watch your head.
I know you're anxious. Don't be afraid.
This is gonna be so scuffed without a fucking healer.
The dice have been cast. Bust.
Stepping away from Black Swan ult, but it's fine.
I'll take it all.
You're good, Jiaocho as a healer after all. So true.
I weep for the departed. Dusk's reign, it too shall fall.
So cinematic. Oh, I got a little bit of health back. Let's go.
Looks like I've got a winning hand. Can't lose this one.
In the still waters of oblivion, I guide the wandering souls.
Goddamn, Acheron, chill out. That's a goddamn.
Here,
It's big number.
Better to. I'm honored by your presence. Since you're already here, why not have a meal?
It's so slow.
Needs a little more heat.
Yeah, there's no reason to burn ults yet. This is just gonna reset.
There's no more need to weep in grief. I will grant you peace.
I'm gonna waste too many stacks waiting
Yes.
for a DR to drop. Might as well pop this real quick.
Lies an endless abyss.
Let's go, 44k damage, maybe 50k damage, smile.
Dusk's reign, it too shall fall. Existence is fleeting as the dawn's dew, destined for oblivion.
The threads of destiny aren't chosen. Again, the ill tidings manifest.
No dirty tricks, all right. Huh. Familiar. All in.
Did I kill the debuff? Oh no, there's got one turn of debuff left. Okay, okay. Ugh, but they're not gonna hit. They're not gonna lose
What would you
DR.
like to know this time? The seal of ill fate descends.
Watch your head.
Shit is so slow.
Let the enemy turn up the heat.
Can't lose this one. Did you come here of your own volition? From the still waters of oblivion, I guide the wandering souls.
Just lose your DR already. Thank you.
All in.
Be careful. They may be moving by instinct, but there is fury welling up within them.
The threads of destiny aren't chosen. Again, the ill tidings manifest.
Alright, time for the full funny thing.
Beneath the silent waters lies an endless abyss.
Oh wait, the DR hasn't
Better
dropped
to make
yet.
by your since you're already
Hmm.
Why not have a meal? Needs a little more heat.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
It's so
Better hedge
fucking
your
slow.
Existence is fleeting as the dawn's dew, destined for oblivion. Can't lose this one.
The damage resistance goes so hard.
The seal of ill fate descends.
Pretty animation. Oh, what? Oh, that actually killed us. Whoops. Actually throwing smile. Okay, I may have made some mistakes, chat.
Watch your head.
We may be cooked.
Alright,
Can adventuring carry us out of this predicament? Was that global passive? Actually don't. No, I think that was like an in-game. This might be like a boss specific, like this particular story boss specific thing. Because casters shouldn't be able to revive multiple people at once, just a single one. But maybe since they die simultaneously, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know.
The dice have been cast.
Go adventuring, carry us to victory.
Maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Oh, he's doing no damage.
Looks like I've got
Oh no. Oh no. We're so cooked, chat. Okay, I'm gonna meme less.
You refuse the toast, yet you
Trying to remember what actually is the specifics of their trying to remember what is the specifics of dropping their DR. If you fuck up near death, long up the sorrow receive. When they lose HP, they commit Desperate Bubble. When Desperate Bubble reaches the limit, advance the student's action enters Fragrance of Death. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Oh, the global passive is all who died from the same. Like, not a hard. I mean, the rum was cooked anyway. I was memeing too hard, but yeah. When the events of Snowbreak has a familiar melody, we'll string to figure it out till I realize it's so close to the Monster Hunter GU-based theme. Oh, I don't recall that one.
needs a little more heat.
Okay, we're done being cinematic at this point.
I'm honored by since you're already here.
I should have popped that immediately, but I wasn't thinking about it.
Who once saved my life? Truly gone? Or will you show yourself again? Once we eradicate this hatred and regret.
Destiny isn't chosen. Ill tidings manifest. Still waters of oblivion. I weep for the departed.
Might as well burn the stacks. Get a little toughness reduction out.
No dirty tricks. Watch your head.
I wonder if this is passable with me not being able to interact with the healing mechanic. But I guess we'll find out.
The dice have been bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. I'm back. It's just a tweak. Watch your head.
Damn, adventuring getting fat on those.
And I know you're anxious.
I like adding fuel to the fire. Sure, I'll play.
Free will, or was it fate? Destined for oblivion.
Yeah, seems like through just the raw healing from hitting things, we'll be able to clear.
I'm honored by your since you're already here.
Plenty
Why not
fine.
have a meal before you leave?
Hedge your bets.
I weep for the departed.
Ah, I just fucked up, didn't I? Oh no, we're good.
It too shall fall.
There's no more need to weep in grief. I will grant you peace.
Wait until after the turn to maximize uptime on Black Swanal.
I'm back.
Still waters of oblivion. Destiny isn't chosen. Ill fate descends.
I also need to do as much toughness damage as I can.
The dice have been bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Go, adventuring, go!
It's better to make no move.
More season.
Watch your head.
Buddy, do the thing. Let's go.
They may be moving by instinct. There is fury welling up within them.
I'm honored by your presence. Since you're already here, why not have a meal before you leave?
What do you want to know?
Ill tidings manifest.
How about letting the enemy strike for a little more heat?
Another during destiny for oblivion. Destiny is up.
Time for a funny, very big Acheron ult.
Or maybe I'll take it all.
Memories of
Assuming this doesn't kill them.
lies and
There's
endless
no way
escape.
Black Swan does enough for that. Yep, okay. No! I wanted to have funny big number ults.
Turn back to the Netherrealm.
Yo, cinematic though?
Oh, death. Sleep in peace.
Bop. Interesting. My friend was mentioning that Pollux is a bit of a spoiler for which character Netherwing Dead Dragon is in terms of like Honkai Impact XPs, but
I'm sorry I have to wake you up from ancient death.
currently haven't made the connection yet.
And I know you're anxious. Shh. Don't be afraid. Do you remember me? I'm the girl you once carried across the Sea of Souls. I'm sorry I wasn't able to remember you, but with the help of many people, I was finally able to pick up these broken fragments of my past. I'm back, Pollux.
Aww.
I know this might not be what you wanted. But I have to do this. So please, carry me across the Sea of Souls again and return me to the Netherrealm, just like you did in the past. Please take me to where the core flame of death rests.
Do it, sis.
I'll be going now.
We won't have to go into an egg, right?
They may look
She doesn't,
scary,
but her dot does.
as long
Oh no.
What's wrong?
I'm done for.
Are you...
What's wrong with her?
Her time is almost up. If I don't go now, I'm afraid her soul will return to Thanatos' embrace before me.
What? Oh no! Is there anything we can do?
Don't worry. I promised I would ask Thanatos for the Trailblazers' right to roam the Earth again. Mem, stay here and keep a close watch until I return, all right?
All right. I'm the best at taking care of others. Go on, Cass.
Make sure not to leave yourself with any regrets.
Let's see who goes to the nether realm first. Let's go.
That's not funny.
Just a little morbid humor to lighten the mood.
Please. Wait for me.
I'll always wait for you, Casters. Oh, you sit in your little dinghy, eager to hear my song and follow closely behind. Please turn back, to whom you know so well. Venture not with me into the vast sea, for perhaps without seeing me you will lose your way in the ocean. The ocean has never crossed.
All that.
Jesus Christ. The ocean I cross has never been sailed by anyone.
You still ended up back here.
Oh?
So the legends were true. The Netherrealm really is a sea of flowers.
Yeah, now that I think about it, we didn't actually hear their EN voice until now, because we were playing CN at the time.
Just like the flower fields we tended to back then.
Is that you, Plexia?
Okay, that changes things.
You remember me?
I don't have the memories from that time, but I've seen you before during an experiment.
I see. Call me Thanatos, then. It'll be easier. However, since you recognize the name, you must already know everything about Thanatos, right?
Yes. I'm here to reforge the order of life and death in Amphorius.
You know, my sister was a sympathetic, but rather sensitive person. Whenever she didn't want to say what was on her mind, she would avoid eye contact and look off into the distance. Just like what you are doing now.
Can you tell me about the last Era Nova? What did you do, Plexia?
Where should I begin? I suppose we can start from the beginning.
I like her voice a lot.
Long time ago, there were a pair of like-minded twins.
It has a nice amount of vocal weights to it.
They were chosen to be successors to the god of death. But fate was cruel. The price of attaining divinity was to take the life of a family member with our own hands.
That trial was indeed recorded in that memory.
Then you should already know that my sister voluntarily gave up her own life, so that I could ascend as the demigod of death. But I couldn't accept that. Why did we have to kill each other for a future she'd never see herself? That's not fair.
Fees.
So, while weaving the laws of the new world, I shattered the forbidden bottom line for life and death. I reshaped my sister's soul and took the form of the great dragon Pollux to carry her up the River of Souls and back into the mortal realm.
But our fates were already decided, and manifested in unexpected ways in response to my futile actions. Aging is an unbreakable law of nature laid upon humankind, created at the same time as death. When the living die, their souls will meet Thanatos, who would determine where every soul goes. If the Reaper raises their left hand, the soul is granted death and allowed to enter the Netherrealm to await reincarnation. If they raise their right hand, the soul is rejected by the Netherrealm and returned to the mortal realm to continue walking the earth.
That's why the Hand of Shadow can only lay down judgment and not embrace another being.
Makes sense.
Yes. Death was originally a pair of hands, but they were split in twain when we reached the mortal realm, never to touch each other ever again. The half of Thanatos that represents life, the undying human who grants death, that was the curse I forced upon you.
Then, what about you?
As the half of Thanatos representing death, I shoulder the fate of defying death. I died the moment I entered the world of the living. From then on, my Titan also no longer existed in this world. The cycle of life and death stopped. Souls were denied their audience with death, and were left stranded within an ever-rising river of the dead. What irony. My selfish desire to save your life gave you and the world a fate far worse than death instead. Then, what was left of my reason was left behind in the
Oh, there she
Netherrealm,
goes. Boom, boom.
where I've been taking care of these flowers day after day, until there is now a sea of them, all while mulling over the subject of life, death, parting, and enduring an endless loneliness.
Fate is absurd indeed. Our lives were a mirrored image of one another, like a pair of hands. Even so, we arrived at the same destination. We walked different paths, yet experienced the same pain.
I had hoped that maybe you would at least have a good life in this cycle. I'm sorry.
I lived my life well. It didn't go to waste. As far as I'm concerned, you did nothing wrong.
Even though I forced the authority of granting death to humanity upon you, a total stranger.
Too many responsibilities were forced upon me in the course of this long journey. I was once lost, even upset. But I realized recently that if it weren't for your blessing, I wouldn't have understood the source of these emotions, nor would I have realized my purpose. I wouldn't have made it here to reunite with my missing half. And we wouldn't be discussing our past while sharing the same view of this landscape. I wouldn't have understood the meaning of our existence.
The meaning of our existence.
This sea of flowers blooms on dead land, because we sowed it with the seeds of our separation and watered it with our tears of loneliness. Yes, the only thing death is allowed to create are flowers that bloom from blood and tears. That's why Thanatos cannot create living beings at will. Nor can the Hand of Shadow determine a person's remaining days. Because the life and death of mortals should never be dictated by another's will.
Are you saying there's no point in Thanatos' existence?
No. No single being can bear the scales of life and death on their own. Not even a god. Life and death weigh equally heavy.
Hope wait an hour and the response will try next week. Oh, that's unfortunate. Hey, you're right way up now. True.
Too. Must have had a difficult life. We've taken quite the ridiculous journey together, haven't we? I had a feeling, even back then, that we would meet again one day. Not to embrace one another after a long separation, but to come in search of retribution. Tell me the answer that's already been written, and let us draw this seemingly endless fate to a close.
This is a touching sequence.
It's been far too long. I've waited here for centuries, watching day after day as desperate spirits are denied by this lonely wasteland. I always hoped I would see you among them, but I was also afraid of seeing you. I didn't know how I could possibly face you again, but more than anything, I was afraid that you might have forgotten all about me.
I know. But don't you see, Polixia? I made it back anyway. You don't have to shoulder death's authority on your own anymore. It was always meant to be held in two hands anyway. So, let's give our core flame to her, and have her take it back to the mortal realm. Give humanity back their cycle of life and death. Our responsibility as Thanatos was never about picking out favorite souls. We were only meant to watch over life. Let's tend the field together, and create a warm sea of flowers for all the souls to come. What do you think, Polixia?
Oh, I didn't mean to skip the sigh.
Yes, just one last step. You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold by the prophecy, Thanatos' authority is only destined for only one person to wield. As the Chrysos heir of death, as their demigod, as a titan, our fated moment has arrived once again.
Just like before.
Yes, just like before. But unlike that time, the ones undergoing the trial this time are prepared.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, as dictated by fate. But I won't be afraid. As long as you're here with me. Complete your trial in this life. Grant me the embrace of death, and light the spark of life ablaze. You've been tempered by life and death. I know you'll be able to give this wasteland its first breath of life. Like a raven butterfly, flying swiftly into the netherrealm, perching on the twig of death.
I will. After this,
Casters,
I will remain
no.
permanently in the netherrealm. The river of souls shall return here and rain down from the sky, scattering souls across the earth. The cycle of life and death will flow once again. The sea of flowers you sowed shall bear countless joyous or sorrowful souls, and bloom evermore.
Thank you. Just one last thing. And you. Grant me one wish.
Of course. What is it?
Please. Don't forget me.
I promise you. When we meet in the next world,
My feels.
even if I have endured another reincarnation, even if we do not know each other's names, I will still hold you tightly in my arms. Just like what I did when we were born.
Casterus. Casterus. You're as beautiful as a fleeting butterfly.
My heart.
I will bring rest to death. And from now on, stagnant life will once again flow.
Damn. Yeah, Port. Crying for real, for real. I mean, it made me tear up. It didn't quite hit that point of, like, actually tears, but my brain has a hard time with that anyway.
Entry hour is already at hand.
Very touching sequence, though.
Your soul will be placed on the scales of life and death.
Who gave the permission to tug those heartstrings? It's nice seeing, like I was mentioning before, it's nice seeing in the more recent patch that Mihoyo is doing a good job kind of going back to their, like, Impact and GGZ roots with their writing. Because, like, that was definitely some, like, touching, like, Impact moments shit going on there. Like I said, the previous area of the story definitely did a much better job really conveying, like, the atmosphere and emotions trying to be put forth.
Oh. I did not expect to hear that from you.
Wait, I was yapping, what the fuck? Okay.
Are you not going to refute me?
Nah, he's an arrogant, egotistical motherfucker.
Better than you think I do. At the very least, better than a stowaway like you.
And they say men whose ends are nigh have but kind words.
Smile. Not an Axa.
Well, that is exactly why I chose you.
An Axa is a feature of Edfather and show, lol.
The hour of the trial has come. Do you have an answer for me? And how will you prove the veracity of your argument?
Okay, I will say, though, that, like, the Edfather thing, both in, like, the original manga and Brotherhood, and also in a different way in the original anime, Anaxa is much more actually, like, selfish and like, egotistical, while Hohenheim just mostly gets portrayed that way throughout a lot of the story because of the choices he had to make for different reasons depending on original or Brotherhood series. That's where the show comes in. Okay, fair, actually. Very fair point.
I suppose there is no point in putting this off any longer. Do you recall where we stopped the last time?
That being said, though, even with Shotaka, like, both of them did it for the people they cared about. Just, you know, Shotaka was very misguided in his methodology. And kind of lost himself entirely with the whole Nina situation. I do kind of like the direction they took with the original anime, though, with Shotaka, because he just showed back up later and kind of becomes again a great foil for Ed, because that was kind of his intent and purpose in the story, was to be a foil for Ed, to show like what the obsession with alchemy and those you care about can lead to when heavily misguided. But he shows back up later on in the series in the original anime, and is an even further foil, and I guess exploration of that because of what he has done since he quote-unquote died, and has pursued his obsession even deeper and deeper. He was just after efficiency. Why show love to 2 people when you can just show love to 1 twice as much? God fucking damn it. Fuck you, Grave, yes.
You were saying that Amphorius's history is cyclical.
Indeed. The demigods that bear the core flames eventually become the new titans at the world's end.
This is cute with Castoris's previous form included. I want to use this as an art study at some point. Ooh, whoops. Ooh, whoopsie whoops. Ooh, oh, there we go.
Remember what happened on the Holy Mountain? Calypso, Naias. As their destined ends approached, one by one, they left this world, leaving only the twins, who are fated to succeed death. Unfortunately, while their journey is consistent with ours, you and Calypso, as well as Nikador and Naias, act as supporting evidence. I can only come up with a rough sketch for my theory of a cyclical history. For all the pains I took to reach this point, I had already lost hope of ever obtaining definitive proof. After all, the past is in the past. Proving that we are the legacies of heroes of the past is a hopeless endeavor.
God fucking damn it, I've been consuming so many liquids to keep myself hydrated through all the yap. I gotta go pee again, so brain rot background, let's go. But BRB chat. Alright, we are so back, chat. Goodbye, brain rot background. Alright, more story.
That is, until I met a girl named Polixia and her sister. If Chatttoooo was truly sent from the past to the present for the Titan's self-serving reasons, then having lived through 2 cycles, and with Styxia as the pivot, she will no doubt be the link to connect all of this together. If the Twins of Death can bridge 2 cycles to reunite at the shores of the Sea of Souls, then my hypothesis will no longer be just a hypothesis. And you too will get the answer to your question.
Well, that is all well and good, but how can you be so sure? If there is even the slightest error in your hypothesis, the girl will be shattered.
It matters not. The most important quality a scholar must possess is foolhardiness.
Let's go!
If you are overly cautious, then you'll never have the gumption to make the first step. And change will
That ring shit, it's not exactly... You're not really the one at risk here.
And Exagoras am destined to overturn this farcical world. Come, let us go and teach those pathetic words.
He's such a fucking dick, I love him. Oh. Wait, what? Why is it telling me this now? The boss fight is over.
Fine. So they are leaving the final debate to him.
Kevin. All right. Something oh, okay, nah, never mind. I thought maybe it was time to do assignments, but they're currently running still. Ooh, what's this? Ooh, credits. Ooh, thanks, main. Credits.
Let those Chrysos heirs who started this terrible war hear you. Let them hear the voices of the people.
Stephen Wu did a good job of it? Okay. Wait, Stephen Wu? Wait. Is that the voice actor? Question mark? Hot take, Anaxa feels like they regret not holding ratio for this planet. Why is this a VA? Yeah, the VA for Anaxa. Oh, okay, gotcha.
Professor Anaxa, I thought you'd pass on this.
Oh no, Kevin is so concerned.
Or this assembly would serve no purpose.
Democracy.
Do you truly think it's wise to entrust the fate of the world to an assembly like this?
Akama has stood strong under this system for 1,000 years. It stands to reason that there is purpose in its existence.
Yeah, well, look where that got us.
But that is not what you're asking, is it? What you really want to know is Aglaya making the right decision in entrusting the fate of the world to you?
Nothing ever escapes you.
I didn't spend all those years teaching you for nothing. Most people only take 4 years to graduate, if I recall.
To tell the truth, I feel like I'm on my way to an execution chamber instead of a podium.
It's actually particularly funny because Kevin also took longer than normal to make it through uni, which is where he met Dr. May before the doctor part was added to her name.
So
it's where he fell in love.
Do you have an answer to that question?
And it's where tragedy would strike from that would sink him into a 10,000-year-long depression and developing a massive martyr complex.
Is not yours to ask in the first place. Is Aglaya entrusting the world to you the right decision? Don't make me laugh. That is a question that woman must answer herself. Why are you fretting about this on her behalf? Or have you been seeing yourself as her pawn?
Damn, giving Kevin some real talk.
Listen up. I'll say this only once. Flip your perspective around and ask yourself this instead. What should I do to ensure
Let's
that the world
go.
doesn't stray from the correct path? That is what you should be thinking about.
Hell yeah.
You still have time, so give it some thought. Oh, and don't bother telling me the answer. Tell it to those begging for salvation from the gods.
Got it. Thank you, Professor Anaxa.
That's Anaxagoras to you.
Who will you be voting for?
That'll depend on how well you perform. May Cersei safeguard your thoughts.
Flop, flop. Ooh, check.
Gleam of old blades.
An assembly for mortal debates, a theater under the gods' watch. Here, at the center of all beings, we dare to listen, speak, and deliberate. Reason out rules, establish laws, and pronounce death. Oh gods, does this amuse you? I mean, probably at least one of them. Yo, is Anaxa about to tank this shit? Oh, I hope he just tanks this shit. Greatly, the gods live for drama. True, but also the gods in this world are still interestingly human because of, you know, the things we've learned about. So I guess the question is whether they enjoy this or not. We sure fucking know Glea doesn't.
Virtuous citizen of Akima and the last
Hades Alicia. Alicia!
Much obliged, Lord Lycus.
I remember him. He's the penniless lad working for Aglaia.
Damn, you calling out his finances like that?
Why is she sending this guy to give the last speech? Is this really the end of the flame chase journey?
Can this dude really face down kindness?
Heard it somewhere that the gods of humanity taking the extremes. Yeah, makes sense. Definitely in a lot of cases with mythology, that is definitely a pattern. But at least from what I've seen.
Of Akima. As you look upon me, so too do I see you. I see your fear and misgivings, your apprehension about the discord between the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders, and your uneasiness about the future of the Holy City. Yet, before you contemplate something as grand as the fate of the world, I ask that you look closer. Look beyond the horizon illuminated by Kefali, at the crisis threatening to overwhelm us.
What?
Hades Elysiae, my beloved home.
Wait, what? Bruh, brain flub.
Hometown is a village forgotten by time. It is a place with the most invigorating breeze and wheat fields that spread all the way to the sea. I once thought that there I would enjoy a lifetime of peace and quiet with my friends and family.
Good buddy of Chad,
I
Godblood.
could invite all of you to that paradise, far from the noise and chatter of the world. Alas, I can't. Because she, and all that she nurtured, all that I loved, they have long been devoured by the black tide. My beloved home is no more.
The deliverer is doing a good delivery.
I will never forget the day the black tide struck. My father, Hieronymus,
Nice slow pan outs to make the shot more dynamic.
to protect his child. My mother, Aldada, she was ripped apart by monsters.
Fucking hell.
I might live to stand before you here and now. Galba, he was a hunter. But in the end, those arms that once drew a bow instead embraced Piso, his beloved son, as they both breathed their last.
Damn, everyone feeling like shit now.
Pythias, the teacher, risked her life to save her students, but a burning beam fell on her.
Let's go appeal to emotion.
And what of Livia, her daughter? Did she make it out alive? No, she didn't. Livia, Piso, and so many other children. My childhood friends. They were all swallowed by the black tide and turned into monsters. They kept saying the same thing over and over. Even up until the final moment, I finally steeled my heart and granted them eternal peace with my sword.
Well, the pieces in the tunnels we just found out because of the whole fantasy things, but I like the sentiments.
Best of friends.
Damn.
That is the black tide. A looming threat that can bring Akuma to its knees anytime. Kindness may have promised that with the 3 titans of Calamity gone, Akuma will return to an era Chrysia once more, but much as it pains me, I must disappoint you. While the demigod of strife has done everything in his power to hold them back, they are still coming. By now, the name of that black-robed swordmaster, the Flame Reaper, has likely echoed throughout the city already. The roaring thunder is a message from the strife demigod. The Flame Reaper has risen from death, and they hunger for the core.
Parashudopori? Yeah, she had like a nice little section, but it's since focused largely on Castorus's journey, and now a bit of Finan. A little bit of Kevin.
Why is Akuma still a picture of peace?
Exactly. The city of Akuma shows no signs of pandemonium or chaos. And why is that? I beg you, spare a moment to
section
think about this.
true.
Are we able to stand here and hold this assembly
Also good to see you, Garen.
because the danger has passed? No. This peace we enjoy is no gift of fate. We are able to stand here today only because the Chrysos heirs have stepped up and shielded Akuma from calamity. With her golden threads, Aglaya has preserved and continues to preserve these idyllic days that all of you hold dear.
Didn't realize you were in space. Oh, are you talking about my model right now? Yeah, we moved it out of the way because it was blocking some of the text in the text boxes. Ah, shit! I missed a Kevin line. No. Oh, you can just listen to it again.
This peace we enjoy is no gift of fate. We are able to stand here today only because the Chrysos heirs have stepped up and shielded Akuma from calamity. With her golden threads, Aglaya has preserved and continues to preserve these idyllic days that all of you hold dear.
Let's go.
Because her divinity is eroding her body and soul. But ask yourselves this. Rather than offering her aid and support, why do they choose to watch and push Akuma away from the flame chase journey? The answer that no one can bring themselves to speak of. A truth stained in blood and buried in greed, fear, and vanity. Allow me to lay it bare before you. It is because the Council of Elders, which bears Akuma's history and honor, along with this citizens' assembly we once took so much pride in, are now infested with vermin.
Let's fucking go, Kevin. Call those bitches out. It's because of these, though.
You insolent whelp! How dare you!
It is true that
that Aglaya has reached her limit. Why? Because she has been working tirelessly to weave the defenses of our holy city against the encroaching evil. All while these vermin are making up baseless accusations about her.
Let's fucking go, Kevin. Drop some fucking truth bombs.
Once has she ever failed Akuma. Yet these vermin attempt to tear her apart, tarnishing her name with unfounded allegations. She may have been blessed by divinity, but hasn't her heart always stayed true to humanity? They attempt to mislead you and reduce this assembly to a crude standoff between gods and humans, but citizens of Akuma.
Playable Kevin was an NPC Kevin hockey match.
To open your eyes and look at those around you. Examine them closely. Beneath all that finery, do you see the good heart of a human?
Sorry for my third team. Yo.
Poisonous glands of a pest.
Talk about it in just a second, Gar. I want to enjoy the rest of Kevin Truth Bomb speech.
Your gaze to the demigods, whom so many of you regard as cold and merciless. Do you not see the light of humanity in them? And those who wear the mask of humanity, yet utter only hurtful, slanderous words. Can you not see that their souls have been corrupted by power?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Think about that shit.
Yet, no matter what your answer is, and no matter who your vote goes to, rest assured that you have nothing to fear. For Aglaya, Tribios, and I will remain your faithful guardians and pledge our lives.
Hell yeah, moral high ground, let's go.
And this vow will stay true until the end of our days, where it will be passed on to future flame chasers. A steadfast and unwavering promise that shall endure through the ages.
Let's go. He cooked, yeah. Kevin fucking cooks. Motherfucker's been in the kitchen. In an uproar, representative leaders from different cities in Alchema throw pieces of pottery into the Dolium. God damn. That's so fucking funny. He just called us vermin and vile and corrupted by power and petty. Let's throw fucking pottery in.
At the present time, on the scales of Talenton, those...
Oh wait, shit, no, never mind. I completely fucking forgot. Right. The pottery thing is like how they vote. Man finally found his proper place in the kitchen. I mean, real talk, Dr. May is the breadwinner in like the couple anyway.
Each faction holds an equal share of votes, resulting in a perfect balance.
Smile.
As expected, this is the moment when the flame chase journey is the closest to its end.
Trophy husband, I mean, he is hot.
Now it's your turn.
And a bit of a himbo.
Lord.
It did take him a very long time to graduate uni.
Is there anyone else who hasn't voted?
Hell yeah, tiebreaker.
You're the last. Cast your vote with care, for your decision will break this impasse.
And Naxagoras must just be loving this power he has right now.
I've long since made a decision.
Very well. May you bring much needed change to this farcical world.
I'm so ready for him to throw.
Stream 4. The gleam of old flames.
Vote for kindness.
The die is cast.
I trust you haven't forgotten the world we've envisioned together.
Fuck you, cunt.
I trust you haven't forgotten the world we've envisioned together.
Good response, Aglaya. Can't interact with y'all. Can't interact with y'all. Okay, yeah, seems like that's it. Okay. To the Dolium we go.
You've done well, Finan. Given the circumstances, delivering a rousing speech to stir up emotions was a prudent move. Thank you all for your patience. On behalf of the 7 sages of the Grove of Epiphany and the scholars of Amphorius, I, Anaxagoras, am ready to cast my vote. But before that, in the interest of fairness, Lady Goldweaver, I pose a question to you before all who are gathered here. Will you, as Finan has promised, stand by the decision made in the Assembly, regardless of outcome?
In the interest of fairness, I make no promises as they should influence your decision.
Very well. I thank you for your honesty.
Dot, 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 says Kevin. Throw, 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 throw,
Stakes are high.
throw,
Let's be patient.
throw, motherfucker, throw.
Cut the act! Who do you think you are wasting our time like this?
He's an Anaxagoras, you piece of shit.
Lord Anaxa, please do not forget that I...
Rule number 1. Do not call me a knack.
Hell yeah.
Rule number 2.
Now she's throwing.
Silence is golden.
Her side is straight up inting right now. I love it. And then everyone starts yapping.
Just vote already. What are you waiting for?
Throw. 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 Do it. Just for her created John Hoyle versus Goldman Axa.
I cannot help but wonder, is every hardship in the world something you will exploit and use to your advantage?
Yeah.
How else am I supposed to make use of this situation where my body and soul are separated?
Now he's having a schizo episode in front of the entire assembly. Let's go.
Oh, Circes. Or should I say Calypso?
Democracy, baby.
Accompany me on this final journey.
Yeah, she did not
Let
need
us
to ask.
journey to the Netherrealm and see how she will substantiate the answer to your question and validate my decision.
Hey guys, I'll be right back. Just a quick little trip to the underworld.
We need only to follow the sound of the tides.
Oh, give me one sec, guys. Gotta have my little schizo episode real quick.
Well done, child. Just as I foresaw.
Oh.
You have achieved
Hi, Lauscher.
great things.
Teacher.
The voices.
What a twist of fate.
Anaxagoras never takes his
blasphemer,
meds.
raised in the doctrines of the Venerationists. It's like a foal kicking its mother in the belly after taking all her milk.
I respect you immensely, sir. But
you cherish the truth even more.
I mean, good.
So, child, do not be troubled.
He is a scientist.
I have borne.
The voices
Do
are
not let
singing
those
to
voices hinder
me.
you as you forge ahead. As the sage of the Venerationists, I am duty-bound to oppose you. But as your friend,
Ooh, this is a nice score choice for this moment.
Anaxagoras, I say, go forth For the truth is already...
Hold up, did I miss a line? Oh, no, okay.
In your hands. I will keep that in mind. Go now, child. Your lonely pursuit is about to welcome a new chapter. And when you reach the end of this journey, may we meet again with the truth.
So he kind of makes an Axe's character. He is the one who puts the truth over anything. Oh yeah, and like they like that's very like even though it's being said very explicitly here. He has been very consistent in character with that. And that's something I respect about him.
You're right, Empedocles. My lonely pursuit is about to welcome a new chapter.
And all his dream was to find the truth. Well, yeah, exactly.
Must be on my way now.
And he is like heavily alluded to such as well previously in the story.
Before us, Empedocles.
What are you waiting for? Just cast your vote.
Shoot her.
Silence! Silence, everyone!
Behold, Circes, here at the center of the world, I shall write the final step of my proof.
Let's fucking
For this place
go.
Is but one step away from the truth.
Oh. Little guitar,
Professor,
little strings.
I completed the proof you wanted.
Let's go.
Thank you, Castorus.
I love this man.
The answer is plain as day. My vote goes to the Flame Chase journey and nothing else.
Let's fucking go. Throw. He threw. He threw. He fucking threw.
The truth of this world.
Let's go. Get fucked.
The result is clear. By carefully interlentin above, as the Theoros I have observed.
No! Ligus, you can't!
Shut the fuck up.
Onyxa, what have you done? Have you lost your mind? I hope you are prepared for the harsh punishment awaiting you. Mark my words, I will make sure that clever head of yours never forgets the price of betrayal.
Have you forgotten? I told you that happens to be one of my rare.
Hey everyone in the assembly, see exactly what Finan was talking about?
Grand performance. Just to aid their preposterous flame chase journey?
Performance? No, you are quite mistaken. I may be paranoid by nature, but I've always been known for my honesty.
I love how honest he is.
If you really understood
He is
me,
definitely quite paranoid.
You'd realize that I never had any interest in your pathetic little game of politics. Factions, standpoints, they are jokes in my eyes.
Hell yeah, brother.
I have never once switched sides. Because I, and I alone,
Let's go. Justified
Lady
egotism.
With all the citizens here as witnesses, we should honor the spirit of democracy and respect the decision of this assembly.
He's like it's just like, don't fuck this up, kindness.
I have observed that Akama has chosen her destiny. This citizens' assembly has resolved to continue the flame chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the wall of heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
You!
He's so
Seems that
angry.
Everyone is ready for the assembly to end.
Hell yeah, Crusher.
Entertain you for a little longer. By your leave, Lord Ligus.
Interesting.
Ah, His voice was just shaking with anticipation.
Elders and citizens, your attention, please. Stay.
Oh my god, he has so much eroticism in his voice right now. This is the shit he lives for.
Epiphany has an announcement for the assembly.
What is this performer up to now?
Just moments ago, all of you made a decision on the fate of Amphorius. As a supporter of the Flame Chase journey,
The T-pose baby, so fucking true.
but I regret to say that I still harbor doubts about this outcome. Thus,
Bro.
I hereby challenge this resolution.
Bro.
Tell me, who among you dare swear to Kefali's name that Era Nova will
Let's
truly
go.
welcome the fairy tale ending that the Chrysos heirs have promised? A beautiful new world free of calamity and madness?
What is he getting at?
He's so fucking pissed.
No one? Must I pick somebody to answer? Very well. You, the one acting so wise and profound, in front of all present here, do you dare swear that it will happen for sure? No? Fine. Next. You, the one with ignorance written all over your face. Yes, you. Do you dare swear by it in front of the Titan?
What are you trying to do?
Useless. Your turn, then. With that smug look of yours, you must be confident that the Flame Chase journey is the best course to take, right?
Hey! Mind your tongue!
So, no one? I see. In that case, Finan, answer me this. Your speech was filled with such passion just now. How confident, then, are you in making this promise?
Professor, what are you doing?
Let him continue with his performance.
Need to say all of that. That
Will you
was
look
great.
at that? Even Finan and Aglaya lack the courage to make such a promise. And what's even more absurd is that no one but I can promise you this new world. And yet, the Assembly passed the resolution anyway.
He's such... I fucking
you
love him
needn't
so
worry,
much.
Because I knew better than to trust you good-for-nothings. That is
Let's
precisely why I am
fucking
here
go.
to give you one final lecture. Now listen up and listen well. I, Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, hereby declare everything that the Flame Chase journey promises is true. Finan of Ides Elysiae, the prophesied demigod who shall succeed Kefali, will reforge each and every one of us in the new world with his complete, intact memories.
Let's go.
What? The core flame-bearing titans were the Chrysos heirs of yesterday. And the Chrysos heirs who carry the core flames today will become the titans
They'll
of
let him
tomorrow.
go.
All of our souls shall endure for eternity in the miracle of the World-Bearer. And all under Kefali's protection shall step into that new world.
He will deliver them. Ha ha ha.
This is your blasphemy!
You're a blasphemy.
What? Are you saying that we must bow down to you and worship you even in our next lives? Enough, you blasphemous imbecile. How dare you try to deceive us with all these
Time to use your
lies
alchemy.
and falsehoods? How can you prove?
Bro did not get notified by an axe. He missed the memo.
But since you fast, I shall be kind and indulge you.
Hell yeah!
Are based on my
Stole that
experiments
tea.
on the divine body of Kefali themselves. You heard me correctly, everyone. With the tacit approval
Let's
of and the Council
fucking
of Elders,
go!
I fused my soul with a god through alchemy.
He is throwing them under the bus so hard, and I fucking love it.
What is he talking about? Isn't that pure blasphemy?
Yep. And for their own political games, they allowed
The
it.
vile, wretched blasphemer deserve nothing less than death for my sins. And the Council of Elders, which granted me consent
Let's
and
fucking
aided in committing this
go.
atrocity, should face punishment alongside me.
I love this man so much.
By the gods, even kindness has betrayed Akuma.
Actual Uno reverse card, though.
I had no knowledge of his transgressions. He did that on his own. The Council of Elders bears no responsibility for his actions.
You knew he was a blasphemer. You let him go up to Kefali.
Lord Lygus, as the esteemed Theoros, are you going to simply stand by and
Throw
allow
them
the Council
under
of
the
Elders
bus.
to be dragged through the
Throw
mud?
them under the bus. Speak your truth, robot man.
Is true, I will acknowledge it. If not, my conscience stands unburdened. Lady Kindness, the reputation of the Council of Elders was not built in a day.
Single-handedly carried the flame chasers. Exactly. He's a fucking egotistical blasphemer.
Punishment must
But
be meted out
it's also
to
well
those
earned.
who abandon their vows. We should respect this beautiful city and her people.
God damn, his voice is just still dripping with eroticism. He is enjoying this so much.
The Gold Weaver, I humbly ask that you take on the responsibility of overseeing this judgment in the name of the fairness of Talantin and the justice of Kefali.
Ha 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 ha.
Considering the circumstances, and in accordance with Akuma's codex, as the only demigod among us, you shall rightfully wield this authority.
The honor is mine to bear.
Smile. This is such a great scene.
Elders and citizens, silence, if you please.
Or I guess it's more of a sequence
Anaxagoras
composed
the
of
Grove
various
of Epiphany
scenes.
has made his statement clear. As per Akuma's codex, I request all present citizens to stand with me in exercising the right of judgment. First, Elder Kindness of Akuma and Lygus the Theoros stand accused of neglecting their duties and abusing the law, leading to the egregious blasphemy against a god. In the names of Talantin and Kefali, Akuma is to form a committee before the 7th action hour to conduct an investigation and disclose the findings to the public for subsequent judgment.
Hell yeah. Internal investigate that shit.
Now, concerning Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, he has confessed to grave blasphemy against Kefali. In the names of Talantin and Kefali, the accused must be allowed to hear the people's voice prior to the execution.
Yo, let's go.
Sentence and possible pardon.
Ha 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 ha, herd mentality. Emotionally driven decisions. Ha 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 ha. We have investigated ourselves and found no wrongdoing. Smiles.
Professor.
Something, Niji Sanji. Ha. Take your leave. An annoying quest only son. Alright. Thanks for popping in, Garam. It was fun, though. Oh, wait. Actually, shit, real quick before you hop out. You were asking me... Were you asking me about, your comp? What was that? Sorry, real quick. I got a little distracted. Yeah, you're asking about the Thirta team with Chibi Hirta, Serval, and Fushuan. That team could definitely work. Chibi Hirta can act as a proper sub DPS. Serval can act as a battery. The only thing is that replacing one of them with a strong harmony would probably result in better results. So, like, you know, running a Bronya, or if you're willing to cash in, your your free 5-star thing in the shop, and then I would say Ron May would be a very strong choice, and she's also universally very useful. But if you have like a very strong harmony you could make use of, then that would still likely work better. If you replace one of them with Jiaoqiu, Jiaoqiu is the closest nihility to harmony power, and if you don't have a better option, he definitely works. But he's not the perfect matchup with Herta, because Herta's damage isn't largely ultimate based, and part of his like debuffs are ultimate damage taken. Her ult is like core to her rotation, but the ult itself does some damage, and it's the follow-up she has 42 stacks with her skill after ult that actually chunks the shit out of things. Yeah, that's right, you did mention that your only harmony is E5 Bronya. Like, E5 Bronya definitely can work. I mean, I would say just experiment with the two. Like, try out E5 Bronya. Or if you're willing to, like, grab her and build her, then, like, Ron May is an incredibly strong choice, and she's very universally strong. Like, she is a dual DPS buffer, but she still works well for, like, hyper carry as well. She's just not quite the level like Sunday or some shit, right? But definitely a potentially strong choice. But otherwise, you know, I would say experiment with it, because since I also haven't personally tested or done damage simulations for those teams, it's hard for me to say with certainty how they'll play and compare. But you definitely can try out, like, the original comp you were looking at. You can try out replacing Bronya in for one of them, because the main concern with Bronya is going to be skill points management. That is going to be a challenge with using Bronya specifically, especially if you're running Serval, because as nice as she is as a battery, she does kind of require skilling a lot to act as a battery for her, like, pass-key rotation. While on the other hand, Mini Thirta, it's ideal if she can use her skill, but she doesn't really have to. Her damage is coming from the follow-ups. Coping Robin will be put on the Runway shop thing. I mean, fair. They are going to add new characters. We know that for certain. So, I mean, it definitely is best to at least wait until next patch and see if they add anyone. Was Pella a free character? Yeah, Pella is also a free character. Pella's still not going to be as impactful as a strong harmony unit, though. It's just kind of the reality that nihility units are balanced around being weaker than harmony units, which is why Acheron exists, because she allows nihility units to be strong because she has to run them instead of harmonies. Thanks for the suggestion. Have a wonderful day. Yeah, thanks for popping in, Gab. It was nice seeing you. I'm glad I could help, at least to whatever degree I did. Alright. Damn!
Let him die! Let him die! Let him die! Let him die!
Motherfucker is just smiling. It's okay. I'm friends with Thanatos. I'll be fine.
What decision will you make, Lady Goldweaver?
He's like, I'm dead soon anyways, exactly. He's like, yeah, whatever, I'm gonna die soon anyway.
Hesitation, Aglaya. This is not like...
Sorry, can't do that God of Death one at me. No, I'm just gonna kill him, and then he's gonna pop over down to the River of Souls and be like, hey, Casterus, let me back out. And she's just gonna be like, okay, I guess so, sure, dude. We love emotionally driven herd mentality.
In light of the people's voice, O Talantan on high, may you bring death upon him.
Hell yeah! Require divine intervention. Me smile. A sea of flowers. Also a good sequence, saving that one. Hell yeah, we are dying. Let's go.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I bore the name of Castris while walking among the mortals. And now, I stand as the demigod of death, the living side of Thanatos. Welcome to my realm, where the west wind ends.
It's so noticeable how the mouth movements are synced up to the Chinese and not the English. Mom, I made it! My character arc is finally done. Let's fucking go. Smile.
You're still as energetic as always. Did you know? Every flower here was planted by Thanatos themselves. These flowers were originally both lifeless and immortal, but in the first rain brought by the River of Souls, they were given new life, flourishing as the bearers of countless souls.
It is about to be 4, so it is time for me to take my sleep
And it is
meds.
my duty as the master
When
of
they kick
death
in,
to
stream
tend
ends.
to their well-being and foster their growth in this serene haven. Similar to the structured cycle of life and death in the mortal world, these flowers too shall wither and fade, returning to the earth and then ascending to the sky with mist and tides. Eventually, they will descend to the mortal land as gentle rain. Every soul undergoes the—
Hold up. Did I miss? It feels like I missed the line. No, okay, we're good.
the perpetual cycle of reincarnation, albeit in varied forms, until the world meets its end.
So it has only like that for Castris?
Sadly, there's no time left for Emporius
I do
to
wonder
wait for
if
the
it's
flowers
still along
blooming
those lines
again.
for other characters, but it's less noticeable because since we have less of the CN
Death is the
Castris,
power at
Castris's EN has a much slower, deliberate pace of speech than the CN version does.
I shall open the gate of the netherworld and return you to the realm of the living.
But most of the other characters have fairly similar, like, pace of speech
and complete the
compared to the
flame
CN
chase
version.
journey. Do not let our work thus far be in vain.
But at what cost?
Rest assured, defying death is Thanatos' divine authority. Fortunately, your soul hasn't dissipated. This is not a resurrection, but the extradition of a dying person back to the present world.
So you're not going back, Castris? No.
Just like the other demigods, I will stay here and embrace my destiny.
Okay, but before all of that, you can touch Stell for a bit.
That being said, it is not easy to guide a lost soul back to the mortal realm. The whispers of death are sweet and alluring. If your determination wavers, you will succumb and be forever enslaved.
Oh, if there's anything that Stell's good at, it's determination. She'll be fine.
Please consider this a one-time exception. I will do everything in my power for the flame chase journey. And for your life, the only life I can save.
Take my hand and I'll guide you.
I am glad to hear that.
Castris. Oh, motherfucker!
I believe in you.
If we're doing this part, let's switch to CN because holy fuck, they do not have a lot of the voiceovers in EN for this. Okay.
这边，这边。
向前走，别回头。
前进吧，列车会和你一起。
我相信你。
Friends。
听我说，向前。
总有一天，我们的道路还会相见。
Firefly。
长手挺胸，和我们一起走向明天吧。
没错。
Wait, Stella wasn't here for that
向着
scene.
黎明升起的方向。
Or wasn't there for that scene, rather.
前进，让我看见你的勇气。
Let's go.
搭档，与我一同成为英雄吧。
Kevin.
快到了。
It is interesting that everyone else is like part of the flame chase journey, and oh, gotta play. She gotta do some dailies real quick. But they also and obviously, like, you know, the Express, but they also include Kafka, and they also include Firefly. Oh, okay, I'm not allowed to walk back. Smile. But they do include Kafka, and they do include Firefly. Wait a second, I didn't really get a good look at the Kafka image. Okay, okay, I promise we'll actually finish it this time. Smile. I actually didn't get a good look at the Kafka image. Is it from, like, Stell's moment of birth?
向前走，
For lack of a better term.
别回头。
Creation?
前进吧。
Materialization,
列
maybe?
车会和你一起。
我相信你。
Ah, CN Walt. I've missed you.
听我说，向前。
Oh, yeah, it is. Like, I heard the Kafka earlier, but I missed the image. Like, clearly seeing the image. But yeah, no, this is, like, from the moment of Stell's... I mean, birth might not be the right word, especially because they've like heavily alluded towards Stell being part of the Stellar Hunters previously. Birth and creation might not be right, but at the very least, the most like recent materializations is what we see in the opening cinematic is Kafka and Silver Wolf like materializing Stell. So that's interesting. That's interesting. I was really hoping and hope they will put in more of, especially like the whole memory thing with Remembrance. I am hoping that they do give us more of that like Stell backstory, especially because they like decided to just very sneakily hard confirm their relationship, because in like if you guys didn't notice, well, when you were going through it in the like Star Rail Express like annual wrap-up thing, they have like that little event afterwards where they're doing like, you can like set up the train with like whoever you want as the passenger, oh not the train, sorry, like a roller coaster with whoever you want as the passengers next to each other, and they have like little unique interactions. But they just kind of casually snuck in there, because you can pick the factions, that Stell is under the Stellar Hunter faction. Now turn back, there are voice lines per step. Oh, really? Ah, cute. Yo. But yeah, it's just interesting. Firefly. My fucking figure over I ordered like almost a year ago is actually finally about to be here. Okay, so we can't. It seems like we can't get a line from Kafka.
生死有命，但不是现在。
昂首挺胸，和我们一起走向明天吧。
Goddamn style works with so much fucking swagger.
听我说，
Oh
那里
nope.
不是这样。
There, we got the Kafka. This is a really beautiful sequence, though. Or scene, I guess, in this case.
向着黎明升起的方向。
Goddamn, girl works with so much swagger. Wait, do we not get to have a Firefly line? Huh. Interesting. It's possible that was like, it's possible I missed the event trigger for it. Here we go again. Going down this road again. I don't know the lyrics to this song, but I'll sing anyway.
列车会和你一起。
我相信你。
听我说，向前。
总有一天，我们的道路还会
Firefly. Such a touching, heartbreaking moment there.
一起走向明天吧。
听我说，那里不是家。
We walk a little bit past. And then like back again.
迷茫的时候
There we go.
就寻找流星落下的方向吧。
Aww.
迷茫的时候，就寻找流星落下的方向吧。
没错，向着黎明升起的方向。
小小灰，那边才不是明天。
I do prefer like the CN double lot for the Tribi duo or Tribi trio though.
让我看见你的勇气。
别回头，别让霞蝶。
Aww. Okay, yeah, that one hits.
灾厄的长臂只会掣肘懦弱的人，你是弱者吗？
Damn, okay, Mighty fucking calling us out.
搭档，
You want a weak piece of shit, are ya?
英雄吧。
Don't think I went far enough past Keben.
快到了。
快到了。
别输给死亡的阴霾。
That is such a beautiful illustration. Now, do you want to guess how many Eden lies there are?
谢谢你，夏蝶。
夏蝶。It is interesting that they go with a completely different, different name.
也许我还能最后再看一眼。
Oh no! Don't do it! Don't do it, Stell. Oh, okay. We literally have no choice. That's fucking great.
在那道路的尽头，始终会有一抹红色。
Acheron flashbang. No.
它将为你指引出路，如此，你们一定能够在阳光下相聚。
Oh. Oh no. Oh no, oh. Oh, your life's flashing before your eyes.
这些身影和声
Oh no.
究竟是？
这一切，就是你曾经活过
Oh
的证明。
no.
你的灵魂、记忆，曾走过的岁月，和他为你揭示的家的方向。
Alicia, why?
所以
Alicia
前
flashbang.
进吧，不要停下向前的脚步，不要辜负他的牺牲，还有曾经与你同行的一切。好伙伴，这边，抓住人家的手，我们一起回家。
Goodbye, Netherrealm. Let's go. Walk towards the light.
开拓吧。
Aw. Okay, yeah, that was a really beautiful scene there.
回来了。
That was incredible. I love that.
终于，我知道你
Aw.
能做到的。
Definitely yoinking this. It's a gorgeous illustration. The film grain and like desaturation's a really nice touch on it too. Now, do you want to guess how many Ian lines there are? Let's see. Don Hung and is March also missing voice lines? Don Hung, at the very least. We heard Kafka. Himiko was missing. Welt has voice lines. And Firefly probably does? I'm not sure about that one. I'm assuming all of the Amphoris ones do have voice lines, though. I wonder if Acheron has any, actually. Yeah, Machin with a voice, Himiko, Kafka, Firefly, Don Hung are missing. Ooh. That hurts. The Firefly especially hurts. Ooh. Wait, Kafka's missing? Oh, right, no, I heard Kafka in fucking CN, right. Yeah. Huh, man, that hurts. That sucks. The whole situation with that is fucked. And that's definitely a tangent rant that we've had enough times at this point.
你的灵魂依旧是完满的，似乎有一种引力，在尽力将它维系。是欧洛尼斯最后的祝福吗？还是只属于你的奇迹呢？真是不可思议！冥冥之中。 一种似曾相识的感觉涌上心头，难以言喻。或许是命运再度完成了自我实现，又或许是阁下所熟知的那天外世界的法则，令我们的命运早已交错。
Once more for good luck. I think we're good. Good phrases.
看来，这不是眼下就能解开的谜团。 成为半神的感觉很奇妙呢，仿佛冥河就在我灵魂深处流淌，于呼吸间化作温润世界的细雨。还记得那句预言吗？花海尽头，生者的魂灵将温暖乳之指尖，相拥之后。便是永恒的离别。
Oof.
我对阁下承诺过，会倾尽全力为他写下另一
Let's
种
go.
解释。现在，我既已成为半神，命运迎来结局，我也终于能够以最美丽的姿态为他写下句点。那求而不得的心愿，终于能够实现。 在崭新的世界里，每一朵绽放的生命都将高举起双手，诉说这一刻的意义。我们所有人的每一次触碰，每一次拥。
Okay, yeah. I thought maybe I missed the line, but we're good.
将再也不会是冰冷的剥夺，而要带着炙热的体温，向爱。 播撒向大地。
So many stealth cinematics.
十分寒冷。
哦。
最后，我能
Just
再
me
见
and my
一次
sister showing up
你的
for.
体温。
Yes, it's finally happening.
谢谢你。
Let's go. She touched Stell, and now they're off screen. And friskier things are happening. Yep, no, friskier things are definitely happening. Yep, yep.
但凭
Says
借
V
这
and
一抹
Lex.
心跳和怀抱的温热，我
Ooh.
将把冥界
Oh,
变
this
作
is
温柔的归处。
Casters, no! Ooh, that violin is really fucking hitting.
这相拥短短一瞬，却是我活过的证明。别了，阁下。
No,
在
Christ,
新世界再
no.
会。
What the fuck has been playing with my feels all goddamn like
方
2 past 2
才那盛大
hours?
又荒唐的表演，就是你的毕生所求。
我为真理舍弃一
That's
切
with a save.
就是为了换来今天这一刻。倒是你诚如我所料，面对权力的可乘之机，毫不犹豫，就像
事权如市府的苍蝇，
Smile.
我可没这么说。
但最后的那番话，你已经知道了。我对白垩的安排。
我失去了一只眼睛。
We all know growing life flashbangs mean true.
你人性将尽，与我这行尸走肉差不了多少。
是啊，经过千年燃烧，我早已是一簇死灰。面对最后一尊大敌艾格勒，也只有他能绽放与之匹敌的烈火。
看来，这是最后的机会了。 不妨让我们打破对彼此的芥蒂吧。介意让我共鸣你的火种吗，阿格莱亚？
请吧。
哦。
这怎么可能？仅凭如此
Damn
稀薄的灵魂，你真是疯了。
正如你能为未竟之事拖着死去拼命前进。 我也有不得不这么做的理由。在白垩成长为预言中的领袖之前，我必须维系烛火之旅，引领众人。哪怕只有一具空壳，只能前进寥寥几步。
我早有预料，但没想到你已失去到这个地步。 何其讽刺！若你我能早些如这般交流，想必能引出不少误会吧。但抛开我们之间所有的理念差异，在这件事上，我始终与你想法一致。
关于白垩，
正是，他是天生的英雄，洞悉人心的能力甚至远胜于你。我能断言，他比你更胜任领袖。
He is a far better leader than you.
可惜，他是个被莫涅塔诅咒了的男人。不过根据我的猜想，他那穿红戴绿、花枝招展的可怕美学，应该不耽误你们再创世。
恭喜我们，在各自命运的末端达成了一样共识。
你这般反应，甚至让我想起了前言。阿格莱亚，我们回来了，
来欢迎我们浴火重生的大英雄吧！
希望他们
Let's go. Smile.
我这么批评他也不是第一天了， 人贵有自知之明。
Okay. Damn. Yeah, the Acheron flashbang was not expected, but also very welcomed. And I guess it does go to show how important a character Acheron was to Stell, that she was included, and especially at the very end, like, was the final push Stell needed. And that's nice to see. I'm glad we got to see Yayi again, even if only briefly, and I really do hope this is like gonna allude to her actually showing up here, because that would be fucking great.
似乎没有蛱蝶的身影。
看来，他不仅为我完成了证明，也为你们完成了使命。
Abila should always be at our side.
我同意。
虽无法改写宿命，却还是为自己的叙事诗写下了最后一枚韵脚。无事，请为我们吟诵神谕吧。阁下，也请你为我们献上那枚滚烫的火种。你是他在大地上行走千年，亲手留住的唯一一条生命。我想，没有人比你更值得代行这高尚的职责。
Let's go.
看呐，已回归的，或仍在远眺的众神。今天，我等将这剖白了的灵魂带来给你。灰暗之手塞纳托斯。他已记起了昔日的名字，他从白昼中来，并在这里步入你们的行列，回到他芬芳的居室。而那与泰坦携手的，是一位从死者中上升，在人间更生的旅人。他是细数岁月的黑夜，凭他正直的名字宣告。庄严的12泰坦，支撑世界的支柱。我们于此所求神性，以填补世界的裂缝，为肉身灌注黄金之血，为神域甘愿枯竭干涸。上前来，天外的开拓者，与我们一起。
Let's go.
为他在天空中
Do it for her. Goodbye, Casters.
死亡的星座，准确的说，是死亡和生命。你们看，那是。那是蛱蝶。不，只是神性的回响。它是为了失恋而
来。Let's go. Hold her one more time. Do it. 哦。
他说了什么？
那是泰坦的语言。蛱蝶，不，应该是泰坦。他说：“冰冷的死因已由我照亮。”走吧，前路将是光明和永恒不息的烈火。别忘记。
Damn。
最后还把场面搞成这样，接下来轮到我了。
我不会阻止你。
老师，你
什么表情？你不是也在场吗？好了，尽快完成处决吧。以免奥赫玛的神圣律法蒙羞，还耽误我创造新世界。
老师，你永远都这样。我不明白，如果你的理论不假，那成为泰坦的你应当没有前世的任何记忆，那成神又有什么意义？
当然，我就算真忘了自己是谁，
也
依旧聪明至极。找回前世记忆，自然不在话下。况且，不还有你吗？
你在大会上说的那番话，我还是没能消化。就算它是真的，按照记忆重塑而成的是我，也不能和原来的划等号了。
那我现在就告诉你，你错了。我们究竟为何物？我说，黄金翼就是未来的泰坦，反之亦然。但这个答案显然只对我们有效。那一般人呢？对他们来说，我们又究竟为何物？世界的本质，灵魂，就像一粒粒微不可见的种子，记录着某人对世界本身的部分记忆。而我们正是种子绽出的芽，长成的参天大树。
Night to the night now, and that's so true, so true, so real.
不错，当我们的肉体诞生，便成为世界新的延伸。由此，我们的种子也在某人记忆中播下，并在未来播散到无数人心中。正如种子会受环境影响，我们的面貌也将在诸多记忆里有所不同，但我们承载的那一部分将永恒不变。因为世界本身正是如此。要想消灭我们的存在，就得毁灭世界本身。然而，总有一人将带着他完美的记忆活下去。那个人就是你，克法勒之子。这也便是复世之泰坦的含义。所以，背负这个世界的全部，活下去。别让你珍重之人，别让金枝女士失望，更别让我的理论蒙羞。
Smile。
巫师，我向你发誓，我会引领所有人在新世界重逢。
很好，
很好。
言尽于此，别了，各位，来世再会。
别了，大表演家。愿瑟西斯捍卫你的思想。
Bitch, she's about to be Cersei's.
愿瑟西斯捍卫你的思想。
可还算满意，尊贵的泰坦？
当然，吾在此立誓见证，神武术庭智种学派的阿纳克萨格拉斯。业已战胜理性之试炼。
Is an actor saying that he told Finon to know about how Force works, so the next world, Finon will make a world with that information like a CD planet so he can figure it out faster because Xerxes, the god of reason in the cycle, doesn't know about the cycle thingy. So definitely in this cycle, didn't know. Yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much what I'm gathering with it. He's passing on that knowledge in order for the new world to be shaped the way that he wants it to into Finon, since he is the only, since he is going to be the next world's titan. And is going to be the one to lead that forward. That's what I gathered too out of it, at least.
于是，无意赐汝真言，汝将超越至纯粹之终极，回归腐败的乌黑。
这就是所谓神谕，听起来只是把我过去、现
Smile
在和未来成就的一切复述了一遍。瑟西斯啊，瑟西斯，你确实不过如此。
哎呀，毕竟汝已超越至
Smile
纯粹之终极，可曾为吾留下哪怕一点余地呢？
承让。
不过，吾还是有个问题。
我就知道。说，什么问题？我们搞不好在想同一件事。
既然汝斗胆声明，吾等连同世界本身，皆凭他人记忆而生，那么最初的智种，又要在谁人的记忆中生根发芽呢？
我怎么知道？
哎呀呀
She really just went, ay, ay, ay.
既然你我都对此感到好奇，那就让我们身后的诸位人子亲自带你我一探究竟吧。
Oh, here you go. Motherfucker is smiling.
我将用你的灵魂，为新世界播下怀疑的种子。世事功成一役，人心。
God damn it, I fucking love this man. And we also love Knowledge Tree Hag.
该庆幸的是，他还活着。
哦。
列车最初打捞起3月7时，他也是这样。情况很相似，只是那会儿列车上没有一位译者能替他诊断。
It is also nice to hear him because what's why? Okay, the pauses are really long.
乐观点想，或许这次也有希望。从冰封中醒来时，3月的记忆一片空白。做最坏的打算，我绝不能让同样的事发生第2次。还是来说说你的猜想吧。虽然证据还不充分，但依现状推断，3月7，他的记忆或许被人劫持了。劫持？姬子小姐，试想一下，如果一个人失去了记忆的能力，会怎样？我并非生物学家，听说温瓦克有一种鱼类，记忆容量不足1秒，过目即忘，也许会发生类似的事。很可惜，短时记忆和无法记忆是完全不同的概念。或许你难以想象。
She makes good points.
失去记忆机能的个体会变成一片空无。
空无。寰宇间的一切都能以记忆诠释，这是一庭的信条，也是这条命途存续的动力。过往由意志构成，未来也是终将被转化的可能性，而当下，它从不真实存在，只是一种抽象的表达。所以，当一个人受命途影响，丧失了记忆的机能，他的实体也会受到牵连。这些冰晶就是表征之一。
有件事我始终没有深究，黑天鹅小姐，你引领我们前来翁法罗斯，却始终不愿谈及真实目的。收集记忆，并不是一个能让我信服。
A nexus suspicion is already spreading.
姬子小姐是在怀疑我吗？
无意冒犯，我只是提出一种猜想。但如果可以，我希望能得到你的坦诚。
也就是说，到我自证清白的时间了。当然，没问题。真正的原因是，温法罗斯有着特殊的意义，在一些秉持极端理念的议庭成员眼中，它是一个完美的范例。
完美的范例，
一个只能被议庭之境映照出的世界，意味着译者拥有将其私藏的权利。如果那些记忆行者先一步掌握了温法罗斯的奥秘，他们也许会释放野心，将更多事件改造成相同的模样。
你尽力游说列车来到这片星域，为的是揭开秘密，挫败这些人的阴谋。
此前我
Damn, the auto pauses are crazy in the scene.
各位卷入议庭内部的纷争。
然而
They're just spending so much time staring into each other's eyes.
那些极端分子想必不是普通的命途行者，他们拥有令使的力量。
不妨再大胆些，我口中的人，并非个例，而是一整个组织。他们早已签上了符离的小纸。
行驶3月7的人，会是他们吗？
我
不敢肯定，至少他们能做到。我对3月7的遭遇深表遗憾，但我提供的交易依旧公平。温法罗斯仍是一处绝佳的目的地。继续调查，或许也能探明意外的真相。姬子小姐，继续合作才是最明智的选择。
发生什么了？
我部分收回刚才的话，姬子小姐。我们确实做了一桩交易。但我也让你们卷入了不可预见的危机中，请接受我的致歉。
妞，
情况有变。
符离，他的目光刚刚掠过了温法罗斯。
Yo, let's go third.
这倒有点意思。没想到小小一个惬意者，脑袋里还藏了不少。
Okay, actually, if it's Thirta, we are swapping to English, because I adore her English voice. Just going to throw this out there. Next, it seems inspired at least the manners by Mikolash from Bloodborne. I can't remember who Mikolash is. Fuck, I didn't change the language. The guy who runs from you for 30 minutes with the kitchen. Oh! Huh. Yeah, I guess I can see that. Her English is peak. It 100% is. It's so good. She has like just the right amount of butchiness to her voice. I adore it. And I find very egotistical characters whose egotism is very heavily justified interesting. Ugh, it's so good.
I never expected a mere memo snatcher to be actually hiding so much inside her head. What's even more interesting is that the word Amphorius has appeared in her subconscious.
This lady seems to be having fun. Is she usually like this?
Yes.
It's hard to explain.
What are you two whispering about? Has it not occurred to you that I can hear everything clearly?
Smile.
Please pardon me, Madam Herta. Would you mind sharing with us what you've discovered?
The ones who need help are the Astral Express. You will have to put up with my methods, even if they are rather unconventional.
Smile.
Let's get back to the topic. By using the fourth mirror, I rummaged through the brain of this memo snatcher and learned a good deal. Not only does this person know of Amphorius, but there are also many memo keepers who are interested in the place. I searched through her consciousness and found the following terms: the Eternal Land, the Rejected Land, and the private collection of the Garden of Recollection.
Ugh, her voice.
It seems like Miss Black Swan is indeed hiding some things from us.
No, not anymore. Himiko's
Since
got him.
I'm not able to find any useful clues from the outside, why don't I
Let's
visit
go.
mysterious Amphorius?
You're planning to head to Amphorius?
Hell yeah, she is.
Yes, but not in the flesh like you all foolishly did. See these Herta mirrors? With them, I can project my data spirit entity to any corner of the cosmos through spatial warps, without even needing to leave my room. But of course, these corners of the cosmos must be within the coverage zone of inter-astral peace communications. After all, this is collaborative technology.
I see. You do seem like the more indoor type.
Although that star zone is not within the network of the IPC, the Express itself can serve as a signal station. Come, give me the astral chart coordinates.
Come.
Then, sit back and enjoy the show.
Oh sure, this black screen takes fucking forever. When it has a single line.
Get to work.
Mirrors get to... God damn it, I fucking love her. Okay, well in this case, obviously we've got to swap over the Thirta team. Story Thirta, fuck off. My Thirta is much better built, I'm sure. Yeah, definitely gonna be aiming for her light cone on next patch. I guess it's interesting too because this is very much suggesting that Thirta is gonna be involved with the next patch's main storyline, which is funny because she's rerunning. Not that that isn't a intentional thing, I'm sure. Brain work right, Ron, mate.
Thank you, Madam Herta. Companions are the lifeblood of the Astral Express. When things are settled, We will repay you for all your help.
Well, this young man sure is courteous.
You can actually what she's instructed. Oh yeah, replying on it already. We don't skip optional dialogue that adds more story depth and nuance on the Gundala.
Incense ascends, entwined with ethereal clouds.
Madam, watching you work has been an enlightening experience for me. It's hard to imagine that an outstanding scholar like you could maintain such a relaxed manner most of the time. Your calm and collected nature is truly a trait that I should learn.
This brat. Why does everything that comes out of his mouth
Fucking
sound so
thank you, Thurda. Fucking thank you. God damn, I hate Sunday. Hold on, I gotta listen to that again.
Madam, watching you work, you're calm and collected.
This brat. Why does everything that comes out of his mouth sound so snarky?
God damn it. Oh. Credits. Credits.
First mirror, input the coordinates. You'll be in charge of the spatial warp.
As you command, Madam Herda. The preparations are complete. I wish you a pleasant journey ahead.
Second mirror.
She is too
Prepare for the
peaky,
thought
she is.
refraction. There's still some distance from the Astral Express to the Amphoria's celestial body. You're in charge of sending me over. This time, raise the power to the maximum. Don't be stingy.
We have Astra paying for everything, it's fine. Or Asta, sorry.
Fail the mission, Madam Herda.
Oh, right, the second mirror is the fucking simp one. I love that.
Third mirror. You're in charge of generating the data spirit entity.
I'm happy to help, Madam Herda.
Oh, right, third mirror is like a very sultry voice.
What kind of appearance are you planning to use this time?
Good question. Let me think. Forget it. Just use my own appearance. There's no one there that'll recognize me anyway.
As you wish.
The evil cackle is peak. Oh wait, what about fourth mirror? Do we not need them?
Fourth mirror, you'll be in charge of... It seems like I have nothing for you.
Oh, there we go.
Just stand by and wait for orders.
Standing by again. That's so boring.
Oh wait, no, the fourth mirror.
Can you count down from 4 instead?
Oh wait, no, I think the fourth mirror was the simp one.
Preparation of the data spirit entity complete. Thought refraction at max power. Excellent. The first mirror. Let's get going.
Have a safe trip, Madam Herta.
May your journey yield good results.
Shut the fuck up, Sunday.
Coordinates input complete. Preparing to activate spatial warp. Destination, unknown celestial body, Amphorius. Spatial warp countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Warp activated.
Oh! So that's Amphorius? Its appearance is... well, sure is unique.
True.
Second mirror. Prepare for thought refraction. It's time to send me...
Alright, please read the safety protocols carefully.
Can't you hurry up?
I'm pretty sure Thurda wrote the safety protocols.
I didn't expect it to be so turbulent. I should have asked the second mirror to use slightly less power. What a magnificent sight!
God
Is
damn it,
this
I love
the
her.
entrance to Amphorius? Let's see. Perhaps I'll be able to find a way in.
Bob?
What's this? A statue? It's ugly. I don't like it. for the great Herta to come out personally.
Damn it, I love her.
When we return, get ready to become free labor for the simulated universe for the rest of your life.
They're already that Herta.
What's this? How creepy. Oh, it moves? Who are you trying to scare?
Ha!
It's either a projection or a fake. There doesn't seem to be much to take note of. Now then, how am I going to get into Amphorius?
My deepest apologies, esteemed lady.
Yo, fight him.
I'm afraid that you cannot proceed further.
Who's there?
Your visit, although not part of my calculations, is a pleasant surprise. It's a pity that the preparations
Fight
are
him.
in place to receive you with the hospitality that some of your status deserves.
Are you not going to answer my question? Who are you?
I have
Disassemble him. Take him apart, figure out how he works.
and I'm going to have
Rebuild him in your image.
in the future. But if you just need a form of address, you can use my common alias.
Feel it?
Lycurgus. Lygus.
All right, Lygus. But you can't possibly think that I'm just asking for a name, can you?
Regrettably, I do not have the authority to share more information. However, standards are always flexible. While not violating the ultimate agreement, I'm able to disclose this piece of information. As you thought, this is the entrance to Amphorius. Now, please, kindly turn back. Amphorius is not a world that you should be involved with, regardless of what kind of magnificent
Show him wrong, Herta.
achievements you have accomplished.
You go where you please.
Will not open its doors so easily.
You seem to understand me very well. Then you should know that I have no reason to listen to you.
God damn it.
Your reaction is completely within my calculations. Despite my long years as a watcher, it seems like my assessment of human nature still remains accurate. From you, I'm able to sense a beautiful desire for knowledge. But my answer remains unchanged. Madam, it is with the utmost goodwill.
Obliterate him, Herta.
To where you came from.
Let's assume for a second that I'm not so well-mannered, and that I insist on uncovering the secrets hidden behind you, Mr. Lygus. How do you plan to dispel this notion of mine?
Within the scope of the ultimate agreement, there are 178,244 logic chains at my disposal to convince you. After filtering through them, I have determined that I only require 3 to attain the results that I desire.
Oh? I'm all ears.
First, for reasons that cannot be disclosed, Amphorius is a completely isolated celestial body. Apart from me, no one else will be able to help you enter.
That's not a good argument.
Second, if your plan is, as you've alluded to previously, to force me into cooperating by showing hostility, do know that just
Force
like
dramatic
you,
effects.
I have basked in the gaze of the erudition. I stake my honor and assure you that in the worst case scenario, our mutual destruction will be inevitable.
Bold of you to assume that Herta doesn't have multiple backups of herself.
Oh, No wonder I couldn't find a back door. When I did a scan of our surroundings, the safety protocols on you are comparable to Screwy's. How interesting.
I assume that you still wish to hear the third logic.
He's so obviously lying, by the way.
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
Third, even if you exhaust all your means and find a way to break through,
Which she would.
you will surely give up once you understand the consequences of your actions. After all, throughout your long life, as much as you'd hate to admit, your conscience has played a crucial role.
What a brazen robot. You think that you can actually understand me through your paltry calculations?
Fucking tell him, Herta.
But since you put it that way, why don't you tell me what these consequences will be?
It concerns the third path that is entangled with Amphorius. A path that you and your friends still very much lack understanding of. The destruction. So, if you ignore my warnings and persist in your ways, you will break the shackles of a Lord Ravager. And when that happens, their fury will engulf the cosmos.
Let's go! We did the thing! Like, first reason was only I can help you get to Amphorius. The third reason is even if you break through yourself, so he's not confident about his first argument to begin with, he's obviously lying low. I don't know, I don't necessarily know about that. If we consider him being particularly specific in language, which can be an issue with localization in this game, but if we go on the assumption that he's being specific, he very well could not be lying that he's the only one who could help her get in. But that is not mutually exclusive with her figuring out her own way in. He's just the only one who can actually help her. And yeah, I don't think there's necessarily dissonance if we assume like the language is being specific. Since his first statement doesn't work under an assumption that she couldn't do it herself. He's just the only one who can like actually assist her in the process of doing so. If you were to say something like, you can't get in without me, then that would be a completely different story. Because at that point, he is definitely asserting that, asserting that she couldn't get in without him, but that's not what he states. He has the keys to the door, but she could always break open the door. Yeah, pretty much. Or, you know, just create a new key. Or any various different methods of getting through the door. But Interrestaurant. Oh, that was a fun little story. And definitely a big improvement over the previous Amphorius chapters, which makes me happy to see. Wait, why is it? What are you? Oh. Okay, cool. I dislike having the red mark on there. Okay, cool. No, that was great. We actually managed to get all the way through before the patch. Let's go. It only took like 2 fucking 10-hour straight. Considering the amount of yap that happens in the streams, though, that actually might speak to how I mean, how, I guess, relatively short the content is, but I'm personally fine with that. Because I play a lot of different gacha games. Well, I never did this. That's fucking crazy. Damn, yeah, there is a lot of fucking achievements I haven't done. There's so many polls among these. But I also am very behind on, like, side quests as well. $800 times with Stagnant Shadow? What? Oh, I managed to get all of these ones, I guess, but this is, oh, well, this is easy shit to get. Defeat Kakol without defeating Bronya. Oh, I didn't know that was... I mean, I definitely could do that easily. Huh. Defeat the Piranha Siphon State for a total of 5 times during a single battle with Fancy. Like, Jesus Christ, I'd have to try so hard not to kill her. Huh. Interesting. Wait, shit, is this like a birthday thing? Wait, but I've had my birthday in game before. I think. Or did I not... Or did they not add the option for birthday until, like, after my birthday passed? Like, that's very possible. Breath of the Other Shore, difficulty 12? Which one is that? Oh, is that like the before, like, actual MOC stuff? Probably. We'll support period for the derby in 1 hour. But it's late and I actually want to go to bed for once. I'll just try to remember it when I wake up. Smile. Proceeds to not remember it when I wake up. Oh, fuck. Alright. Well, I think that's Ultra Prime. Little guy. But yeah, it was a fun stream. We are 1 minute away from 10 hours, and I think it will be funny to cut it just barely fucking short. So, appreciate all y'all hanging out during the definitely very efficiently worked through Star Rail story for 2.2. But it has been a lot of fun, and there was a lot of fun yap at the beginning. And it's just been, and that was the best. That was by far the best, like, story we've had so far. At least in terms of, like, raw storytelling, but also just the content was interesting. That we've had so far in Amphorius. Big step up from 2.0, definitely. And still a step up from 2.1. I'm just disappointed we got to see so little Cipher and hear so little Cipher voice, because goddamn, does her voice hit. But I guess 2.3 story is going to have a lot more of her in it. And that's okay. Sad face. Ah, shit, it hit 10 hours. Okay, yeah, apparently I was saying goodbye for too long. Anyway, it's been fun, everyone. Have a good one. And I will still need to be fully sure and figure out the exact time slots, but tentative plan for streams next week is going to be Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday at least, and maybe some other random ones if I feel randomly inspired to do them. But those are the planned ones for now, and I'll be putting out like a full actual stream schedule on my Twitter, and probably also like a community post for like the YouTube channel and stuff like that. So go check those things out, and I mean I'll probably just throw something in Mathlos too or something. Okay, night to everyone. It's been a lot of fun. Bye.